Nick Jr. is an American programming block seen on weekday mornings on Nickelodeon. As its name suggests, is aimed at children from age 2 to 5 who have not started full day of school yet. It is owned by Viacom CBS Domestic Media Networks as a division of Viacom CBS. It was launched on January 4th, 1988. And was relaunched on May 5th, 2014, 6 years ago. The owners made by Viacom CBS and headquarters in New York City. Formerly known as Nick Jr. from 1998 to 2009, Nickelodeon's Playdate from 2009 to 2012, and the Nick Jr. on Nick from 2018 to 2020, which is the present. The block would play on at 8 o'clock from 8 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. Throughout the 90s, on April 5th, 1993, Nick Jr. premiered a new series known as The Kelp Elliott Company and received a facelift, which received the slogan Grow, Learn, and Play, as well as the orange guy and blue guy holding hands. It ran from 1993 until 1994. The reasons for this because of lack of ratings, because of Nick Jr. lost to TLC and PBS's PTV in ratings. So on September 5th, 1994, Nick Jr. received another rebrand facelift. This introduced Face, an animated host that introduced shows and interstitials and led into commercial breaks. In the context of the segments, Face was capable of materializing objects such as an astronaut, a robot, a clown, a window, a traffic light, stars, and even wood. He was also capable of creating a number of foley sound effects and voices, including a signature 3-note trumpet noise, usually following the name Nick Jr. at the end of every bumper. He also changed colors, moods, and feelings. Face was voiced by Chris Phillips, who also narrated several Nickelodeon and Nick Jr. promos. The original Face promos were produced by Nick Digital from 1994 to 1996 and 2000 to 2003, and DMA Animation from 1996 to 2000. In October, Nick Jr. introduced two new original series, known as Gal Gal Island and Allegra's Window, resulting in 50% rating gains for the block of Nick Jr. On September 8th, 1996, the first episode of Blue's Clues premiered in prime time on Nickelodeon. Then it debuted on Nick Jr. So on September 9th, 1996, one day after the premiere of Blue's Clues, Nick Jr. received yet another facelift produced by Hilton Sullivan, this time introducing more logos. In 1998, the slogan Just For Me was also introduced, which was in tandem with this new slogan called Play to Learn for the rest of their run. In the years that followed, in 1999 to 2000, shows like Franklin, Maisie, Kipper, and Little Bill first aired. On September 1st, 2003, Nick Jr. received another rebrand, this time introducing a dozen new logos, and premiered this show from Hit Entertainment called The Rubber Dubbers, which aired on Sprout. The Rubber Dubbers premiered the next day. A new interstitial series was called The Nick Jr. Play Along. It debuted in 2003, where two live-action fun action hosts named Robin, played as Hilary Hawkins, and Zach, played as Travis Gelba. Alongside Robin and Zach, two sock puppets called the Feet Beats were also introduced. And that wasn't all. In 2000, CBS began airing a block called Nick Jr. on CBS to coincide with Nick on CBS. This programming block featured shows from Nick Jr. and aired every Saturday morning, helping to beat Kids WB in ratings. In 2002, the block was renamed to Nick on CBS. Also in 2003, Face was updated on September 1st of 2003, which looks, sounded, and radically different from the Face from 1994. On October 8th, 2004, the Nick Jr. Play-Along and the new Face interstitials ended their one-year run. On October 11th, 2004, Nick Jr. received yet another rebrand, consisting of interstitials co-produced with Little Airplane Productions, featuring the block's new host. Face was replaced by a Piper Opossum, who probably gave many children nightmares, and this new slogan, Love to Play. Nick Jr.'s female announcer was replaced with Kobe Powell and Chris Phillips. Nick Jr. used its new on-screen bug to promote its website, but was changed on March 6, 2006, after the FCC's forbid, and used Nick Jr.'s 2003 and 2004 regular screen bug and Nick's regular Splat logo again. The last time they were used on the two screen bugs for Nickelodeon, Nick.com, and the Nick Jr., NickJr.com was January 2006. Lazy Town, Miss Spider's Sour Patch Friends, and The Backyardigans, the latter of which premiered alongside the rebrand, premiered on Nick Jr. in 2004. They were briefly being aired on Noggin during Thanksgiving week before joining Noggin's regular schedule later. Also in 2004, Nick Jr. on CBS was revived, only to be discontinued again in 2006. Around the same year that the WB and UPN were replaced by the CW in 2006. On September 7th, 2007, the Piper Opossum interstitials ended its 3-year run. On September 10th, 2007, Nick Jr. received again another facelift. The block's bumpers were often given similar to Noggin's Puzzle Time interstitials, encouraged preschoolers to play with us, so the Play With Us slogan was launched, which featured stop-motion bumpers. Along with the bumpers, this also marks the interstitials being stopped airing, which increased more commercials. Starting on March 3rd, 2008, Nick Jr. began broadcasting at 8:30 a.m. The Nick Jr. block was renamed to the Nick Jr. Playdate, that has this "Play With Us" in a chorus. On January 30th, 2009, 3 days before its rebrand, the Nick Jr. block ended its run with the killing and ending with Meow Kai to be the last show. On February 2nd, 2009, the original Nick Jr. block on Nickelodeon was discontinued and was rebranded as Nickelodeon's Playdate. The block's branding was based on the Noggin's branding that has the arts and craftsy styling, which were from 2002 and 2003 to 2012. On March 12, 2009, it was announced that Noggin will be replaced with Nick Jr., and the end will become Teen Nick. In 2012, Nick Playdate was rebranded as simply Nick, the smart place to play with the modern era, which debuted in 2012. Also in 2012, Moose and Z was retired, replaced by the modern era with no host mascots. On May 5th, 2014, Nickelodeon's preschool block was rebranded back to the Nick Jr. name, while still using the Nick name for the screen bug and the promos starting in 2015. When aired on the Nick Jr. channel, commercials for program broadcasts on Nickelodeon's Nick Jr. block would usually end with "Over on Nickelodeon" to differentiate the titles On the same day, the Nick Jr. block also began to use Nickelodeon's on-screen credits to include more commercials offsets. Kinda not right. On June 10, 2015, the Nick Jr. website was completely designed to match up with the Nick Jr. app. On May 21st, 2018, the Nick Jr. block on Nickelodeon was rebranded and renamed as Nick Jr. on Nick, but freshened its image with new bumpers and circling boards to introduce the modern era 2.0 bumpers. Whether you loved them or hated them, Moose and Z would still be the #1 top of being Noggin's mascots, along with Nick Jr.'s mascots. On November 12, 2018, the Nick Jr. block reverted back to using the Nickelodeon name for the Screen Bug, and later in advertisements. However, the Nick Jr. name is retained in the refreshed bumpers and circling boards because it will be making less sense. The slogan "Ready to Play" was also introduced based off of this promo of the Nick Jr. characters always being ready to play. Nothing can replace other Nick Jr. shows, but unfortunately, the Max and Ruby series, which was premiered in 2002, was officially retired and was off the air, but placed by a new character named Baby Shark Brooklyn. If you don't know who Baby Shark is, he's a brand of pink fawn from a company called Smart Study. Preschoolers love that shark, including the Baby Shark fans with a burning passion, and also had noticed. If you don't know why Baby Shark was on Nick Jr., here, I want you to take a look at a video. Link is in the video description about this. So, Nickelodeon began making negotiations and partnering with Smart Study to provide a new show for Baby Shark. The two companies have officially made this, and so a new show was developed for Baby Shark, known as Baby Shark's Big Show. Yeah, you won't like this. And also, this show will automatically be panned by viewers. Also, I won't pan the show because I didn't get to see it yet. I should have mentioned the shows, but there is no official way for me to do so because of the constant rebrands of Nick Jr. at the time. So I'm gonna put something in the description for those who may know about the Nick Jr. shows being premiered under Nickelodeon. So a link to an article page of a Wikipedia page is also going to be in the description below. Anyway, that's all the talk we have about Nick Jr. And this is why Baby Shark is on the Nick Jr. channel and the Nickelodeon Network block. And so you're probably wondering, Tajmir, why are you making this history? Well, I make this is because, well, everyone needs to look back in their childhood. Also, by the way, I forgot to mention about Santiago de Seas. He was the first one to be premiered before Baby Shark's Big Show. So, you're probably wondering, oh, Santiago de Seas is there. Is he a ripoff of Jake and the Neverland Pirates? Well, I don't know. Actually, probably, this is actually the Nickelodeon's original series. Let's be honest. As for me, I'm not hating on Nick Jr. just yet. I'm only despising half of Nick Jr. because of the modern era. So that's why I made my own demographic Nick Jr. blog, known as Tajmir Jr. Actually, it was Logo Fan 2003's idea. Credit goes to Logo Fan 2003 for the logo that's going to be shown in this video. So, let me know in the comments, what do you think? Oh my god. I can't believe I have to say this, but unfortunately, I had to talk about Tickle You. I'm Taj the Random Fan, and we're looking back to see how Tickle You get to be and why did it flop. Tickle You is a failed, screwed weekday morning preschool block that aired on the Cartoon Network and aired briefly on its sister channel, Boomerang, featuring domestic, foreign imported series targeted at preschoolers, aged children. It was created and was set to compete with Nickelodeon and Disney, Playhouse Disney, and Nick Jr., who had gotten airtime dedicated to air preschool shows. So Cartoon Network thought it best to make a preschool block that is filled with educational, but not. Parents were concerned about this, and the entire block had been banned by viewers. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all some shows that aired on Tickle You. Yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. I have to tell you a few shows. There is Firehouse Tales. That came on Tickle You on Cartoon Network. There's Gerald McBoing. Oh my god. Gordon the Garden Gnome. Harry and his bucket full of dinosaurs. Little robots. Oh my god. Peppa Pig. Oh my god, we already know about that show on Nick Jr. and Nickelodeon. Yoko, Jomoko, Toto. Oh no, I've never seen that. And especially we have Baby Looney Tunes. Aww. But not aww! Executives at Cartoon Network thought it was a good idea to make this block so it would compete with Nickelodeon and Disney, who both got Nick Jr. and Playhouse Disney. The block debuted in August 22nd, 2005, and then it ended in early 2007. I had never seen Tickle You before, so I have no idea why would Cartoon Network be trying to mock off preschoolers in the first place. I mean, what the actual... I can't say it. What the actual... gain hack? To be honest, Cartoon Network done a stupid thing to, like, I don't know, you know, make a preschool block about, I don't know, laughing humor or something like that. Thankfully, Cartoon Network discontinued Tickle You, so they ain't trying that again, and it's not going to compete with Nickelodeon and Disney ever again. But yet, their next attempt was CM Real, a Wednesday night block of live-action shows, and they already eliminated and discontinued that block, thank goodness. And so, Cartoon Network is digging itself a hole. I mean, all over. So, but the good thing is we got Nick Jr. and Playhouse Disney, now known as Disney Jr. But according to some people, they think Nickelodeon and Disney are digging themselves out of a hole, so I don't think that's true. For Nickelodeon, they wanted to try something new by partnering with Smart Study. I think they wanted to try something new, and that's alright, because there's nothing wrong with trying something new. Think about how CBS announced the partnership with DICK, Deke Entertainment. As for Cartoon Network, it is hit and miss, because I think it's trying to, like, make fun of us or something like that. But I'm really, been very confused. Everyone else is kind of very confused, myself included. Why would there be preschool content on the Cartoon Network in the first place? Think about, why would there be live action content on the Cartoon Network in the first place? I know, Peppa Pig is a cartoon. Well, kinda. And some of the shows on Tickle You are sorta cartoon-like. We have Baby Looney Tunes. Oh my gosh, it's very cartoon-like as well. But that's not my point! Given how Cartoon Network used to be good back in the 90s and 2000s, but now became a downfall in 2010, well, it's best I would cover Cartoon Network's Saturday morning block, DC Nation. I touched on that in my Q&A question from my last video. We need to go more in depth with this not too well distant future of this block. This is also where I watched Teen Titans Go, and when I was watching Teen Titans Go, I watch it like crazy, laughing and others. But now it seemed to get really old to me. So I'm doing this, the DC Nation commentary and history of it. How did this block get to be, and why did it flop from 2012 to 2014? In this video, we're going to find out. DC Nation, its purpose was to focus on DC characters and cartoons in a tight programming block. Shows premiered during this era of DC Nation included Young Justice, Green Lantern the animated series, and there are DC Nation shorts, Teen Titans Go, and Beware the Batman. If you don't know what Young Justice and Green Lantern the animated series are, well, they're acquired series that were picked up by Stuart Snyder, the old president of Cartoon Network, before Christina Miller took over. On June 8th, 2012, Cartoon Network announced that it would revive the Teen Titans animated series as Teen Titans Go, based off of the new Teen Titans shorts. In 2013, episodes began airing in April that year. Well, however, DC Nation didn't last long during 2012. You see, there were issues going on. The hatred was towards Snyder. You see, the treatment of DC Nation continued the hatred towards Stuart Snyder, as in October 13th, the DC Nation was pulled from Cartoon Network completely. It will return months later at the start of 2013. Though we have no expectation why would they discontinue and pull DC Nation straight from Cartoon Network. It seems to be doing well. Also around 2012, Toonami was revived when the anime block returned on April Fool's Day on Adult Swim and became a permanent reboot later. It looked like a dream. A negative for DC Nation, a positive for Toonami. What else there's new? However, DC Nation was put on a hiatus because the DC Nation's Facebook and Twitter profiles announced that the block had been put on a hiatus and will resume back and will return starting in January 2013. An online petition was started that day to bring back the block. By the end of the year, 10,000 signatures on October 15th was made. So DC Nation returned after its controversial hiatus that brought on Cartoon Network itself. Even Otter, Green Lantern, and Young Justice, which been contained to the block, ended their runs immediately in March. You see, Young Justice and Green Lantern, how should I put this politely? They lasted from March 3rd, 2012 and ended in March 16th, 2013. DC Nation shorts were the only content in production for the blog until April 23rd, 2013 when Teen Titans Go made its first premiere. Beware the Batman would arrive in July but wouldn't live past this calendar year. It lasted from July 13, 2013 and ended in December 2013. I don't understand why would they discontinue it. In 2014, when Cartoon Network premiered Mixels and Dance Pants Revolution, infamous Powerpuff Girls special, DC Nation, which launched with high acclaim, was now essentially a Teen Titans Go block. So yeah, DC Nation, which launched with high acclaim, was now essentially a Teen Titans Go block, though no amount of airtime was seen during 2016 through 2017. DC Nation was officially discontinued on March 29th, 2014. And I don't know if it still soldiered on later this year, because I seen one ident of Cartoon Network, which is a DC logo. I don't know if DC Nation was taken over by Teen Titans Go or not. I have no choice to say this, but DC Nation has basically become Teen Titans Go Nation. Yeah, DC Nation, which was launched with high acclaim, was essentially a Teen Titans Go block. We're gonna have to call it Teen Titans Go Nation. So the block was discontinued entirely as of April 2014, with the shorts airing exclusively during Teen Titans Go premiere episodes on Wednesday nights. As of now, they do not air. So yeah, there's no more DC Nation for any of y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. However, I watched DC Nation. Well, not entirely. Okay, I used to watch DC Nation, but I don't know why did they discontinue it so quickly in 2014. Oh wait, I did watch more DC Nation. You see, the reason why I put up this Boomerang logo is because DC Nation aired on Boomerang, because Young Justice aired on Boomerang. So DC Nation wasn't completely ignored. Young Justice aired as reruns on the Boomerang channel, meaning the quality content was still being recycled through Cartoon Network's brand as a whole. Now, for the state of Cartoon Network, its programming is hit and miss. But yes, we still got Bakugan, Battle Planet, and Ninjago Masters of Spin Jitsu, but now you find shows that are too old and too amusing, like The Amazing World of Gumball and Teen Titans Go. And I still have a great favorite, like We Bare Bears, that is having a spin-off. Let me know in the comments. Do you remember DC Nation? Do you remember watching it as a kid? What do you think Cartoon Network could have done to make DC Nation become still afloat? Or still afloat? So, thanks for watching. And until next time, goodbye. This is me signing off. I'm originally going to make a history video about 4Kids TV, but it turns out that Cartoon Network has made a block in 2012. I'm going to talk about Cartoon Planet. Now, to those of you guys who may know about this block, well, I grew up watching Cartoon Planet because I never seen Cartoon Planet ever since the 90s, and I never seen it ever since I was born in 2002, and I never seen its demise back in the late 90s or 2000s. But first, if I get to 4Kids TV, but I had to talk about Cartoon Planet. So, how did the series get revived? And why did it flop in 2014? And after all, does Cartoon Planet still carrying on for this day? In this video, we're going to find out. So, back then, when Stuart Snyder was the president of Cartoon Network, before Christina Miller and Tom Ascheim, there was Stuart Snyder, who replaced Jim Samples. And Snyder had destroyed many of the Cartoon Network original series like Ed, Edd and Eddy, The Great Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Class of 3000, Codename Kids Next Door, and Camp Lazlo, and many more. Cartoon Fridays was rebranded and went long into a security known as Friday Night Premiere Thunder, which led to declining ratings. In September 2008, Toonami had been killed off as well because of the block's facing ratings declines, and there was more reliance on acquired programming, which was putting negatively towards series like 16, Total Drama Island franchise, The Mr. Men Show, The Garfield Show, and Johnny Test. But that's going to change. In 2012, Stuart Snyder revived Cartoon Planet. So, Snyder's revival of Cartoon Planet was a celebration of Cartoon Network's 20th year. If you do not know, Cartoon Network was launched on October 1st, 1992. Launched on March 30th, 2012, it featured Dexter's Laboratory, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Johnny Bravo, Pop-Up Girls, and Iron Weasel. The block compiled classic cartoons that hadn't been seen primetime Cartoon Network slots in years past. The block is primarily airing classic cartoons, which are Cartoon Network's original series in primetime. In October 2012, Cartoon Planet celebrated Cartoon Network's 20th birthday, which was released a special, a 2-minute song by Bragg. The song played tribute to the shows throughout the network's history. They showed Flintstones, Huckleberry Hound, and many more. However, the Flintstones and Huckleberry Hound were already accessible on Boomerang from Cartoon Network. Starting on January 11, 2013, several Cartoon Network original series that have been short-lived or permanent hiatus, canceled, or officially ended will join up with Cartoon Planet's programming block, starting with Robotomy, Secret Mile for Awesome, and The Problem Solvers. The Problem Solvers, Secret Mile for Awesome, and Robotomy are all Cartoon Network original series. The Problem Solvers follow us as a worst cartoon of all time. It was pulled from the channel until less than a year. It only lasted from 2012 or 2010, and it ended in 2013. Secret Mile for Awesome, though praised for its unique animation, was also out by the following year. Additionally, Symbionic Titan and Robotomy ended production as well. The ending of Symbionic Titan brought substantial anger from the Cartoon Network community. Snyder pointed to low viewership, and there are only a few reasons why they ended Symbionic Titan at production. However, Sheep in the Big City, Two Stupid Dogs, Time Squad, and Squirrel Boy did not air on the block at all. Sorry. They didn't air other classic cartoons like Time Squad and Sheep in the Big City. In April 2013, the block began airing YTV Teletoon and Warner Brothers animation programming, which were the first were Scaredy Squirrel, Almost Naked Animals, and Tom and Jerry Tales, breaking the show's tradition of only airing Cartoon Network original programming. They were subsequently removed from June of 2013 to August of 2013. The block aired on Thursdays at 1:30 Eastern Time. On August 30th, 2013, the block ran on a Friday night, the last time, when the block was replaced by Pizza Night with Pizza Steve, which was from Uncle Grandpa, which was created by Stuart Snyder. 2013 was also where originals had ended production. Shoeberry the Nine's removal of Problem Solvers and January Rex's removal caught many viewers' attention. The last airing of Cartoon Planet happens to be on, February 8th, 2014. Wrapping up with codename Kids Next Door, Mad, Pop-Up Girls, and Johnny Test. You see, Stuart Snyder is leaving in March of 2014. Reports surrounding Snyder's departure in March of 2014 seems like a forceful exit than more of walking out. So, Cartoon Network for a few months had no official leader. However, things were really shifting. First off, the Annoying Orange and DC Nation blocks were eliminated because Turner is in control of Cartoon Network. Days later, Cartoon Network launched another hour of daily programming to Adult Swim, ending earlier than ever at 8 p.m. Beyblade Bay Raiders ended its run on the network, and DreamWorks Dragons announced it will be leaving Cartoon Network by spring 2015 and will be moving to Netflix. DreamWorks Dragons was on Cartoon Network. It was an acquired content for Cartoon Network until DreamWorks Dragons, Riders of Berg and Defenders of Berg, and its franchise from DreamWorks Animation was purchased in 2016. DreamWorks Animation was purchased and acquired in 2016 by Universal. Clarence was the only original series that was launched between the Snyder and Miller eras, and the Tom and Jerry Show was the only new acquired content, which was from Warner Brothers Animation. It's a shame that Cartoon Network was not able to air their original programming from the late 2000s and late 90s in primetime ever again. However, all the cartoons aired in reruns on my FanMade network, Tajmir Network, however, on Tajmir Network's Friday night. And there's even some cartoon intros featuring the cartoon characters on the Tajmir Network channel. Cartoon Planet was a very interesting blog, and it's a shame that it ended so quickly. It only lasted for just 2 years. If you don't know who were the hosts of Cartoon Planet, they were Brack and Zork. Yeah, Brack and Zork were from the 90s Cartoon Planet until they came back in a revival series. Brack and Zork also was shown during The Brack Show, which was on Adult Swim. The blog was preceded by Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Let me know in the comments, what do you think of Cartoon Planet? Do you think it should have been going on so well? Do you think it's supposed to continue? Do you think Tom Ashheim should revive it? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and once again, stay tuned. We talked about Viacom, NBC Universal, and I did even got a chance to talk about NBC Universal, Ion Media Networks Group, and Chorus Entertainment's Cubo. But first, before we get to Cubo, we need to talk about this another preschool block that's in kids TV programming. And no, it's not Nick Jr. What I'm talking about is HBO Family's preschool block, Jam, now known as HBO Kids. Now, I'm sure everyone may know about HBO Kids because I think they watched it in their formative years while they were growing up. Personally, I don't remember much of Jam back then because I wasn't born until 2002. However, I did see HBO, and I didn't, though, I don't remember I seen Jam. But, hey, if I didn't look at Medora Entertainment's history video, I might not be making this video right now. But, judging by somebody's request, I can't deny it. So here it is. How did this preschool block Jam get to be, and why did it change to HBO Kids? So, let's find out. In 2001, HBO Family launched 2 new blocks. In the mornings, Jam, a preschool block that aired in the morning, and Magnet, a block aimed at older children and preteens and tweens that aired in the afternoon. These 2 blocks aired in mornings and afternoons, kind of like the Kids WB segment, but not really because HBO Family is an affiliate. It's not even affiliated with a TV station. So let's get into Jam and see how Jam got discontinued and was rebranded as HBO Kids. The mascot for Jam was a grape jam blob named Jam. It's just the same thing, Jam. Jam aired on weekdays and aired Kindergarten, Crashbox, Harold and the Purple Crayon, and interstitials were aired during commercial breaks, which include El Perro y El Gato, HBO Family 411, and The Way I See It. The preschool block was going into massive ratings, just like the Nick Jr. on Nickelodeon did. After all, as Nickelodeon and Disney have great separate preschool blocks during daytime, but HBO Family is a more direct successor to everybody else. In 2015, HBO was making negotiations and making a deal with Sesame Workshop, who had a joint venture with Nickelodeon to make Noggin to premiere new episodes of Sesame Street on HBO Family. And surely enough, in 2016, Sesame Street started airing on HBO. Also, other Sesame Workshop produced shows were added, such as Esme and Roy, Pinky Dinky Doo. Note, that show aired on Noggin before jump shifting to Nick Jr., but then was demised, and now it's become a staple of HBO Kids and the Electric Company reboot, which aired on PBS Kids Go, aka PBS Kids, and then jump shifted and was discontinued. That proved fatal to Jam, as Jam was discontinued, being airing the next day. Jam was rebranded as HBO Kids. This block airs at a different time slot that has much of the same content as Jam, minus the Jam branding. This is when Esme and Roy and Pinky Dinky Doo first premiered and arrived. So, with this quality content from Noggin, we're still being recycled through Nick Jr.'s brand as a whole, and thus Noggin as well. Although, unlike Noggin, they don't air the Electric Company reboot, as it was jump shift and was demised in 2009. Also, Medora Entertainment was asking, why was Jam discontinued? I think after first airing Sesame Street, it was the perfect time to rebrand Jam into HBO Kids. In any case, Jam did great. Then its sister block, Magnet. If you don't know what happened to Magnet, it was killed in 2005. Because HBO pulled Magnet, the block, from HBO Family completely. So, the block was pulled from the channel completely. It's not returning ever since then. Content for both Jam and Magnet are rare. There's no type of content for Magnet or Jam. Actually, I did find some bumpers of HBO Family's Magnet. Though I don't want to take them and put them on this video because no way. Sorry about that. Some bumpers were badly made FanMade bumpers made by a user named Tegan Wange. One of the most stupidest names I have ever heard in the YouTube history. Seriously, when I looked at Medora Entertainment's video, when Tegan Wange made those stupid FanMade bumpers, they don't make no sense. That's very bad. These are very bad, as they were terrible. Sorry, but no offense. As for the state of preschool programming, they're still under a bad rate management because Nick Jr. has been sinking drastically after the Moose and Z era because most of the shows have been discontinued. Many viewers have been driven away because of their content mismanagement. and which are creatively bland and really bad because back then what Nick Jr. was all Nick Jr.'s programming was they're all CGI and they were just reruns of older shows that premiered on the Nickelodeon block. The only current show that stand up to Medora Entertainment was Max and Ruby, but unfortunately Nick Jr.'s offerings were 100% a cookie cutter. I mean, preschool programming are great, but when you grow up, you see that your childhood has gone into a big band way in the wrong way because of the bar lowering down. And also, the reason why Nick Jr. has been sinking for years is because of Nickelodeon partnering up with Smart Study to create Baby Shark's Big Show, and people were saying, and Nick Jr. doesn't deserve to premiere that show, and also, people are ranting on Nick Jr. and they were because of their content misjudgmental ideas and their premieres, and because of their advertising for the Nick Jr. blog. And also, it's all one of those troubling times when Baby Shark made his preview and made his first premiere on the Nick Jr. block on Nickelodeon and the Nick Jr. channel, both respectively. Also, back in 2019, Nickelodeon learned it a hard way with a backlash from the Daring to Grand Ryan's Mystery Playdate, starting as a Nick programming in promos. Everyone doesn't even know what on Nickelodeon? What does that even mean? Which means is on November 12, 2018, the Nick Jr. block reverted back to using the Nickelodeon name for the Screen Bug and later in advertising. I mean, Nickelodeon had to learn that again because the Nick Jr. on nickname now makes less sense. Because the Nick Jr. on nickname is now been created as a name for redundancy, and it's not be able to be seen ever again. Some people ain't watching some HBO Kids because they had to watch them and paying cable because I don't know. HBO Family is like a premium channel. Oh no. I used to have HBO back then, but then I jumped shipped to a new cable and now we cannot afford HBO anymore. So now I'm now on Xfinity cable now. Yeah, they don't got Boomerang on there? Nada. Also, I don't know about their fan base. And talk about HBO Kids. I don't know if it's very prevalent, but I don't know if it exists. Let me know in the comments. What do you think of HBO Kids, aka Jam? Do you think Jam should make his first comeback? What do you think HBO Family could have done? Also, was it really smart for HBO to kill Jam's sister block, Matnet? Thanks for watching, and once again, stay tuned. Alright, so we're looking at this last Saturday morning block that strictly did not comply with EI. And the subject I'm talking about is Vortex on the CW. I watched Vortex a lot when I was growing up, and I didn't have time to watch Vortex and Toonsize's cousin brand Jetix because I don't know about Jetix because I wasn't around because I don't know about Disney nor Nickelodeon at all. But if I haven't went through Kids WB on the CW, I wouldn't be making this video right now. So, here it is. The history and what happened to Vortex. How did it get to be and what happened to it. In this video, we're going to find out how the Saturday morning cartoons era had ended. Now, before Vortex and the CW for Kids, there was Kids WB, launched in 1995. I know. The CW didn't exist until 2006, but we're kind of close. Kids WB stayed on the WB network until the WB was eventually been replaced by the CW in 2006. The CW was launched in September 2006 and was created by CBS Corporation and Time Warner to replace the WB and UPN respectively. And until Kids WB was moved to the CW for obvious reasons in 2006. Soon, in 2008, Kids WB on the CW was discontinued due to fierce competition and lack of advertising. The time slot that Kids WB aired was sold to 4Kids Entertainment, and they became in charge of programming for it. And the CW for Kids was launched. But soon, in 2010, CW for Kids was renamed to ToonZine for obvious reasons on August 14, 2010, and was discontinued just over 2 years later on August 18, 2012. Because 4Kids amassed a lot of problems. Because Nihon Ass Systems and TV Tokyo filed in a $4 million lawsuit against 4Kids Entertainment. And so, 4Kids Entertainment received 11th chapter of bankruptcy protection, and Saban Capital Group and Konami placed bids to acquire most of their assets. Konami received the U.S. rights to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Saban received everything else, including the rights to ToonZai. And so, Saban took in charge of programming for ToonZai, and ToonZai was replaced with Vortex. Vortex aired on Saturday mornings, filling the void, half the void that Kids WB and the CW for Kids left behind. It carried on the legacy of the predecessor. And also, Vortex carried on the Fox Kids legacy better than Disney XD. It aired Dragon Ball Z Kai, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Sonic X, Power Rangers, WWE Saturday Morning Slam, and many more. Even Digimon Fusion. However, even though Vortex do play on Saturday mornings, they even played on Sundays. Some stations like WUPA Atlanta, the CW 69, aired it on Sunday instead, because of the CW 69's Saturday morning schedule. Yeah, this is only for the cause in Atlanta and some other stations. So, in fact, Vortex was the last Saturday morning block that did not comply with EI. However, even though Vortex had to comply with the Children's Television Act, they added Cubics, Robots for Everyone, to the lineup because the Children's Television Act must state that all broadcast stations must air educational programming per Saturday morning. The shows Vortex aired did not comply with EI, so Cubics Robots for Everyone was added to the lineup. I know, it sucks that EI programming had been taken over, but we're not really that close. So, Vortex was the last traditional Saturday morning block. And so, just over 2 years later, on May 31st, 2014, the CW announced that Vortex will be discontinued later that year in favor for a new block. Because the CW announced it would partner up with a company named Litton Entertainment, who ruined Saturday mornings, to make a new teenagers block to replace Vortex on the CW. And so, on September 27th, 2014, Vortex on the CW was discontinued, and 1 week later was replaced by Litton Entertainment's One Magnificent Morning. And so, from now on, every week, when we see the CW's Saturday morning block, this announcer is going to say, when you see this symbol, you know you're watching something that's educational and informational. And during One Magnificent Morning on the CW, you're seeing something cool and intense and very interesting. It's during One Magnificent Morning every week on the CW. I'm going to have to disagree because because EI programming kind of sucks because this is the FCC's doing, because this is its handiwork. So so it was the end. Not only the descendants' legacy of Fox Kids, but decades worth of Saturday morning cartoons. Not only there will be non-EI programming for little children, but thus leaving people into moving and watching shows on digital streaming services. I miss the Saturday morning blocks, but do not worry. Fans were kind of wondering if their beloved era of Saturday morning cartoons was gone for good, until Sinclair announced that they would return to Saturday morning blocks by launching Kids Click. Kids Click carried on the Vortex, Toon's Eye, and the Kids WB legacy, and carried on the Nickelodeon legacy. I don't know about the Disney legacy, but I don't know. In fact, this Kids Click was an only test and see if it can go on. But unfortunately, this didn't go on because during 2019 on Twitter, when the Kids Click Twitter page announced that they would discontinue their Kids Click block on the CW, Viz TV, Fox, some other local stations that Sinclair owned, and so Kids Click ended its run. During last year, it was the end of Saturday morning cartoons yet again. However, Saturday morning cartoons isn't gone for long because during 2020, MeTV publicly announced that they would revive Saturday morning cartoons by making a new Saturday morning block for children called Tune In With Me. That's Tune In With Me, with the TOON in with me. Not the Tuned In With Me. Yeah. Who would thought of that? So, Tune In With Me will be launched in January 2021. I don't know what other stations are going to air it. I sure hope they won't end up like how Fox was, because all Fox affiliates had their Fox Kids block at first because well, unfortunately, the affiliates didn't like what Fox Kids was doing to their schedules because they increased and decreased the schedules over and over, messing up their news and business. In FanMade history, in my FanMade in Todgerville version, the CW in FanMade concept continued their Saturday morning cartoons block till January 2021 until further notice. They continue the CW Saturday morning cartoons block that I made for the CW network and FanMade concept until 2021, until it will be replaced by Tune In With Me. And by the way, I will definitely watch Tune In With Me on MeTV. I will make a first commercial break about it. So, let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you think of Vortex? Do you think it should continue on? Do you think it was smart for the CW to kill it? Now, thanks for watching. And by the way, I will definitely cover Noggin and Nickelodeon's worldwide. We already talked about the N and Noggin. We even talked about PBS Kids Sprout, now known as Universal Kids, and we talk about Saturday morning blocks such as CW for Kids, Kids WB, and Evers. So, but on any case, we have ignored something that deserves to have a history video, and I'm talking about is Discovery Family. It's not always as Discovery Family. It used to be called Hub Network, originally known as simply the Hub, and of course, Discovery Kids. But why would they change their name 4. One network, 4 names, thrice throughout the years. We're going to find out. So, before we get to the Hub and Discovery Family, we need to talk about Discovery Kids. Discovery Kids was launched in 1996, and it's primarily focused on teaching kids educational facts about animals and nature. Yeah, that's how they first started back then in 1996. But soon, they had great programming providing, along and cable had caught on. The network is now in Canada thanks to a help from Chorus Entertainment, who owned Treehouse and Nelvana, a Chorus Entertainment company. Man, I love Discovery Kids. It's my favorite. That's where I start loving sharks in my Discovery formative years. Not only Discovery Kids have their own factual programs, like Discovery Kids Animal Planet versions of the shows on Discovery Kids, but they also got animated shows and syndicated ones from Canada and others. Discovery Kids not only has a standalone channel, but they also had a Saturday morning block on NBC called Discovery Kids on NBC, which ran from September 2002 to March of 2006. Reasons for this is because in March of 2006, Discovery declined and decided not to renew its contract with NBC because Discovery wanted to focus more on their Discovery Kids channel network rather than the Discovery Kids block on NBC. So, Discovery Kids on NBC was discontinued, and in September 2006, Cubo was launched in its place. So, NBC subsequently replaced the block with Cubo in September of 2006. Daytime on Discovery Kids. During daytime, Discovery Kids had a block called Real Tunes. The announcer would say, "Grossology will be back in Real Tunes." I remember that Real Tunes block very well. Shows that aired on the Real Tunes block included Time Warp Trio, Growing Up Creepy, Grossology, Candy the Shark, and, of course, Tuttenstein. Those were my favorite. And yes, we had The Future is Wild too, because you already know because it used to be a Discovery Kids show. During weekday mornings, Discovery Kids had a block called Ready, Set, Learn, which featured Paz the Penguin. Ready, Set, Learn featured rated TV YA rated shows like Hip Hop Harry, Peep in the Big Wide World. Finally, Ready, Set, Learn brought Peep in the Big Wide World to our stars. But ever since the block's demise, it's now, ever since Ready, Set, Learn's demise, you already may know because it's now a PBS Kids show on the PBS Kids channel 24 hours a day on all PBS station affiliate providers. Ready, Set, Learn was created back in the 90s. It was created by TLC and somehow Discovery Kids themselves. TLC had Ready, Set, Learn back then until TLC announced it would be discontinued on their channel, leaving Discovery Kids as the only network left of a Ready, Set, Learn block. Paz still continued on as the mascot for the block until his demise in 2010. Now, the next thing, what happened to Discovery Kids? Well, here's what happened. In April of 2009, Hasbro and the toy company Hasbro announced that it and Discovery would relaunch Discovery Kids to create a new, different, family-oriented channel. This different family-oriented channel was known as The Hub. The Hub was created by Discovery Communications and toy company Hasbro, intended to relaunch Discovery Kids and continue their 2 to 14 age demographic. The Hub had lots of Hasbro licensed shows, as well as live-action Hasbro board games based off of Hasbro board games. They had The Game of Life, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, Animal Mechanicals, The Twisted Whisker Show, and others. I know some shows are acquired content, but they were really cool. The network was aimed at the 2 to 14 age demographic, which at the time was been abandoned because of the similar networks that have that type of demographic niche, such as Nickelodeon and Disney Channel, according to the staff at the Hub network. The next few years, Dan Versus and Shizao, Game of Life, Kajudo Rights of the Duel Masters got their start on the Hub. In March of 2013, the Hub was rebranded as the Hub Network for reasons that are unknown, or for obvious reasons that we don't know for. During the daytime schedule on the Hub would feature kids programming, ages 2 to 14, while evening would show prime time. And also, the Hub Network got their block called the Family Night block on the Hub. The Hub Family Movie Night. That's what it is. They show Garfield and many more. During prime time on the Hub, they got sitcoms, Step by Step, Sister, Sister, and many more. They even got Alf in there as well. They also had Animaniacs, Tiny Toon Adventures, and Batman the Animated Series. You just had to know that My Little Pony Friendship is Magic was a huge success and made Hasbro millions of dollars. But ever since then, things happen. Things just won't last long forever. So, what happened next? When 2014 came, everything changed. Back in fall of 2014, back in late 2014 and fall of 2014, Discovery Communications acquired a controlling stake in the Hub network. So, Discovery Communications acquired a 10% majority ownership of Hub network. You know, like a 60-40 majority. After then, CEO and president of the Hub network, Margaret Loesch, stepped down from her position. If you guys do not know, back in late 2014, it was announced that Margaret Loesch would step down from being CEO of Hub network by the end of the year, which caused Discovery Communications acquired a 10% from Hasbro, you know, like a 60-40 majority. And on September 25th, 2014, it was announced that the Hub network would be relaunched and rebranded as Discovery Family. Notable main reasons because of lack of advertising from rival companies such as Mattel and others. Specific reasons because they refused to pay on an ad space on the network owned by one of their rivals. The troubled launch with the Oprah Winfrey network was also a notable factor in this whole mess. Eventually, Hasbro decided that they were staking way too much in their venture with Discovery Communications and chose to cede the operation of the channel over to Discovery Communications. And so, on October 13, 2014, just a little bit, 4 years after the Hub launch, it relaunched again as Discovery Family. Just a little bit the next year before the Hub's 5th anniversary, and it's been stacking in this way ever since. Wow, this is very interesting. Discovery Kids was very awesome. The Hub network was somehow mediocre, and now they're both still trucking on as Discovery Family. I did not know that Hasbro was in the joint venture with Discovery Communications, and I didn't know that Discovery Communications acquired a controlling stake in the Hub network until I watched some history videos about the Hub and Discovery Family and Discovery Kids. Discovery Family's channel's daytime schedule will feature kids programming exclusively My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, Lola's Pet Shop, Pound Puppies, G.I. Joe and American Hero, and others will all still be hanging around on Discovery Family, while the evening would show family-oriented programming. Discovery Family had the Discovery Family Movie Night, originally known as the Hub Family Movie Night. Yeah, the Hub Family Movie Night was rebranded as the Discovery Family Movie Night since that was renamed as well. Oh wait, I forgot to mention the Hub. Back then, the Hub had a preschool block called the Hubbub, similar to the Nick Jr. Not really, kind of. It's kind of really similar to Nickelodeon's Nick Jr. block. That block aired shows aimed at preschoolers. It used to be called Ready, Set, Learn. Ready, Set, Learn was rebranded as the Hubbub, while Discovery Kids was fully rebranded as the Hub. Yeah, simply the Hub, which I forgot to mention. Now, back to Discovery Family. So, Discovery Family's daytime schedule would feature kids programming, while the evening would show family, factual, or oriented programmings. So, while shows were carried over from Hub Network to Discovery Family, exclusively My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, Littlest Pet Shop, and many more, as its channel's primetime lineup was replaced with non-fiction, live-action shows based off of the Discovery Channel's library, which are educational. However, some people were ranting on Discovery Family because they hated it. Here's why. They hated educational programming on Discovery Family, but Discovery Communications is all about educating kids, educating grown-ups, and many more. And also, with the scheduling, the children, kids, and factual blocks hand off at 5 p.m. Eastern. 5 p.m. Eastern. I repeat. I don't know, like 6 or 5 p.m.? Yeah, 5 or 6 or 5 p.m. Eastern. Depending on where you live. When weekends comes, just some people said that Discovery Family throws up its hands and put on reruns like Cake Boss or others. And the kids and factual blocks on weekends hand off at 2 p.m. Eastern time or Pacific time. Almost like the Adult Swim niche. Well, not really, because Cartoon Network used to sign off at 10 p.m., but not anymore because as of March of 2014, Adult Swim took over Cartoon Network's primetime space as Stu Snyder stepped down from Cartoon Network. But Cartoon Network will be another story for another video. Back to Discovery Family. After the rebrand from the Hub Network to Discovery Family, most of the famous shows from Hasbro, like Family Game Night and the Game of Life, the live action game, which been contained to the channel, would end their runs immediately. Family Game Night and the Game of Life aren't completely dead, as they appeared in digital streaming services on Tubi TV. So if you want to check that out, y'all can check it out on Tubi TV if you want. That's Tubi TV. As of right now, Discovery Kids is now in the dumping grounds and now it's declining in ratings, just like the Discovery, just like the Universal Kids Little Estate, if you mean. So, since Discovery Family has really fallen from its prime in recent years, why is this? Well, I think it's because of the brand change. Not everyone is really familiar with Discovery Family. I think all of the sudden moves just turned people off the network. I think they should have slowed the transition from, if they had slowed the transition from Hub to Discovery Family, maybe they should have made programming to the mix and make programming gradually and make a University brand like Discovery Hub or something like that. Oh, wait, no way. That would be bad. That would be awful. The only brand from the channel I grew up with was Discovery Kids. And I would continue to grow up with Discovery Kids because Kenny the Shark was on that channel. Hello! Discovery Kids had their Real Tunes block. I like hearing the announcer saying, Kenny the Shark will be right back in Real Tunes. Kenny the Shark is back in real tunes. I even watched him on Discovery Kids on Demand just before I go to school. I mean, Discovery Kids was golden, but now the Hub literally throws up its hands. However, the Hub did kept Kenny the Shark until he was phased out on the Hub network completely. Yeah, I would prefer Discovery Kids rather than the Hub. I'll never forget all those shows like Grossology, Grown Up Creepy, Time Warp Trio, and Tuttenstein. Let me know in the comments. What do you think of Discovery Family? Do you think it should be rebranded back as Discovery Kids? What type of brand are you interested in? What type of a face of Discovery Family are you interested in? I'm interested in Discovery Kids rather than the Hub network. Because, just face it, I never liked the Hub network to begin with. And your next question is, then why did you celebrate the Hub Network's 10th anniversary? Well, this was a mistake. Because after when I uploaded it, someone just think I support the Hub when I did not. It was just only a happy anniversary to the guys at the Hub, just to make them feel great for launching it. But turns out it was a bad move. So as in October 10th, 2020, I pulled this happy 10th anniversary to the Hub Network completely. And I replaced it with a Tajmer Network video because I don't want to be a Hub Network supporter. I forgot. I'm a Discovery Kids supporter. Oh boy, Fox does not really give a crap about children's programming anymore. What happened? Well, first they have Fox Kids, and then they automatically discontinued it, and by selling its own Saturday morning time slot straight to a company who licensed anime really poorly. What is going on and what happened? Oh, it's 4Kids Entertainment. 4Kids Entertainment was launched back in the 1990s and then did bad poorly dubbed edits like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I don't know, other anime, and gave themselves some negative criticism, and they sold their own stuff to Konami and Saban. What happened? Why? What happened to 4Kids Entertainment? What happened to their produced block, 4Kids TV on Fox? In this video, we're going to find out. So, before 4Kids TV, there was Fox Kids, launched in 1990. All Fox affiliates had the block at first, but some affiliates wanted to focus on news and businesses, so WSVN Miami dropped the block. Some other stations did drop the block, too. Fox signed an agreement with New World Entertainment to switch its stations from CBS, NBC, and ABC to Fox. New Fox stations decided not to air Fox Kids. Instead, they want to focus on new shows. Really? That's not a good idea. In response to this, Fox ordered Fox Kids to air Fox Kids at some independent stations. Some of them in some other states. Well, depending on where you live. Also, UPN ran Fox Kids on Saturdays, which is really interesting because some of the same UPN affiliates ran UPN Kids, also ran one of its main rivals. That's complete not right. Think about that for an example about that. Fox wanted to expand Fox Kids worldwide, so they made an agreement with Saban Entertainment to merge and called it Fox Kids Networks Worldwide, which was renamed to Fox Family Worldwide thanks to an acquisition of that family entertainment company who ran the Family Channel. In 2000, Fox affiliates were given the option to run Fox Kids from at a different time slot if they ran the news at 5. Some stations did delay Fox, and a lot of Fox affiliates wanted to use a time slot for Fox Kids to comply with EI. They added in the PBS series The Magic School Bus to the lineup because of the Children's Television Act imposed by the FCC. In 2001, the Fox affiliates decided that they wanted to use the time slot taken up by Fox Kids for their own programming. Not the Saturday morning time slot, the weekday morning time slot. So that way they could keep up more with NBC, ABC, and CBS. And the WB, excluding the WB. During 2001, Fox finally was fed up. And so Fox Kids, Fox Family Worldwide, and Saban Entertainment were all sold to the Walt Disney Company, the main rival who acquired ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, and revamped their Saturday morning block to Disney's One Saturday Morning, which was been renamed to ABC Kids. And Fox discontinued their daytime children's programming at the end of 2001. Fulfilling the wishes for the Fox Kids' affiliate to give more time for their own shows. Fox put up their Saturday morning time slot up for bidding, making 4Kids Entertainment to run programming for Fox Kids on Saturday mornings, which ended up the creation of 4Kids TV. After Fox Kids Worldwide had been replaced by Jetix Worldwide, Fox Kids played in repeats till September 7th, 2002. 7 days after what will remain of the poor Fox Kids block was finished off on September 7th, 2002, the Fox Box was launched. The Fox Box aired on Saturday mornings, filling the void that Fox Kids left behind, and acquired many of the shows that Fox Kids used to air, as well as adding new shows such as Kirby Right Back At Ya, Stargate Infinity, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Winx Club, Sonic X, One Piece, and Back to the Future the Animated Series. On January 22nd, 2005, the block was renamed 4Kids TV because 4Kids Entertainment was in charge of the block and collected all ad revenue from it, even though Fox's Standards and Practices Department was in charge of approving shows. I mean, didn't they not notice that they are not noticing that 4Kids Entertainment is licensing and do poor edits? On October 2nd, 2007, the CW announced that they would discontinue Kids WB and that they would sell their 5-hour programming slot to 4Kids Entertainment. Because 4Kids Entertainment announced that the free-to-air channel The CW would be getting a 4Kids block of its own called The CW 4Kids. What a mouthful. It first aired on May 24th, 2008. So, on May 17th, 2008, Kids WB on the CW network was discontinued due to fierce competition and lack of advertising. The time slot that was sold to 4Kids Entertainment... the Kids WB time slot was sold to 4Kids Entertainment, and they became in charge of programming. And so, the CW 4Kids was launched. The CW 4Kids carried on the legacy of Kids WB by filling the void that Kids WB left behind and acquired many of the shows that Kids WB used to air, like Tom and Jerry Tales, Eon Kid, Johnny Test, and many more. So basically, the CW 4Kids became the CW Kids, creating an unnecessary 4Kids network of redundancy like that. Like on a high level, Boomerang launching Cartoon Network 2010 shows and Nicktoons launching live action shows. Soon, the block was rebranded entirely. Skunk Fu and Will and Do It and some other shows wrapped up their quiet time on the block. Well, Skunk Fu and Will and Do It are still there until 2009 or 2010 when the block is rebranded again and again in 2011 or something like that. So the CW4Kids now aired 4Kids its shows, which were from the main 4Kids TV block. And by the way, let's get back to 4Kids TV. Now, back to 4Kids TV. 4Kids TV show airs many of the shows that were acquired by 4Kids Entertainment and were syndicated to air on other Fox affiliates. But unfortunately, some of the Fox affiliates didn't want to air it. Also, by the way, the reason why the Fox box was renamed 4Kids TV is because some of the Fox affiliates doesn't want to air Fox box. So, even though 4Kids TV played on Saturday mornings, it also aired on Sunday mornings, due to a Fox affiliate not airing it on Saturdays because of their Saturday morning schedule. Also, 4Kids is known for over censoring and others, especially their famous one being One Piece, where they remove women's cleavage, replace weapons, and take away all forms of blood and serious injury, and change skin colors. That, of course, would shorten their versions of the series One Piece and will also earn them some negative criticism. In November 2008, 4Kids Entertainment announced that their 4Kids TV block will be discontinued by the end of the year due to 4Kids not paying Fox a time lease for a while and conflict with the network and Fox affiliates over not airing the block. Depending on where you live, 4Kids TV was shown off some other broadcast network channels, like the rate of let me see, My Network TV and the WB. If you do not know, even though the WB is still airing Kids WB, they also aired 4Kids TV on Sundays, strangely enough. Interesting how the WB affiliates ran Kids WB, also ran one of its main rivals on Sunday mornings. How could they? And that's kind of a bit of a problem, because that doesn't make no sense. But do you know what else doesn't make no sense? My Network TV airing children's programming. According to a Wikipedia page, the Wikipedia page of My Network TV state that they do not supply children's programming, but they did anyway, because they aired 4Kids TV on My Network TV, which does not make no sense whatsoever. I think the Wikipedia page that is making a fact about My Network TV was somehow lying. Yikes. This doesn't make no sense, and I'm really confused, mixed up, and I'm really confused. But My Network TV might be another story of a chapter for another video. Back to 4Kids TV. So, 4Kids TV on Fox and My Network TV were all officially discontinued on December 27th, 2008, but it soldiered on until January 3rd, 2009, when it was replaced by Weekend Marketplace, which is the block that airs infomercials. Over at the CW for Kids, it was announced that the CW for Kids will be renamed to the CW for Kids Toonzai. And so, the block was renamed to Toonzai on August 14th, 2010. This is probably for the best, as the CW for Kids is kind of a really big fat mouthful. Actually, it wasn't. Actually, the CW for Kids Toonzai has actually been of a big mouthful. In 2011, it was revealed that 4Kids Entertainment was secretly licensing various animes such as Yu-Gi-Oh! Or others to Funimations and other companies, and wasn't getting any profits to TV Tokyo or NAS, who made the shows or something like that. And so, both companies filed in a $4 million lawsuit against 4Kids Entertainment. And so, just like that, 4Kids filed in the Chapter 11 of bankruptcy protection. And the Bond Capital Group and Konami placed bids to acquire most of their assets over a year later. Konami received the U.S. rights to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Saban received everything else, including the rights to Toonzai. Or should I say, the CW4Kids Toonzai. Though the block was renamed to Toonzai, the CW4Kids name was still retained, just like how the Nick Jr. name was retained. And so, Saban took in charge of programming for Toonzai, and it was announced that the block on the CW would be replaced with Vortex on the CW. I hate to burst y'all bubble, even though 4Kids TV was trash, but, you did not know that, Toonzai, known as the CW4Kids, and Vortex carried on the legacy of Fox Kids. You did not know that, right? I can't believe no one didn't know that. I want you to look at a link in the description from Adore Entertainment and see if I'm wrong or I'm right. As for Fox, it's a shame that Fox was never able to have a solid footing in children's programming. The world was stacked against it, from fierce competition from its rivals including Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, to conflicts with 4Kids Entertainment and its own affiliates, the latter which especially haunted into the most very end. Sorry, Fox. I'm sorry to say this, but since Fox doesn't give a crap about children's programming, I don't want to watch Fox anymore. Because after oh boy, Fox does not really give a crap about children's programming anymore. What happened? Well, first they have Fox Kids, and then they automatically discontinued it, and by selling its own Saturday morning time slot straight to a company who licensed anime really poorly. What is going on and what happened? Oh, it's 4Kids Entertainment. 4Kids Entertainment was launched back in the 1990s and then did bad poorly dubbed edits like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I don't know, other anime, and gave themselves some negative criticism, and they sold their own stuff to Konami and Saban. What happened? Why? What happened to 4Kids Entertainment? What happened to their produced block, 4Kids TV on Fox? In this video, we're going to find out. So, before 4Kids TV, there was Fox Kids, launched in 1990. All Fox affiliates had the block at first, but some affiliates wanted to focus on news and businesses, so WSVN Miami dropped the block. Some other stations did drop the block, too. Fox signed an agreement with New World Entertainment to switch its stations from CBS, NBC, and ABC to Fox. New Fox stations decided not to air Fox Kids. Instead, they want to focus on new shows. Really? That's not a good idea. In response to this, Fox ordered Fox Kids to air Fox Kids at some independent stations. Some of them in some other states. Well, depending on where you live. Also, UPN ran Fox Kids on Saturdays, which is really interesting because some of the same UPN affiliates ran UPN Kids, also ran one of its main rivals. That's complete not right. think about that for an example about that. Fox wanted to expand Fox Kids worldwide, so they made an agreement with Saban Entertainment to merge and called it Fox Kids Networks Worldwide, which was renamed to Fox Family Worldwide thanks to an acquisition of that family entertainment company who ran the Family Channel. In 2000, Fox affiliates were given the option to run Fox Kids from at a different time slot if they ran the news at 5. Some stations did delay Fox, and a lot of Fox affiliates wanted to use a time slot for Fox Kids to comply with EI. They added in the PBS series The Magic School Bus to the lineup because of the Children's Television Act imposed by the FCC. In 2001, the Fox affiliates decided that they wanted to use the time slot taken up by Fox Kids for their own programming, not the Saturday morning time slot, the weekday morning time slot, so that way they could keep up more with NBC, ABC, and CBS. And the WB, excluding the WB. During 2001, Fox finally was fed up. And so Fox Kids, Fox Family Worldwide, and Saban Entertainment were all sold to the Walt Disney Company, the main rival who acquired ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, and revamped their Saturday morning block to Disney's One Saturday Morning, which was been renamed to ABC Kids. And Fox discontinued their daytime children's programming at the end of 2001, fulfilling the wishes for the Fox Kids' affiliates to give more time for their own shows. Fox put up their Saturday morning time slot up for bidding, making 4Kids Entertainment to run programming for Fox Kids on Saturday mornings, which ended up the creation of 4Kids TV. After Fox Kids Worldwide had been replaced by Jetix Worldwide, Fox Kids played in repeats till September 7th, 2002. 7 days after what will remain of the poor Fox Kids block was finished off on September 7th, 2002, the Fox Box was launched. The Fox Box aired on Saturday mornings, filling the void that Fox Kids left behind, and acquired many of the shows that Fox Kids used to air, as well as adding new shows such as Kirby Right Back At Ya, Stargate Infinity, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Winx Club, Sonic X, One Piece, and Back to the Future the Animated Series. On January 22nd, 2005, the block was renamed 4Kids TV because 4Kids Entertainment was in charge of the block and collected all ad revenue from it, even though Fox's Standards and Practices Department was in charge of approving shows. I mean, didn't they not notice that they are not noticing that 4Kids Entertainment is licensing and do poor edits? On October 2nd, 2007, the CW announced that they would discontinue Kids WB and that they would sell their 5-hour programming slot to 4Kids Entertainment. Because 4Kids Entertainment announced that the free-to-air channel The CW would be getting a 4Kids block of its own called The CW 4Kids. What a mouthful. It first aired on May 24th, 2008, so on May 17th, 2008, Kids WB on the CW network was discontinued due to fierce competition and lack of advertising. The time slot that was sold to 4Kids Entertainment... So, the Kids WB time slot was sold to 4Kids Entertainment, and they became in charge of programming. And so, the CW for Kids was launched. The CW for Kids carried on the legacy of Kids WB by filling the void that Kids WB left behind and acquired many of the shows that Kids WB used to air, like Tom and Jerry Tales, Eon Kid, Johnny Test, and many more. So basically, the CW for Kids became the CW Kids, creating an unnecessary 4Kids network of redundancy like that. Like on a high level, Boomerang launching Cartoon Network 2010 shows and Nicktoons launching live action shows. Soon, Soon, the block was rebranded entirely. Skunk Fu and Will and Do It and some other shows wrapped up their quiet time on the block. Well, Skunk Fu and Will and Do It are still there until 2009 or 2010 when the block is rebranded again and again in 2011 or something like that. So the CW4Kids now aired 4Kids its shows, which were from the main 4Kids TV block. And by the way, let's get back to 4Kids TV. Now, back to 4Kids TV. 4Kids TV show airs many of the shows that were acquired by 4Kids Entertainment and were syndicated to air on other Fox affiliates. But unfortunately, some of the Fox affiliates didn't want to air it. Also, by the way, the reason why the Fox box was renamed 4Kids TV is because some of the Fox affiliates doesn't want to air Fox box. So, even though 4Kids TV played on Saturday mornings, it also aired on Sunday mornings, due to a Fox affiliate not airing it on Saturdays because of their Saturday morning schedule. Also, 4Kids is known for over censoring and others, especially their famous one being One Piece, where they remove women's cleavage, replace weapons, and take away all forms of blood and serious injury, and change skin colors. That, of course, would shorten their versions of the series One Piece and will also earn them some negative criticism. In November 2008, 4Kids Entertainment announced that their 4Kids TV block will be discontinued by the end of the year due to 4Kids not paying Fox a time lease for a while and conflict with the network and Fox affiliates over not airing the block. Depending on where you live, 4Kids TV was shown off some other broadcast network channels, like the rate of let me see, My Network TV and the WB. If you do not know, even though the WB is still airing Kids WB, they also air 4Kids TV on Sundays, strangely enough. Interesting how the WB affiliates ran Kids WB also ran one of its main rivals on Sunday mornings. How could they? And that's kind of a bit of a problem, because that doesn't make no sense. But do you know what else doesn't make no sense? My Network TV airing children's programming. According to a Wikipedia page, the Wikipedia page of My Network TV state that they do not supply children's programming, but they did anyway, because they aired 4Kids TV on My Network TV, which does not make no sense whatsoever. I think the Wikipedia page that is made a fact about My Network TV was somehow lying. Yikes. This doesn't make no sense, and I'm really confused, mixed up, and I'm really confused. But My Network TV might be another story of a chapter for another video. Back to 4Kids TV. So, 4Kids TV on Fox and My Network TV were all officially discontinued on December 27th, 2008, but it soldiered on until January 3rd, 2009, when it was replaced by Weekend Marketplace, which is the block that airs infomercials. Over at the CW for Kids, it was announced that the CW for Kids will be renamed to the CW for Kids Toonzai. And so, the block was renamed to Toonzai on August 14th, 2010. This is probably for the best, as the CW for Kids is kind of a really big fat mouthful. Actually, it wasn't. Actually, the CW for Kids Toonzai has actually been of a big mouthful. In 2011, it was revealed that 4Kids Entertainment was secretly licensing various animes such as Yu-Gi-Oh! With others to Funimations and other companies and wasn't getting any profits to TV Tokyo or NAS. who made the shows or something like that. And so, both companies filed in a $4 million lawsuit against 4Kids Entertainment. And so, just like that, 4Kids filed in the Chapter 11 of bankruptcy protection. And Saban Capital Group and Konami placed bids to acquire most of their assets over a year later. Konami received the U.S. rights to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Saban received everything else, including the rights to Toonzai. Or should I say, the CW4Kids Toonzai. Though the block was renamed to Toonzai, the CW4Kids name was still retained, just like how the Nick Jr. name was retained. And so, Saban took in charge of programming for Toonzai, and it was announced that the block on the CW would be replaced with Vortex on the CW. I hate to burst y'all bubble, even though 4Kids TV was trash, but you did not know that Toonzai, known as the CW4Kids, and Vortex carried on the legacy of Fox Kids. You did not know that, right? I can't believe no one didn't know that. I want you to look at a link in the description from Adore Entertainment and see if I'm wrong or I'm right. As for Fox, it's a shame that Fox was never able to have a solid footing in children's programming. The world was stacked against it, from fierce competition from its rivals including Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, to conflicts with 4Kids Entertainment and its own affiliates, the latter which especially haunted into the most very end. Sorry, Fox. I'm sorry to say this, but since Fox doesn't give a out of the ordinary, Nickelodeon has been really fallen out of prime in recent years, ever since the present eras. But right now, I want to talk about a block that happens to be one of the most subjected parts on Cartoon Network, Magoozy. Magoozy was produced by William Street Productions and was the next part of Cartoon Network's action-adventure strategy. Now, this is another action adventures block, and also it was created by two creators who created the Masterminds of Toonami ever since 1997, when Betty Cohen was president of Cartoon Network and had checkerboard bumpers and the checkerboard logo. So, Magoozy is aimed at kids ages 6 through 11, and it's an afternoon block, a weekday afternoon block. It premiered in 2004 as a 2-hour block on weekdays, replacing Toonami's long-running time slot, which forced itself was moved to Saturday nights. Toonami replaced a block called SVES for short, known as Saturday Video Entertainment System, which is a block that airs like action cartoons like Dragon Ball Z and many more, and including the Powerpuff Girls, sort of like that. Despite seeing some major schedule change, this left a lot of Toonami fans upset. They still hold a grudge against Magoozy, saying, "What the hell is Magoozy anyway?" Magoozy is a CG block that aired on Cartoon Network. So, each day, a Leviathan, which is like a sea monster, would transport a 13-year-old host named Aaron, and goes under the sea to a 3D lounge under the sea, and also gets to hang out with some aliens that were seen in bumpers. I couldn't remember their names because I never heard of Magoozy ever since the 2000s. But I think Magoozy should really be brushed on the subject. So, shows that at launch on Magoozy were Totally Spies, Code Lyoko, Teen Titans, including the 2003 version of the Ninja Turtles. Now, they're heavily influenced by anime. Soon, eventually, Miguzi added some anime to the lineup, like Zatch Bell, Naruto, and One Piece. The bumpers are really good, and they weren't dumbed down to the audience. So the bumpers were often given to the creatures doing some visual gags or doing something funny like that, including this picture. We'll be right back, and then also close that off of the bumper with the Cartoon Network or /Muguzi.com logo with a punch effect, which was from like the Teen Titans part or something like that. Yeah, probably like that. Yeah, so each week the schedule often given us shows that were frequently joining and leaving from Miguzi. Despite seeing some major shows coming in, we see Pokemon being part of the block along with Ben 10, Life of Juniper Lee, including the Cartoon Network original codenamed Camps Next Door. We haven't seen a substantial change to Miguzi. Well, the block remained unchanged until 2006. In January 2006, the block was been pushed ahead, airing from 4 to 6, instead of weekdays from 5 to 7. During the summer, Miguzi was completely rebranded. Aaron, who has been the host of Miguzi, was eliminated. And even though some of the aliens remained, the environments that are 3D were eliminated as well, along in lieu of simplistic 2D backgrounds. I can't show y'all that because it would gross y'all out. Finally, in December 2006, Cole Lyoko from the block's original lineup was removed from the schedule. Miguzi's final months revealed that the block has turned into a shell of its former self, just like how Cartoon Network did, or is doing, along with Nickelodeon, and doesn't resemble what it used to be. However, there was some decent programming on the block, like Shaolin Showdown, probably Mucha Lucha or Naruto or Pokemon Advanced Battle, but the branding and schedule feels uninspired and completely been redundant. The block received the last few moments of Cartoon Network completely. Finally, in 2007, Miguzi was replaced by a new block called Master Control, where viewers can vote what show can air during that time slot from 4 to 6. But that only lasted a couple of months. Yeah, 2007 we see the end of Jim Samples, succeeded by Stu Snyder, who brought us live action. Oh my god. He probably might have overseen Miguzi. Did he? Oh yes, he did. I should have known. In September 2008, Toonami was canceled due to low ratings, and this is a clear indication that action-adventure programming will slowly disappear from the network. The remaining anime that remains top number one, which is rated TV PGV, was Naruto. But sadly, finally, sooner and better, Naruto, who was on Cartoon Network the longest, was removed. And so Naruto was moved to Adult Swim since its programming and its showing is rated TV PGV or TV-14. Now, Miguzi is really good. Also, kids like coming home from school every day, seeing some shows, but some kids did not like it during Miguzi's lifespan. People did have fond memories of it, coming home from school every day, watching shows like Static Shock, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, including Pokemon, Life of Juniper Lee, and many more. And soon into its lifespan, it wasn't really as fun as it was. Master Control, mediocre. Wish it had some anime to the lineup, like Zatch Bell, Naruto, and Funimation's One Piece. I prefer Funimation's One Piece rather than 4Kids' dub. Not real, not my. 4Kids is not my style foray, but I think Funimation should fix something like that. I hope William Street Productions would produce a block for Cartoon Network, which is like another action adventure strategy block. Who knows? Maybe in the 2020s, Cartoon Network will launch a new afternoon block to cash in on the 2000s and nostalgia craze. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you think of Maguzi? Do you watch it as a kid? Do you think it was smart? Do you think it was smart for William Street Productions or Cartoon Network to rebrand it completely since 2006? If so, what shows would you like to see if Maguzi comes back to us? Yeah, what would happen if Maguzi comes back to us? What shows would you want to see in the 2020s? What type of shows? Like, is it Codename Kids Next Door? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Anything. Choose anything that is action adventure genre. Like Generator X. So thanks for watching. And as always, stay tuned. When people look back at their childhood, everyone will remember Vortex on the CW. Vortex on the CW was really modern Fox Kids being in disguise because it was owned by Saban. But it's time we had to talk about first, before Vortex even launched. We need to talk about Fox Kids. So, how's Fox Kids doing? Well, Fox Kids was a failure back then, ever since it was discontinuation in September 2002. Let's see. It led to networks like Jetix and Foxbox, which later became 4Kids TV. Let's see the history and see how Fox Kids got there. Fox Kids, originally known as the Fox Children's Network and later as the Fox Kids Network, or stylized as Fox Kids, is a former children's programming block and branding for a slate of international children's television channels. It ran from September 8th, 1990 until September 7th, 2002, as a joint venture between the Fox Broadcasting Company and its affiliate stations, which has later been owned by Fox Family Worldwide. Fox Kids originated as a programming block that aired on Fox Network from September 8th, 1990 till September 7th, 2002. The block aired on Saturday mornings throughout its existence and Sunday mornings in Canada, with an additional block on Monday through Friday afternoons, airing until January 2002. Fox Kids is the only form of daytime television programming outside of sports aired by the Fox Network to date. Following the Fox Parent News Corporation's sale of Fox Kids Worldwide to Walt Disney in July 2001, Fox put up the remaining Saturday morning time slot out for bidding, with 4Kids Entertainment winning and securing the rights to program that period. The Fox Kids block continued to air until September 7, 2002, and the following week was replaced by the Fox Box by the 4Kids Entertainment Company on September 14, 2002. Which later became 4Kids TV. Fox Kids was best known for airing the most popular programs on the block, such as Bobby's World and the Power Rangers series, which, with the latter dominating the block's schedule, which with increased ratings in creating a franchise. Also, Fox Kids frequently used Power Rangers for its promotions due to the show's popularity. Outside the United States, the first Fox Kids branded television channel was launched in Australia on October 1st, 1995. It was launched on cable and satellite television provider Foxtel, not to be confused with the name Mattel. We're talking about Foxtel. Foxtel is an Australian paid television company. It then expanded to the UK and Ireland, launching on BSKYB in 1996, and after that it started broadcasts in Latin America on November the same year. Beginning in 2004, the international and Latin America's channels were gradually relaunched under the new brand, following Disney's acquisition of Fox Family Worldwide, Jetix. So, on September 8th, 1990, the Fox Children's Network was launched. But soon in 1991, they rebranded it to Fox Kids Network. All Fox affiliates had to block at first, but instead they wanted to focus on news and business, and Fox Kids wasn't neither of those. WSVM Miami was the first affiliate to drop the block. Fox signed an agreement with New World Entertainment to switch its stations from ABC, CBS, and NBC to Fox within the upcoming months in the 90s. Many of these new Fox stations decided not to air Fox Kids, but instead to air news and businesses. Like, they want to focus on news, weather reports, and new shows. In response to this, since Fox doesn't give a sucky crap about children's programming, Fox ordered Fox Kids to air in some independent stations, alongside Kids WB and UPN Kids. This also includes Fox 29 Philadelphia, WTXF. The block was originally been headed by President Margaret Loesch, who used to be president of Hub Network until 2014, when it was replaced by a new president who relaunched the Hub as Discovery Family. So, some stations like KTI St. Louis and other shows would air Fox Kids, the afternoon block, at a different time slot and lead it into evening news. A few years into Fox Kids' run, Warner Brothers produced shows were added, such as Animaniacs, Tiny Toon Adventures, and Batman the Animated Series. In 1995, when the WB was launched, fall alongside Kids WB in September of 1995 of that year, the Warner Brothers produced shows were added. Fox Kids kept in high ratings. Much like Toon Disney, Fox Kids aired live-action, anime, and animated shows towards the children and teenagers. They even aired Transformers. They even aired George of the Jungle. During the 90s, the late 90s or mid-90s, Fox wanted to expand Fox Kids worldwide, so they made an alliance with Saban to merge and call Fox Kids Networks Worldwide, thanks to Saban, but soon evolved into Fox Family Worldwide, thanks to an acquisition of Family Entertainment, who ran a family channel. If there's only one thing that could become the bane of Fox Kids, the block's existence, it's the Children's Television Act. Imposed by the FCC, these networks manifested themselves with the introduction of EI. EI stands for Educational and Informative. That's why EI would appear in PBS Kids shows, the EI symbol. This new law stated that children's programming must air at least educational programming per week and a day. The shows Fox Kids aired did not comply with EI, so in 1998, they added the former PBS series, The Magic School Bus, to the lineup. Around the time, the schedule the afternoon schedule by Fox Kids was reduced to 2 hours. In 2000, Fox affiliates were given the option to push the block up to 2 to 4 p.m. instead to 3 to 5 p.m. if they ran the news at 5. Some stations delayed Fox from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Most children would be at school by then, and it wasn't highly rated anyway. A few stations decided to use the time slot to add a Magic School Bus to comply with EI. Never mind the fact it wasn't that big of an audience to enjoy it, but anything to comply with the education programming rule. But it wasn't just EI that Fox Kids was having trouble with all this time. It had once been the king of kids' TV and ratings ever since 1992. But ever since 1998, It was dethroned by ABC's recently launched One Saturday Morning, Disney's One Saturday Morning, which later been rebranded to ABC Kids. It was then overtaken again by one of its main competitors, Kids WB, thanks to Pokemon, Indigo League. The other networks simply offer better quality shows, a problem that was largely caused by Fox Kids losing the rights to the Warner Brothers produced shows a few years early. And no matter what they did and what they can come up, Fox Kids just couldn't keep up with the rest of the big three pack. As if Fox Kids was having a hard time already, the end of Fox Kids happened ever since 2001. In 2001, 20 years ago, the Fox affiliates decided that they wanted to use the time slot taken up by Fox Kids for their own programming so they can keep up with more of ABC, CBS, and NBC. But then, in that year, Fox finally had enough. Fox Kids, Fox Family Worldwide, and Saban Entertainment were sold to the Walt Disney Company. After Fox Family was sold to the Walt Disney Company in July 2001, Fox Kids was placed under the oversight of Fox Television Entertainment. Disney let Fox Television Entertainment oversee the dying brand and let them operate it at Fox TV headquarters in Hollywood. Oh yeah, Fox knew that the writing was on the wall for Fox Kids. And in December 2001, Fox discontinued their daytime children's programming in December 2001, giving back the time to its affiliates to give more time for their own shows. In addition, from September 2001, the weekday block was discontinued. The network's flagship on WNYW New York and KTTV deferred it to their UPN affiliate sister stations, while continuing to air the block on Saturday mornings. In addition, in 2002, Fox put up its children's programming block up for bidding, and 4Kids Entertainment, then producers of the English dub of Pokemon Indigo League, producing the remaining 4-hour Saturday of time period of Fox Kids for its programming. 4Kids Entertainment was sold the rights to air Fox Kids on Saturdays, and they did so until September 7th, 2002, when the plug was finally pulled from altogether on the poor Fox Kids block. Fox Kids was replaced 7 days later by the Fox Box, which was run by 4Kids Entertainment. In fact, on January 22nd, 2005, Fox Box was renamed to 4Kids TV, and it ran until December 27th, 2008. To recap, in November 2008, 4Kids Entertainment announced that their 4Kids TV block would be discontinued by the end of the year, due to 4Kids not paying Fox a time lease for a while, and conflict with the network and Fox affiliates over not airing the block. The block will be shown off by the WB and My Network TV. Sound familiar? 4Kids TV ran until December 27th, 2008. Fox would never again venture into the realm of children's TV. Internationally, Disney continued to run the Fox Kids channel until 2004, when it was replaced by Jetix. If you guys want to learn more, you should watch Medora Entertainment's video or my video about Jetix. So, the reason why Fox Kids failed was simply because it wasn't planned like it could have been, and also, it just wasn't really needed in the end. See, it's clear from the early 90s onwards that the affiliates, all the Fox affiliates who had the block, didn't like what Fox Kids had did to their schedules. They simply increased the scheduling over and over. And this is what made the affiliates get ticked off. But it did maintain good ratings because of Power Rangers. It wouldn't keep those ratings. And due to the fact that the FCC, it was inevitable that Fox Kids would crumble. After Fox Kids was replaced by Jetix Worldwide, Fox Kids played on repeats till September 7th, 2002. While Fox Kids ended its existence on broadcast television in the United States, Disney insulted a 2-hour block morning lineup on its newly ABC Family cable channel, known as ABC Family's Action Block. That was programmed similar to Fox Kids and featured content oriented on the block. Internationally, Disney temporarily retained the Fox Kids brand for the international channels in Europe, Israel, and LA, Latin America, acquired through the purchase of Fox Kids Worldwide, which later became ABC Family Worldwide after the sale was purchased and was completed. In 2004, Disney began branding its action and adventure programming from the Fox Kids library as Jetix. Jetix internationally replaced the Fox Kids blocks and channels, and in the US, Jetix coexisted with Foxbox. And in the US, Jetix had blocks on Toon Disney and ABC Family, which been rebranded into Freeform. Jetix on Toon Disney was a primetime lineup block. Soon, Disney XD was launched, replaced Jetix and Toon Disney. However, the Fox Kids name was used again for a web series, Fox Kids Movie Challenge, produced by 20th Century Fox Studios for the Fox Family Entertainment YouTube channel. See? The Fox Kids isn't dead yet. But then, in 2012, Vortex was launched, replaced Toonzai, which was originally known as the CW for Kids Toonzai. CW for Kids had nothing but shows from 4Kids TV, according to someone. Soon later, it was rebranded as Toonzai, and then became Vortex on CW. Vortex on the CW. Welcome back to another history video where we talk about all the children's networks in the past and present. This is the next history video, and this is along significance of Cartoon Network. This one's about Cartoonito under the title Cartoonito Network, Cartoon Network's preschool network. Cartoonito is a brand name used by AT&T's Warner Media for a collection of television networks and programming blocks aimed at preschool-aged children. It was launched in September 4th, 2006, and that was 14 years ago. And it's a preschool network of Cartoon Network. And also, it was also launched in United Kingdom, Ireland, Italy, Middle East, Turkey. It's also going to be upcoming Latin America, EMEA as an upcoming relaunch, Asia an upcoming relaunch, and later the United States. For those who don't know what Cartoonito is, it's a preschool channel in the United Kingdom, just around where me and the UK lives. But before we get to the script about what Cartoonito is, we're going to talk about how it was built in. In 1996, Cartoon Network decided to create a Sunday morning block of preschool programs. This is This is the first one called the series called Big Bag, a live-action puppet television program created by the Children's Television Workshop, the creators who created the Mind Masters of Sesame Street. And then there's another show called Small World, a children's animated anthology show / a variety show, and also Cave Kids, a preschool spinoff of the Flintstones, a Hanna-Barbera cartoon produced spinoff starring Pebbles, Flintstone, and Bam Bam Rubble. Small World aired in several countries, except for Japan, Canada, China, and Korean, and many syndicated respective of their shows. Cave Kids only ran from September to November of that year. Big Bang ran until 1998, while Small World continued until 2002. In 1997, from 2001 to 2005, after the merger of Turner Broadcasting with Time Warner, Warner Brothers Animation announced Baby Looney Tunes, an original preschool series inspired by a line of pre-existing merchandise. Production had been finished by January 2001. The pilot aired on June 3rd of that year. Once the pilot proved a success, work on Baby Looney Tunes resumed and officially premiered on July 28, 2001. The series ran on the Kids WB block from 2002 to 2005, while continuing its original run on Cartoon Network until October 16, 2006. In 2003, Cartoon Network's Indian counterpart introduced Tiny TV, a weekday morning block of acquired preschool cartoons such as Bob the Builder, Kipper, Noddy, and Oswald. By 2006, the block had expanded to Cartoon Network's channels, such as Australia and Southeast Asia, as well as on Boomerang. In the latter region in Latin America, where it was on, it's known as Mini TV. Each block carried their very own lineup of programs, with the only few shared between feeds. Tiny TV was discontinued in 2007, but was temporarily revived as Pogo, a sister channel to Cartoon Network India, in 2010. In the US, Cartoon Network's first attempt to air in a weekday morning block is a Tickle You block, and this was a huge flop. It was launched in August 2005 and it was axed in January 2006. However, the shows continue to remain on the channel, which are Gorton the Garden Gnome, Firehouse Tales, Little Robots, and Peppa Pig, and Firehouse Tales continue until January or somewhere in 2007. If you want to learn more about that, I suggest you watch my history video about Tickle You. The link will be in the video description. On September 4th, 2006, Cartoon Network 2 debuted a new programming block called Cartoonito. Its runtime ran from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, featuring some series in Cartoonito and were acquired from other countries around the world and were available in both English and French. The block later got its own official channel on May 24, 2007. In May 11th, Turner Broadcasting System Europe announced a rollout of the Cartoonito brand across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Under the arrangement, programming blocks will launch on Cartoon Network or Boomerang channels in that region. Additional 24-hour channels launched in Italy and Spain, while a third, this time for Southeast Asia, launched the following year. So Cartoonito premiered on September 4th, 2006 on Cartoon Network 2, which timeshared with Turner Classic Movies 2, and Cartoonito expanded as a whole channel, full-fledged 24-hour channel, replacing Toonami UK's former channel space. From From September 2009 to March 2010, a morning Cartoonito block aired on Boomerang until its launch on Virgin Media. So, event of all of these, Cartoonito launched in Central and Eastern Europe, France, India, and Pakistan. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Italy, Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia, Spain, Turkey, and United Kingdom and Ireland. Well, United Kingdom and Ireland were the first. And soon they're gonna be on Latin America. In the United States, with the announcement on October 6th, 2020, Warner Brothers Global Kids, Young Adults, and Classics President Tom Ashheim, who used to be the original president at Noggin, which was under the partnership with Nickelodeon and CTW, Children's Television Workshop, now a Sesame Workshop, announced that Cartoon Network would be expanding to a preschool audience and a family audience. In other words, is that he is expanding Cartoon Network into families now, with Cartoon Network's new upcoming preschool show after 15 years, Bat Wheels. I can't believe it's a thing. It's still a thing. And on February 5th, 2021, after an interview with Kidscreen, Ashheim announced that Cartoon Network will be expanding its programming offerings at families, girls, and preschoolers. The interview coincided with the acquisition of the broadcast rights to you guys are gonna be mad when I say this, Thomas and Friends All Engines Go, a reboot of the original Thomas and Friends series. To those of you guys who were wondering, is it the 25th season of Thomas and Friends? No, it's not part of Thomas and Friends season 25. Thomas and Friends, the original series, had ended after season 24. And just soon, just 12 days after, on February 17th, Warner Media announced that the official Cartoonito block USA would launch on Cartoon Network in the fall with an additional streaming component for HBO Max, launching with brand new series such as Bugs Bunny Builders, Lil Ellen, Tom and Jerry Jr., Bat Wheels from Warner Bros. Animation, Bees Block, and Mecha Builders, which are from Sesame Workshop, Jessica's Big Little World, a preschool spinoff of Cartoon Network's original series Craig of the Creek, and with some acquired programming. Lady Boogaloo, Lucas the Spider, and Mush Mush and the Mushables. It was also announced that Cartoon Network will be premiering in Latin America and other regions. However, as of recently, Cartoon Network has not been invested in certain regions. However, due to the merger part company of Warner Media and Discovery Inc. For those who do not know, Warner Media and Discovery Inc. are going to be planning to merge as Warner Media Discovery, or Warner Brothers Discovery, I think. I thought so. In May 2021, it was announced that Warner Media UK and EMEA is working on the relaunch of Cartoonito in through their region. Through a promo, it was confirmed that the brand will launch next year in Latin America. To be honest, some people said Cartoonito USA should have been the morning part of Boomerang, but Tom Ashheim claims it should be on Cartoon Network rather than Boomerang. I think Boomerang might get a structure later on. If Cartoonito does premiere on Cartoon Network, would that entail for Boomerang? Would Cartoonito air brief time on Boomerang USA? I don't know. I actually want to see Cartoonito USA just for the heck of it. And it's pretty interesting that Cartoon Network is coming back into the preschool market. So what would that entail for Cartoon Network? Well, Cartoon Network will be running until 11 or 10 p.m. like how Adult Swim will be originally launched. You see, Adult Swim will be losing rights to one of the 3 20th Century Fox shows. Probably American Dad, but also going to be Bob's Burgers and Family Guy. The reason behind all this is because they're not an Adult Swim show. They're not Adult Swim shows. So they're just acquired series. And their offerings on Adult Swim is going to be evolutionary and going to be turned into Fox. I'm excited for Cartoon Network to come this fall, as for many of you guys. But I'm afraid, sadly, to some people, they're not excited. Despite seeing some major schedule changes to Cartoon Network, this left a lot of Cartoon Network fans upset. They're holding a grudge against Cartoonito, signing petitions, saying hashtag down with Cartoonito, save Teen Titans Go, save Cartoon Network. Cartoon ain't going nowhere. It's not going to become a preschool channel. I think you guys misunderstood what Tom Ashine meant. They're putting in new programming blocks. I mean, hello, they're adding programming blocks to their lineup so that way they can have some variety programming. So that way they can keep up with more of Nick and Disney. Like what somebody said, Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon were once rivals with their Nicktoons. Back then, Nickelodeon didn't care about just live action. They just care about cartoons. Under their banner, Nicktoons. And Cartoon Network cared about their own cartoons, which is coming back soon. But only not as a programming block. It's not going to be a programming block. It's just going to be pilots. And this is in preparation for people to just express their ideas of what cartoon they might make. Because if you look at Cartoon Network back in the 90s, they had great cartoons. Mike, Lou, and Og, Courage the Cowardly Dog, and many others. Cartoon didn't care about battling against Playhouse, Disney, and Nick Jr. They didn't care. They just wanted to battle with Nickelodeon. If you do guys know, Nickelodeon was the big kid on the block. They were the best place to watch cartoons, but all the time cartoons just use their tushies to just push Nickelodeon aside. Despite seeing some major schedule changes, people are still going to say down with Cartoonito and others. And if Cartoonito does premiere, they're going to still hold a grudge against Cartoonito. And this is why people is going to think Cartoon Network, quote unquote, said they're going to become a preschool channel later on. Why would Cartoon become a preschool channel? Oh, I remember. If you look at Noggin, they became a preschool channel because, let me see. To recap, in 2001, the Jim Henson Company sold its stake and interest in Noggin and its rights to the Sesame Street Muppets to Sesame Workshop, leaving Ubi as the only show left for preschoolers on Noggin. So Tom Ashheim had to split Noggin into 2 blocks because of issues. And it was a success, and the end was launched in the old Noggin's place. As for the state of cartoons that are going to be in the near future, I think this is going to be a good thing. Minus the live action stuff that are going to be on Cartoon Network, but it does add some variety into the mix. And for Cartoon Network, they're going to launch Weekend Family Movie Nights. Yeah, they're bringing back movies. They're adding blocks to their lineup, and Lego Movie 2 was the start of it. They added Detective Pikachu, though it's only a live action movie, but who cares? They added Lego Movie 2, Wonder Woman 2017, many much others. They added Despicable Me on Cartoon Network, part of their spring breakaway moments. Destination, Cartoon Network. And also, Cartoon Network is restructuring. They got this redraw your world era now. They retired CM mashup for Redraw Your World. They're just going to be expanding families and preschoolers. And there's gonna and people are gonna ask me, is Cartoonito going to be battling against Playhouse Disney, now Disney Junior and Nick Jr.? The answer will be a yes. Like I said, Disney Junior and Nick Jr. are rivals, just like their parent companies, Nick and Disney. Nick and Disney are the biggest of the baddest to see who's better. I say neither of them. Neither Cartoon Network or Disney Junior, Nick Jr., Nickelodeon, or Disney Channel aren't the best. I should say neither of them because none of them are, because all of them are just being show-offs. In fact, I would not be surprised if Nick or Disney Jr. would capitate to bring back their classic cartoons, classic live action, or other shows in not too long. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you guys think of Cartoonito coming in the US? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea? Express your opinions. Also, before people start saying hashtag say Cartoon Network, they're just added programming blocks to their lineup. Also, to Cartoonito USA haters, express your opinions why you do not want Cartoon Network to launch Cartoonito. Express your opinions, and I'll respect your feelings on this. You just need to understand. I named my Tickle You video that Time Cartoon Network aired preschool programming for young children, as Tickle You wasn't really popular and it was lacking of original Cartoon Network programming that it featured, only featuring imported shows from Britain, or British, or from the UK and Ireland. But right now, we need to talk about Boomerang's big flop block that is supposed to be a primetime block of its own. What I'm talking about is weeknights at 8:30. Weeknights at 8:30 was a primetime premiere block on Boomerang, Cartoon Network's sister channel, and it was supposed to premiere shows that it aired on Cartoon Network, and some of them aired first on Boomerang. So let's all dive on in to see how it became to be and why did it flop. Weeknights at 8:30 was a failed Boomerang programming block that featured modern-ated shows. It debuted on October 5th, 2015 and ended in January 29th, 2016. The block would air on weeknights at 8:30 p.m. and it was created to feature new episodes of Be Cool Scooby-Doo, DreamWorks Dragons, Riders of Burke, The Garfield Show, Shaun the Sheep, and Sonic Boom. Be Cool Scooby-Doo was supposed to be one of Boomerang's new original series, passing it off as Boomerang Originals. DreamWorks Dragons, it was supposed to be a show created for Cartoon Network, but was moved to Boomerang for its primetime premiere block. The Garfield Show was moved to Boomerang and after leaving Cartoon Network and moving on to the Throwback Channel, and Sonic Boom. It was supposed to be made for Cartoon Network, but was moved to Boomerang as well. So Boomerang's primetime premiere block gave everybody a lot of hard pressure from the Boomerang channel for a while. And I didn't even notice a thing. And I didn't know about weeknights at 8:30. This block airs much of the programming, like Be Cool Scooby-Doo on Mondays, Garfield on Tuesdays. Then there's Wednesdays, it is DreamWorks Dragons. Or is it Shaun the Sheep? I think it was Sonic Boom. I just don't know. I just don't remember which one is in order. I think Be Cool Scooby-Doo came first. Garfield came on Tuesdays. Then Shaun the Sheep aired on Wednesdays. Thursdays is Sonic Boom, and DreamWorks Dragons Riders of Birth on Fridays. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this was supposed to be a primetime premiere block, and was supposed to help Cartoon Network ever since Cartoon Network's 8 p.m. primetime hour was given to Adult Swim, ending them earlier than ever at 8 p.m. In my all honesty, on January 19th, 2015, when I woke up, I was watching the Garfield show, and I didn't even notice anything about Boomerang, but I think I did a few moments when I woken up and see what happened. And then I started seeing some Boomerang promos, which are the iconic logo with a new basic neon shape, similar to Cartoon's Check It 3.0 brand at the time. And I still didn't even know it was a thing. I think I was watching this blog called Martin Luther King Day. It was part of this marathon of the Garfield show, marking as Boomerang's 2015 rebrand. Yeah, I think that was the one that I saw. It only lasted on January 19th, 2015, and then it ended on January 29th, 2015. Well, in my honesty, weeknights at 8:30 became a huge flop. Boomerang pulled Christina Miller as well. Christina Miller really pulled the big flop on Boomerang like that from everybody for a while. Ever since then, I still haven't noticed anything. I still haven't noticed about the promo still going on. But I did, but back then, when I was still growing up with Boomerang, I still watched it. And I even told my family about Boomerang rebranding to a brand new look. But my mother was pretty surprised about that. Why would they even change it? And even when I was still young, I still kept on watching Boomerang and saying to myself, where are the other cartoons at? It was in my head saying, where's all the older cartoons? Why is it still Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry still on the channel, even though they're classic cartoons? Why are they still there? The other cartoons are gone, but what happened? Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't know that somebody got fired over at Cartoon Network. And this was none other than Stuart Snyder, the guy that brought live-action shows to Cartoon Network. He got fired due to the dispute between the newly hired Turner president David Levy. Stuart Snyder had left Cartoon Network in March of 2014, and 3 months later, replaced by Christina Miller. And I also didn't recall, and I also did not know and recall that everyone was criticizing her, and according to DC Network, Christina Miller has been accredited to destroying Boomerang like that. And did Christina Miller destroy Boomerang? I don't know. I just don't know what happened. She just made Boomerang into a streaming service, which I knew about because while I was on the Boomerang channel or the Cartoon Network channel, I saw a streaming service app of Boomerang, and when I seen the commercial, it was pretty interesting. but to everybody else, nobody didn't like it. Christina Mo had made the Boomerang channel into a streaming service, leading the channel into a wasteland that is a Cartoon Network 2.0. And all of a sudden, everybody's still holding a grudge against Christina Miller as Boomerang got its own original programming. Bunnicula, Big Cool Scooby-Doo, Wabbit, now known as New Looney Tunes, and others. And they're taking content and passing it off as Boomerang Originals. I didn't know that. I just didn't know. I just did not know. And to be honest, that took potential away from Cartoon Network but putting them on Boomerang. It makes sense because the channel's always been on autopilot for the past few years and it's still going on. But now, look what we do, and look what we see. We fast forward, and Cartoon Network went from a Cartoon Network 2.0 to the Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, and Scooby-Doo network. And it felt pretty unnerving. In my honesty, weeknights at 8:30 became a big flop for Christina Miller and Boomerang Report, trying to help out Cartoon Network, who shifted their way from action shows to become a channel dedicated to younger children. This led everybody else, myself included, wondering who did this? The newborn children. This led to everybody else, who are newborn children, myself included, who did this to Boomerang in the first place. And when I seen DC Network's video, it was Christina Miller. In my honesty, I just personally don't like the new Boomerang. But judging by the look, this means that it's gonna have that look forever. It felt pretty unnerving to see Boomerang rebranding. Boomerang never rebranded. It was the place and was the hub of classic cartoons. But all of a sudden, they somehow repositioned as a Cartoon Network 2? Yeah, I think so. I think there was this thing called channel drifting. You see, channel drifting is where a TV channel drifts away from their old demographic look to shift their focus to a newer demographic range. Like what happened to the WB network, which was declining from 2003 to 2006. It was their network's attempt to attract a broader young adult audience, and it did not go so well. So yeah, we all went from Boomerang, it's all coming back to you, to Boomerang. It's not all coming back to you. But the good news is that we got MeTV. Yeah, MeTV is a channel that's dedicated to classic cartoons and classic shows. What's more cool is that MeTV brought back Saturday morning cartoons. And I like to remember, back when Cartoon was founded, David Kane and MGM, Warner Brothers Animation, Hanna-Barbera reran channel. And then they moved other stuff to the Boomerang block, and then Boomerang became so popular, now Boomerang got its own official channel, but now Boomerang went from an awesome place to a bleh. And now MeTV started as a live-action classic library of old shows, and then they started getting classic cartoons from Warner Brothers Animation, and now MeTV is now cool. MeTV has basically become a Boomerang 2.0. Not yet. We still need your older cartoons, but we're getting close anyway. Let me know in the comments. Do you remember weeknights at 8:30? Do you remember how it launched? What do you think Boomerang could have done in order to make a successful classic cartoon library channel? Oh, in PS, sorry for the low video qualities. And as always, like every video, stay tuned for brand new videos coming your way. Thank you very much. Friday Night Nicktoons was a programming block that ran on Nickelodeon from July 12, 2002 until December 17, 2004. Its original time slot was on from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. before expanding from 7 to 10 p.m. towards the end of the block's run. It debuted in summer 2002 and ended in almost Christmas 2004. And it was created to compete with Cartoon Network's Cartoon Fridays, later known as the Cartoon Network's Fridays block. Nickelodeon decided to rival Cartoon Network in primetime, titled Friday Night Nicktoons. It airs on Friday nights, and here's the first few history from 2002 to 2004. So, Friday Night Nicktoons premiered in 2002. The block took place in a CGI animated building Lucent based on the Nickelodeon Animation Studio in Hollywood. The branding featured characters from different series interacting with each other in the studio. Inside the building included sets of different Nicktoons, along with a giant sentient binocular, the block's logo, and mechanical arms. Characters from different Nicktoon series up to the block's creation could be spotted in the intro sequence and the bumpers, but only the following shows actually aired on the block during the Nicktoons Animation Studio era, including The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, Chalk Zone, Fairly Odd Parents, My Life as a Teenage Robot, SpongeBob SquarePants, Oh Yeah, Cartoons, and Invader Zim. So, from 2002 to 2004, it was the Nicktoons Animation Studio era of Friday Night Nicktoons. And from 2004 onwards, there was the Primetime Nicktoons era and the Spaceship era. In spring 2004, Friday Night Nicktoons was temporarily been replaced by Primetime Nicktoons. Unlike Friday Night Nicktoons, the block used generic "We'll be right back" and "Now back to the show" bumpers. Yeah, same shows. The Jimmy Boy Neutron, Chalk Zone, Danny Phantom. Well, Danny Phantom was premiered on the block. Fairly Odd Parents came in 2002. My Life as a Teenage Robot and SpongeBob SquarePants, both of them premiered in 2002 as well. Yeah, so some of the shows remained on the block while Invader Zim was cut, replaced by Danny Phantom. Oh Yeah, Cartoons was also been cut as well. And then in fall 2004, Friday Night Nicktoons returned. On September 24th, 2004, Friday Night Nicktoons returned to the network. Nickelodeon got rid of the old FNN, Friday Night Nicktoons branding, and replaced it with bumpers based on the Nicktoons channel branding at the time. The block was extended to an hour early, now airing from 7 to 10. Unfortunately, it didn't live as long as it used to be. Friday Night Nicktoons was removed completely from the lineup. The following shows that aired during that era, including Chalk Zone, All Grown Up, Danny Phantom, Fairly Odd Parents, My Life as a Teenage Robot, and SpongeBob SquarePants, and The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. So Friday Night Nicktoons met a discontinuation fate only just 2 years later. So what happened? So what's going on? Why did Nickelodeon discontinue Friday Night Nicktoons? It seemed to be doing well. Is it the ratings? Or oh wait. Oh yeah. If you people are concerned, if you watch Volaski Bum's 94's video, the time Nickelodeon got invaded by Cartoon Network, you see, Cartoon Network made a commercial advertising and aired on the Nickelodeon channel, showing the cartoon characters on in the orange background and say that they're not supposed to be there. And they actually ticked off Nickelodeon for this. They actually did that, which it made some people move to Cartoon Network since Cartoon Fridays was doing great. But unfortunately, this is the reason why Friday Night Nicktoons was discontinued. Because Cartoon Fridays, later known as Cartoon Network's Fridays, had overshadowed Friday Night Nicktoons. Probably that. So Friday Night Nicktoons suffered from being overshadowed and somehow ended up getting canceled, unfortunately, less than just 2 years after its inception. Oh no. However, the next few years wouldn't be for the last because Nickelodeon brought back Friday Night Nicktoons. No, and not the way you guys think. It's just a night of Friday night premieres, featuring SpongeBob SquarePants, The Patrick Star Show, It's Pony, etc. But unfortunately, not even they're trying to revive Friday Night Nicktoons wasn't enough to save Nickelodeon at all. It's just lacking of Nicktoons. Yeah, they're just lacking of Nicktoons. So Friday Night Nicktoons failed because it just wasn't really successful from Nickelodeon's get-go. And probably it's because it was being overshadowed by Cartoon Network's Cartoon Fridays. And also it's because of Cartoon Network taunting at Nickelodeon. Yeah, y'all know the rivalry. Cartoon Network and Nick are now rivals, just like how they used to be in the 2000s. Both networks are struggling to see who is the best place to watch cartoons. I say neither of them are the best place. They're showing off. Cartoon Network shifting their focus to not just cartoons to live action and preschool. Oh, well, I get used to live action on a cartoon channel that's meant to produce cartoons, like Cartoon Network. And Nickelodeon, who only focus on live action, instead of live action and Nicktoons. What on earth? What's the point? Ain't. Both Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network are not the best in my book because I say they're show-off TV channels. Which is is my opinion. Yes, I still like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, but in my honesty, Nick and Cartoon Network are obviously showing off on me, just like James the Red Engine from Thomas and Friends for today. I always find something a bit wrong and mediocre for Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network as they got large of airtime of cartoons and live action shows. With Friday night still being the top number one in everyone's book, Friday Night Nicktoons somehow failed thanks to Cartoon Network's Cartoon Fridays advertising. I still think Cartoon Network is the place to watch cartoons, and it still is, because today on November 1st, Cartoon Network did a major facelift after Scooptober. Now they got this new tagline called "Redraw Your World: Centric Kids and Family Brands." It's gonna be aiming towards centric kids and family brands. This is it's somehow Cartoon Network is somehow refreshing their look now. Oh yeah, and don't get me started on Friday Night Slime Time on Nick. I know. Yes, I didn't know about this. Friday Night Slime Time was a block on Nickelodeon, which ran from September 23rd, 2005 until March 14th, 2006. Later been replaced by Nick Friday Night. I mean, seriously, can't Nickelodeon just bring back their original Friday Night Nicktoons? Come on, we need more. We need more cartoon battles with Nick and Cartoon Network. In conclusion, I think Friday Night Nicktoons should come back it since it had Nickelodeon hasn't been the same ever since they got the modern logo out. Yes. Yes. According to somebody that I know of, Nickelodeon is getting new shows, and yes, Brian Robbins isn't the best president, and he hasn't fixed the scheduling yet, but but he is trying to fix up Nickelodeon, even though they got some bad bad decisions. Among So apparently, everybody was still criticizing about a channel that was owned by Discovery Inc. and the toy company Hasbro. What I'm talking about is Discovery Family. Discovery Family was first introduced as Discovery Kids in 1996, and it became the hub on December 10th, 2010. And then it transitioned into Discovery Family on October 13th, 2014. Why is this? Why is this happening to us? And for some people, when the hub transitioned into Discovery Family, this isn't for the better, but for the worse. Why is this happening? We need to talk about the rise and the fall of Discovery Kids, aka Discovery Family, and aka the Hub. In October of 1996, Discovery launched Discovery Kids. On Discovery Kids was a morning block for younger children, similar to the blocks on Nickelodeon and PBS and Disney Channel, which would later become Nick Jr., PBS Kids, and Playhouse Disney. And this children's block on Discovery Kids was relaunched as Ready Set Learn. And as for Discovery Kids is dedicated to educational, science, and nature programs. And it's all for just for kids. Yeah, for kids. So Discovery Kids started out from mostly from the start to the end. They started out mostly with their own versions of their own Discovery Channel Animal Planet shows, as well as creating and making their own animated programs as well as syndicated ones, like Kenny the Shark, Time Warp Trio, Grossology, and Growing Up Creepy. Yeah. Also, not only Discovery Kids had their own animated programs, they also had their reality and drama series, as well as this Strange Days at Blake Halsey High, Flight 29 Down, Dinosapian, The Haunting Hour the series, as well as Clue or Spooksville. I should say Flight 29 Down to be a good drama series because it was awesome. Then there were comedy shows such as Scout Safari, Skunk TV, and Darcy's Wild Life. Yeah, those were all my childhood. But there's some things I never heard about are Acorn the Nature Nut, Jaws and Claws, Bonehead Detectives of Palo World, Real Kids Real Adventures. You get the rest when you are a 90s kid. If you are a 90s kid, maybe you should tell me about Acorn the Nature Nut and maybe Jaws and Claws and Bonehead Detectives of the Palo World or Real Kids Real Adventures. In April of 2009, Hasbro announced it and Discovery would relaunch Discovery Kids into the Hub. And it was launched on October 10th, 2010, or 10-10-10, to just to name a few. And when the Hub launched, it was a success. But unfortunately, it only lasted for 4 years. And here are the reasons why. One, not all people don't got the Hub network because it was on digital cable rather than basic cable. Like Xfinity, DirecTV, you know the cable. You know the cable stuff. 2. Mattel and Lego both refused to advertise the Hub since it's co-owned by Hasbro, the major rival. Number 3. Discovery never gotten a chance and never improved the Hub network from the get-go. And the Hub was incredibly overshadowed by streaming services such as Netflix, Hulu, you know it. That and Margaret Loesch, former Fox Kids president who was Hub Network president, had stepped down from her position. Discovery took in charge and acquired a controlling stake in the Hub Network from Hasbro, a 10% from Hasbro, and now the channel is now owned 60% by Discovery, while Hasbro remains the ownership of 40%. And on September 25th, 2014, it was announced that the Hub network will be relaunched and rebranded as Discovery Family due to those issues that I just named. Lack of advertising and refused to be advertised by Mattel and Lego. And then there was this issue called knowing that the troubling of the launch of the Oprah Winfrey Network was the notable factor in the whole mess. And then Hasbro deciding that they had staked way too much in their venture with Discovery and chose to cede the operation of the channel over to Discovery. And on October 13th, 2014, just a little bit 4 years after the launch of the Hub, they relaunched it as Discovery Family. Unfortunately, Discovery Family, aka the Hub, has lost the rights to certain shows like She's Out and Damn Versus. Yeah, I also call it for Animaniacs, Superman and Transformers Animated or something like that. Superman, Animaniacs, and Tiny Toon Adventures, Gem and the Holograms, and a few other shows because they lost the rights to them. Yeah, they lost the rights to Damn Versus. Y'all know it. They also, long time ago, they lost the rights to Grossology. They also lost Atomic Betty. And I recall they lost the rights to old family reruns like Gem and the Holograms, Sister Sister, Step by Step, Alf, the live-action sitcom series, etc. Also, not to mention that Discovery Kids used to have its own animated preschool original programming. They had like preschool shows like High Five, Animal Jam, Salty's Lighthouse, Hip Hop Harry, Peep in the Big Wide World, Todd World, The Magic School Bus, just to name a few. And not only that, Discovery Kids became a Nickelodeon and a Disney Channel and a Cartoon Network juggernaut that they made their own content, passing off as Discovery Kids originals. Yeah, this is actually the Discovery Kids I know. It honestly, and also, Discovery Kids was the home for this great animated shark, Kenny the Shark. That, and there's also another thing that the Hub's 10th anniversary was a huge disappointment. According to some people, that the Hub Network's 10th anniversary was a disappointment because Discovery Family had done nothing to celebrate it. No Damn Versus, no other shows, nada. They not even done anything for the Discovery Kids channels, like 10th or probably the 20th anniversary either. How very disrespectful. And right now, this current slate of Discovery Family today, we have some current programming like G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, The Transformers, Pirata e Capitano, Pac-Man, and the Ghostly Adventures. I thought it was on Disney XD. Oh wait, they lost the rights to it. Then there was live action series like Treehouse Masters, syndication from Netflix, Super Monsters, and True in a Rainbow Kingdom. When did they get the rights to Netflix? Then there's the Puppy Sitters Club, Chopped Jr., and the rest of the few other shows that were on the hub. There was My Little Pony Pony Life that ended after just a year. It ended after November 7th, 2020, just after a few months after its inception. I don't understand what's happened. And then there was Lola's Pet Shop, A World of Our Own. It got canceled after a few months after its inception too. Seems like much of the franchise, like My Little Pony Pony Life and Lola's Pet Shop, have been ruined or as reboots. And a process saying of these two new seasons or the two new reboots seems considered like bad. In my own honesty, Discovery Family still remains my big abandoned channel hour from Discovery for a while. I just don't like it. I don't like Discovery Family at all. I actually like it when it was Discovery Kids rather than the Hub. Don't get me wrong, I like the Hub network, though unfortunately just like Discovery Family, the Hub dropped a few Discovery Kids shows one by one. I didn't like that, as they were already a good success to Discovery Kids. It didn't leave a gaping hole with Discovery content. So this means that all the Hub had were family oriented programming like Hasbro stuff and acquired stuff. No Discovery content. I thought it might feature Discovery shows, but I think I was wrong. The remaining show that was still running on Discovery Family the longest was Kenny the Shark. That's right, the Kenny the Shark. Remember, he was first introduced on November 1st, 2003, alongside Tuttenstein, bannered as Real Tunes. They Kenny the Shark had ended on February 18th, 2005, and reruns started on February 19th. It ended in 2010, and then it came back in 2020. But only for the Shark Week thing, or the Shark Month thing. And then Kenny the Shark had ended on August 30th, 2020. Oh man, that was the last good Discovery Kids show. Discovery Family's Discovery Family's channel, that the channel had turned into a hollow shell of its former self and didn't resemble what it used to be. However, there was some decent programming on there, like My Little Pony or Pound Puppies, but their branding and their scheduling feels very bad and completely redundant, and they were being copied off. Yeah, Universal Kids. It's nowadays a Discovery Family Disney Channel wannabe. No offense to the Discovery Family Channel, but they've been copied off by Universal Kids. I personally think it was silly of them to replace Discovery Kids or replace the Hub. They could have just keep I wonder what type of shows that might be airing on Cartoon Network. Oh, wait, what about action shows? That's a good idea. Action shows.
But that's alright. Hush.
When people look back at action adventure genre on Cartoon Network, everybody will remember Generator Rex, Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, and Ben 10 Alien Force, as well as Magoozy, which is an action adventure afternoon block airing on Cartoon Network. But guys, I need to talk about a block that is more targeted towards the teenagers, which is almost similar to Noggin and the End before they started premiering as a preschool channel and an adult retro, aka a teenage channel, in 2002. And I'm talking about is Toonami. Toonami was developed by Ghost Planet Industries, now known as William Street Productions, and is this action adventure block on Cartoon Network. It launched in March of 1997 and is primarily focused on airing action adventure shows during prime time. Also, during that time, Toonami, in turn, it replaced the block called Power Zone, Cartoon Network's most recent incarnation of the Super Adventures block, which had been a staple of the network since Cartoon Network first debuted on October 1st, 1992. Toonami was originally a weekday afternoon cartoon action block hosted by Space Ghost villain turned producer Moltar, voiced by C. Martin Croker, at the Ghost Planet Industries building from March 17, 1997 to July 10, 1999. In July 1999, Cartoon Network relaunched Toonami with a new environment, the Ghost Planet spaceship Absolution, and a new host, a robot named Tom, voiced by Sonny Strait, which introduced viewers to him with this speech. So, it's a brand new Toonami, but the mission objectives remain the same. My name is Tom. I'm the new Moltar. Welcome aboard the Ghost Planet spaceship, Absolution. Cartoon Network's first and only interstellar broadcast and exploration vehicle. I'll give you the tour later. From this day forward, she is completely responsible for all Toonami transmissions. I'm taking you guys into the new millennium. No big changes now. Same shows, same attitude. New place to do it. New guy to do it with. I'm not going to waste any time. Let's get back into it later. Yeah, that's what he was introduced. That's what he just said. Also, during that day, Toonami introduced the Midnight Run, a late night block. It was originally a 5-hour Saturday night block, technically Sunday at midnight, Eastern Time, until March 2000, when it was moved to weeknights in an hour-long format, until January 2003. It consisted of anime such as Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, Voltron, Robotech, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, The Big O, Outlaw Star. The Midnight Run intend to have more blood and violence than its daytime counterpart, even running an uncut version of Gundam Wing between March and November of 2000. One special edition that started on Friday, August 31st, 2001. Featured music videos such as Clint Eastwood and Gorillaz and songs by Daft Punk. From their 2001 album, Discovery, the music videos of which constituted the 2003 Japanese-French musical Interstellar 5555 and Kenneth Hellbent. Another event was Dragon Ball Z taking over the Midnight Run for a week, starting on March 26th to March 30th, 1999. A Saturday morning incarnation of Toonami called Toonami Rising Sun. This is actually a Toonami block in the morning, ran from 2000 to 2001 at 9 a.m. to noon. It later ran from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., then 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This block was somewhat hampered to avoid competing with sister network Kids WB. Starting in September of 2000, Toonami presented special interactive special events known as Total Immersion Events, or TIEs for short. These TIEs took place on an area during Toonami and online at the official site, Toonami.com, and always occurred the week that the block's most popular series, Dragon Ball Z, returns for a new season. The first TIE was The Intruder, which introduced Tom's companion, an AI mattress known as Sarah, who was voiced by Sailor Cowboy Sally Timms. The Intruder was an 8-episode miniseries that aired on Toonami from September 18th to October 22nd of 2000. In involvement, the Absolution being attacked by an alien blob known only as the Intruder, which ultimately devoured Tom. Then, Cartoon Network relaunched Toonami again. From 2000 to 2002, there was the Tom 2 era. Though the Intruder resulted in the destruction of Tom, he was soon upgraded by Sarah, from a short Bomberman-esque character to a taller, sleeker, deep-voiced incarnation dubbed Tom 2, voiced by Steve Blum, who has been since the voice actor of all subsequent incarnations of the character. From July 30th, 2001 until June 28th, 2002, Kids WB, which has also been run by Time Warner, aired a Toonami block, which was part of the Kids WB afternoon lineup, which was redubbed the Aftertoon Show. This is sort of an extension of Cartoon Network's Toonami. However, unfortunately, it was critically panned by industry observers who noticed that the action branding of the block, which had added shows such as Generation O, Scooby-Doo, and The Nightmare Room, a live-action series created by Goosebumps author R.L. Stine, did not translate content-wise. In spring 2002, Kids WB publicly itself announced that the Toonami name would be dropped from their weekday afternoon lineup once again, making the Toonami brand be exclusive to Cartoon Network. The TIE Lockdown aired between September 17th to September 21st, 2001, and introduced the introduction of CartoonNetwork.com's first MMORPG, as well as a record-breaking amount of page views and ratings for the network. In Lockdown, Tom fights to save the Absolution from an attack by giant trash compactor trapped in hyperspace. The next TIE ran the week of September 16th to 20th, 2002. Sarah gets taken offline by a computer virus named Swayzak? Yeah. Whose voice actor is unknown, but is speculated to be Kara Payton. And Tom is trapped in hyperspace. He manages to defeat Swayzak before the Absolution hits Earth. The game tie in this event is lost. In 2003, Cartoon Network aired on Toonami Giant Robot Week, a 5-day special based on the Mecha series, which were licensed by AD Vision. The series shown were Neon Genesis Evangelion, Gigantor Robotech, Martial Successor Natsiako, and Diagard I'm sorry if I said the show's wrong. I duly apologize. On May 5th, 2001, Carter released Toonami Deep Space Bass, the official soundtrack album to the TV blog. During 2003 to 2007, Tom was revamped into a more muscular figure. And later on, they have gotten more shows. IGPX, known as Immortal Grand Prix, created by Toonami producers Sean Alkins and Jason DeMarco, and produced by Anime Studio Productions. IG aired in 5 short installments, serving as a pilot for the second Toonami original series, which premiered in November of 2005, just around where Carter tried to air preschool programming as an second attempt. On April 17, 2004, when Maguzi was launched, follow alongside some brand new shows, Toonami was moved to Saturday nights, which replaced this block called Saturday Video Entertainment System, or SVES for short. The reason why Toonami was moved to Saturday nights was because some of the shows during the weekday lineup became too violent for weekday broadcast on the network. So when that happened, that left a lot of Toonami fans upset. They still hold a grudge against Maguzi, and nobody didn't even notice. And this is why Cartoon Network quote-unquote died in 2004. That kind of explains what happened. So, the new Toonami lineup showcased anime such as Naruto, Rave Master, Duel Masters, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, One Piece, Bobo 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 Bo, Zatch Bell, Pokemon Chronicles, Teen Titans, and Megas XLR, a new Cartoon Network original, Justice League Unlimited, at IGPX, Toonami's first and only original series, co-produced by Production IG and Bandai Entertainment. Same guys who created some toys, Bandai Entertainment. Also, during the block's run, they implemented One Piece. The 4Kids Entertainment English dub of One Piece was added to the Cartoon Network Toonami lineup. Oh yeah, that was when people were criticizing it, because here's what 4Kids had did. They erased women's cleavage, replaced weapons with bamboo sticks, changed skin colors, and take away all forms of blood and serious injury. This, of course, would shorten their versions of series and would also earn them some negative criticism. Although Megas XLR was the only first American-made franchise to actually debut on the block, it was a Cartoon Network original. It was planned to be airing on Friday nights. Other Cartoon Network action properties, namely Samurai Jack, Teen Titans, and Justice League, aired on Toonami, but were not exclusive to the block until their final seasons. On January 27th, 2007, a tester commercial aired during the Shaolin Showdown Marathon on Cartoon Network, featuring close-up shots of larger Clydes, the remote robot explorers that had been a fixture of Toonami since the beginning, and 2 new robot AIs, along with the date, March 17th, 2007, and Tom's chest emblem glowing blue. On March 17th, Toonami celebrated its 10th anniversary with a new repackaging and numerous montages celebrating the block. Tom was revamped into a shorter robot who is a commander of a jungle control room, and aided by 2 new robots, Flash and D. The montages included a look at past hosts, former logos, and decades worth of clips and voiceovers from shows that aired on Toonami. Yeah, Flash and D, they were voiced by Dave Wittenberg, and D was voiced by Tom Kenny, the same guy behind SpongeBob SquarePants. And as part of this anniversary, and coincided with Cartoon's March Movie Madness event, Toonami planned another month of movies. And these are the Invisible Iron Man, Mosaic, Hellboy, Blood and Iron, Stanley Presents The Condor, Spirited Away, and Teen Titans Trouble in Tokyo. In my eyes, it might be a good thing for the blog to air movies. But unfortunately, it did not last this long. Because on September 20th, 2008, at the Anime Weekend Atlanta convention in Atlanta, Georgia, Cartoon Network publicly announced that they had canceled the Toonami block due to low ratings declines. And this was a clear indication that action adventure programming would slowly disappear from the network. And around 2008 and 2007, Stuart Snyder was president at that time. So Toonami aired its final broadcast later that same evening. The final show to air on the block was a rerun on Samurai Jack at 10:30 p.m. Employees who worked on the block moved to other parts of the channel, except for Dennis Moloney, who left Turner to work for Disney. Toonami Jetstream remained with the Toonami name until January 30th, 2009. At the end of Toonami's final airing, Tom Ford ended the block with a brief final monologue with backed by the story, Cascade by Taiko. Well, this is the end, beautiful friends. After more than 11 years, this is Toonami's final broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and we like to thank each and every one of you who made this journey with us. Toonami would have been anything without you. Hopefully, we've left you with some good memories. So, until we meet again, stay gold. Bang. After Toonami's final episode on TV, Toonami Jetstream's subsequent shutdown in 2009 marked the end of this incarnation until its brand's revival in 2012. On April 1st, 2012, just so around the 12th anniversary of Boomerang, Adult Swim aired the Toonami block for their annual April Fool's Day prank, in which would be the annual airing of The Room. After airing that week's scheduled episode of Bleach, the Toonami-related programming continued throughout the night, featuring shows such as Dragon Ball Z, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Tekai Monru, Outlaw Star, The Big O, Yo-Yo Hashiko, Blue Submarine number 6, Trigon, Astro Boy 1963, and Gigantor. The following day, Adult Swim posted a message to their Twitter page, simply stating, "Want it back? Let us know. Hashtag bring back Toonami." On April 4th, Adult Swim followed up this tweet with one stating, "Hashtag bring back Toonami." And they said, "We've heard you. Thank you for your passion and interest. Stay tuned." And on April 8th, Adult Swim aired 2 bumpers about Toonami's tweets and answered with, "We're listening and we're looking into it." Then Adult Swim on May 16th posted a message on Facebook announcing that Toonami will return on May 26th. The network issued a press later that day confirming the block's revival as a Saturday late night block. Toonami made its return on May 26th with an initial lineup consisting of the current Adult Swim action programs, along with Dead Man Wonderland, Cash and Sins, and on August 18th, Samurai 7 and Eureka 7 replaced Dead Man Wonderland and Cowboy Bebop, and since the revived block is very similar to the midnight run of the original, airing uncut program as well as having more mature themes. On October 6th, Toonami expanded to a full 6-hour block. Symbiotic Titan and Thundercats were added to the lineup. Tenchi Mayo GXP was added and was announced as the next premiere on November 3rd as well as the return of Enyusha. I'm sorry if I say that show's name wrong. On November 22nd, Toonami announced they would air uncut episodes of Naruto and confirmed that Bleach would enter reruns for 8 weeks beginning on December 1st. In 2013, Toonami introduced us a brand new blue color scheme, using a similar scheme to introduce Inshia on November 3rd of the previous year. New episodes of Bleach began airing on March 26th. February 16th, Soul Eater began airing on Toonami, replacing Samurai 7. During MomoCon, new designs for both Tom and episodes were unveiled, along with the announcement of that overall design of the block will be changed. From 2013 to 2019, Toonami premiered with its new look, featuring the return of supporting host Sarah, now voiced by Adult Swim staff member Dana Sun. To kick off 2014, Toonami premiered the anime Space Daddy, and on January 4th, even before Japan, the anime ran for 2 seasons and 26 episodes before ending that September. The block introduced a new aesthetic on April 6th. So much of all these things that happened. On December 31st, 2016, Toonami aired a subtitled anime broadcast with the music video of Porter Robinson and Millions Shelter produced in collaboration with A1 Pictures and Crunchyroll. Music video. That's nice. Then there's September 29th. Toonami expanded full hours from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. with Naruto Next Generations as the Minecraft edition. On December 13th, it was announced that Toonami would remove Dragon Ball Z Kai and Samurai Jack from its lineup, cutting the block down to 6 hours, and announced that the block would be moved back and would air from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Starting on January 5th, 2019, because of Adult Swim taking back the 8 p.m. hour from Cartoon Network. Oh dear. We could see Cartoon Network keeps getting back the 8 p.m. time slot all of a sudden, but now Adult Swim keeps getting it back because of Toonami everywhere. We know how this all happened. Then, on May 13th, 2019, it was announced that Toonami would be shifting its whole block 30 minutes early, starting at 10:30 p.m. and ending at 3:30 a.m., cutting a half-hour rerun of Family Guy. The changes began on May 25th, 2019. So many changes that happened. Later on, from 2019 to the present, Toonami reduced the block to 5 hours, now airing from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. But now was pushed back from now airing from midnight to another time slot. They started airing newer shows like Food Wars, Shuguri no Soma, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind, and Adult Swim original series Ball Masters 9009, temporarily placing Toonami on Toonami starting on June 6th. And then there was this brand new Adult Swim original show such as Fena, Pirate Princess. You already may know because it airs as the head of the block on midnight. Now, no, this is from Adult Swim and Crunchyroll. I'm pretty sure people already know this by now. Well, I guess that explains all the stuff that happened. That's a lot. This is a lot of info about what happened from Toonami on Cartoon Network and then Toonami on Adult Swim. This is pretty amazing to see how Toonami evolved from 1997 to 2008 and then was relaunched in 2012 and is still going on in 2021. And they still keep up that edge with Food Wars as well as Fana Pirate Princess and others. It's too bad it cannot be coming back to Cartoon Network, but I still enjoy it. I still enjoy Toonami. To me, Toonami really rocks me to sleep every night when I watch Adult Swim on Cartoon Network. I still, even though it still is still perfect or not perfect, but it's a good thing to see action shows and it was a kick to watch. I still think it was personally silly to like move it up to push it back to midnight. But frankly, I don't even care anymore about that time slot anymore. Let me know in the comments. Do you have any memories with Toonami back then when you were younger? Today we need to talk about everybody's most favorite Saturday morning block on a network that is stylized as the WB network from 1995 to 2006. And the CW started in 2006 as its launch. And this block is owned by Warner Brothers Television Studios and part of Warner Media Entertainment. And I'm talking about is Kids WB. Kids WB was an American children's programming block that first appeared on the WB network from September 9th, 1995 until September 16th, 2006. It stayed on the WB until the WB was eventually been replaced by the CW on September 18th, 2006. The CW was created by CBS Corporation and Time Warner before it was known as Warner Media, before Warner Media, the brand sooner, to replace UPN and WB respectively. Kids WB would continue on the CW starting on September 23rd, 2006 until May 17th, 2008, when its time slot was sold to 4Kids Entertainment, the same company that was criticized for poor dubs, and was replaced by the CW for Kids. On September 9th, 1995, Kids WB first aired, and this is an attempt to compete against the dominance of Fox Kids at the time. It aired on Saturday mornings from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Monday through Fridays as a weekday afternoon block from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Just like Fox Kids aired as a Saturday morning block and a block on weekday afternoons. The foundation of Kids WB was made with Sylvester and Tweety Mysteries. That's Warner Brothers and Earthworm Jim and Freakazoid. They were the foundation of Kids WB first staying when they first aired. And the Maniacs, well, it originated on Fox Kids when Warner Brothers produced shows were added after a few years into Fox Kids' run. To recap, A few years into Fox Kids' run, Warner Brothers animated shows were added, such as Animaniacs, Tiny Toon Adventures, and Batman the Animated Series. And soon later on, the Warner Brothers produced shows like Animaniacs were moved to Kids WB and the WB network. It's pretty obvious that even though Animaniacs originally it came on Fox Kids, but it still remains as a Warner Brothers produced show that time. And yeah, when Kids WB launched, it had a Saturday morning block party. And not the way you guys think in real life. It's obviously it was on TV. Obviously. Over the next few years, on September 1st, 1997, a 1-hour weekday morning Kids WB block was added. Aired from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. for kids just before they start school. And the afternoon block was extended to another hour, airing from 3 to 5 p.m. However, some of the affiliates, like WGN's Superstation feed, such as other WB affiliates, had to wait until the next day, as they preempted the blocks to carry the Jerry Lewis MDA Labor Day Telethon. Some stations, like WPIX Channel 11, KTLA 5 Los Angeles, and KWGM-TV in Denver, Colorado, aired the weekday morning block in conjunction with the weekday afternoon block, extended to 3 hours from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. On the same date, the block received an on-air rebranding. So the wackiness and style were introduced. The new logo was introduced to make a well-known Kids WB for today, which including a revised logo and graphics package centered upon the Warner Brothers Studios lot theme. That was also used in promotions for the WB's primetime programming during the network's first 8 years on the air, which was developed by River Street Productions, which lasted until 2005. On February 13th, 1999, Kids WB made a first big break, making a deal with 4Kids Entertainment to air Pokemon. In other words, the 4Kids Entertainment English dub of Pokemon Indigo League was added to the Kids WB lineup, despite it not being true to the original. It was a massive breakaway hit and drove in millions of viewers, and that caused Kids WB to overtake its competitor, Fox Kids, in ratings, being behind Disney's One Saturday Morning, which is now throned, taking over Fox Kids' throne, taking the crown, while Kids WB is trying to overtake it. Some other children's anime, such as Yu-Gi-Oh! And Mega Man MT Warrior, will later find their way onto Kids WB. They also got Card Captors, Astro Boy, and Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe was based off of a video game from Capcom. And that wasn't all. In July 2001, the Kids WB afternoon block lineup was rebranded as Toonami on Kids WB, as an extension of Cartoon Network's Toonami block back then. The name would eventually be dropped in June 2002, but however, there was some spark of greatness of Kids WB. However, this didn't last very long. Something that is sure to kill a kids block really slow. And this is because of we already know what happened with Fox. That is right. Affiliate troubles. The problem is that the affiliates want to air more local shows, infomercials, and other content for older audiences, like Supernatural, One Tree Hill, Seventh Heaven, Smallville, and many others. Also, many broadcast channels felt that children's programming was becoming more of a cable satellite thing, and felt that it wasn't financially feasible to run children's programming on broadcast television anymore. The first blow had came on September 3rd, 2001. The weekday morning Kids WB block was discontinued, with the WB giving back that slot to its local affiliates to carry locally produced shows, syndicated programming, and or infomercials. So the only remaining weekday segment is Kids WB Afternoons. It was redubbed Kids WB Aftertunes. The slogan "Your Place to Play" almost similar to Nick Jr. since the preschool shows for Nick Jr. are always ready to play, but not while compared to Kids WB's afternoon block. At least for Nick Jr., they don't air Yu-Gi-Oh! And others. Besides that, it's not suitable for younger kids who haven't started school yet. Then, on May 31st, 2005, the WB announced that the weekday afternoon Kids WB block would also be discontinued. After request to one of the local affiliates, as it became financially unattractive due to the fact broadcast stations perceived that children's programming viewership on afternoon time slots have gravitated more towards cable networks. And so, despite Kids WB having an early success, the block lived on until December 30th of 2005. And on January 2nd, 2006, the Kids WB weekday afternoon lineup was rebranded / replaced as Daytime WB. Kids WB is officially became unattractive for the WB, since the WB now only airs talk shows in the afternoon and in the morning. The Daytime WB is a more targeted adult general entertainment block featuring repeats of sitcoms and drama series. And as a result, the Kids WB Saturday morning block remains and was extended to 1 hour on January 7th, 2006, from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., no longer affected by time zone variations. I'm sorry if I said that name wrong. The WB figure effects of children have migrated to cable networks such as Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, and Cartoon Network. The WB and UPN were once rivals, just like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon used to be. Like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, the cable networks like Nick and Cartoon Network were struggling to be who was the best place to watch cartoons. Back then, Cartoon Network didn't care about live action to try to compete against the main Nickelodeon channel. They just wanted cartoons. And for Nick, they wanted to see what Nicktoons is the best from the viewers. I say neither of those networks are the best, because they're really showing off. I mean it. They're really showing off. And I should say the same thing to the WB and UPN. The WB was somehow declining from 2003 to 2006, despite having early success. However, the network shifted its focus to a 12 to 13 range instead of the original demographic that they had. Yeah, it's the network's attempt to attract a young adult audience. UPN was also declining. This is pretty sad to see them declining, despite having early success. Both networks were struggling to see who's the best in the TV business. However, on January 24th, 2006, Warner Brothers Television and CBS Corporation, owners of the WB and UPN, announced that the two will be shutting down their two channels and join forces to make the CW. The CW stands for CBS Warner Brothers. CBS, who used to own UPN, W for Warner Brothers, equals the CW. the part of the CW name was still retained, which was from the WB network. So, two two CEOs had ran into each other. The CEOs from Warner Brothers and CBS Corporation. WB and UPN were losing money, so they thought they should go for it. Will the CW be helping in the near future? I'm sorry. It's not. This isn't going to be right. So, I should say, the UPN had ended it early while the WB continues to go on until its discontinuation. So, kids WB still continue until it stopped airing starting on September 16th, 2006 until then 7 day until then, and on September 18th, 2006 the CW arrived. When the CW launched, it's basically the same channel, but with the WB and UPN shows together. You have on the WB, we got One Tree Hill or Seventh Heaven or Supernatural, Smallville, etc. Then we have UPN like WWE. Everybody Hates Chris. We already know the rest. There was a premiere promo for the CW. The promo was very nice, but still, according to everybody, CW could still suck its butt with that. Also, at launch with the CW, it was the premiere of The Game in its first season, starting on the CW. This also includes WPSG TV Philadelphia as well. UPN 57, WPSG TV rebranded as the CW Philly 57. Also, PHL 17, Philadelphia's the WB 17 had ended as well. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot. Philadelphia used to have the WB and UPN. You have on UPN, WPSG, and in the WB, you have PHL 17, aka Philadelphia's WB 17. September 23rd, 2006, it was Kids WB's first day on the network for the 2006-2007 fall lineup. Some shows continued. Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Continued to air on Kids WB from May until September 2006. By September 23rd, some shows were no longer on the network. 2 of them were no longer on the network anymore. It was kind of stupidity for Kids WB to get rid of both of their anime hit shows. It put the network on the map, especially Pokemon. I think the reason why is because of Kids WB's programming became financially unattractive and lost rights to. So that really sucks. Pokemon moved on to Cartoon Network for Season 9, Battle Frontier. Pokemon continued new episodes on Cartoon Network until the network themselves, thanks to Christina Miller, got rid of it back in 2017. Pokemon moved on to Disney XD. Until now, it is on Netflix. Dumb idea. Yu-Gi-Oh! Would also be moving to 4Kids TV on Fox, a rival block owned by the company which licensed this series. Transformers, Coconut Fred's Fruit Sour Island, which has mainly been criticized, Beautiful Joe, and Teen Titans would also all end their runs on Kids WB as well. Teen Titans is still continuing to air on Cartoon Network. There's new shows that came to Kids WB. Johnny Test came. Well, he first premiered back in his first season. Then he returned for season 2, which is when people were criticizing because of the flashy animation being added, because of the show going downhill very since. But some people said it could have been better on Kids WB than it getting worse on Cartoon Network. The Batman returned for another season. Lunatics Unleashed returned for its second and final season. Xiaolin Showdown remained on the block as reruns, and Cartoon Network aired reruns back in 2006. Just so around. Maybe it's around March 2006, around the time of my birthday. And there were Monster Allergy and Spider Riders were based from books. Crypto the Super Dog and Shaggy and Scooby Doo Get a Clue. Tom and Jerry Tales had been joined followed soon after. Anyway, the 2006 to the 2007 lineup is good. Obviously, the block looked like it's going to be remaining being alive. Oh boy, I don't think so. The 2007 to 2008 lineup was the last lineup for Kids WB. Johnny Test came back for the last season on Kids WB, along with a few others. Before the brand new era came to Kids WB aired the special movie of the Batman and Legion of Superheroes. An actor the Saturday before after that on September 22nd, 2007, the lineup was changed. Crypto the Superdog, Lunatics Unleashed, and Xiaolin Showdown were taken off Kids WB. Oh dear. Nay for the shows to go down. How stupid. Xiaolin Showdown continued reruns on Cartoon Network until November of 2007, around where Stuart Snyder became president that time. The Batman and still continued on, along with Johnny Test and Tom and Jerry Tales, Shaggy and Scooby Doo Get a Clue, and a few others. And then there were new shows that people do not like Will and Do It, or DeWitt, something like that. Skunk Fu, Eon Kid, Magi Nation, The World of Quest. You know it. Another new show arrived, and it was The Spectacular Spider-Man. It premiered 2 months before or after Kids WB ended. People wish it could have been premiering in September of 2007. On October 2nd, 2007, the CW announced that they would discontinue Kids WB due to fierce competition and lack of children's advertisement. As stated from the CW, Kids WB was in a fierce competition with Nick and Disney and Cartoon Network, and lack of children's advertisement ever since the WB went away. And so, Kids WB on the CW was discontinued on May 17th, 2008. The last Saturday morning lineup for Kids WB on May 17th, 2008 was bad. It was a bad lineup for everyone to not enjoy. Not even reruns of Teen Titans, which aired from December 2007 to March 8th. It wasn't enough to save Kids WB's lineup. I don't understand what happened. Reruns of Johnny Test started airing on Cartoon Network on January 7th, 2008. Soon after the CW sold its Saturday morning time slot to 4Kids Entertainment, Kids WB became the CW for Kids. Johnny Test remained on CW for Kids until June 2008, and reruns continued to air on Cartoon Network. Johnny Test remained until June 14th, along with World of Quest and Eon Kid. Johnny Test returned starting in 2009. Johnny Test ended on Cartoon Network during the Miller era on Christmas Day of 2014. Tom and Jerry Tales remained on CW for Kids until September 6th, 2008. Reruns aired on Cartoon Network, and then they were moved to Cartoon Planet, and then it stopped airing, being replaced by the Tom and Jerry Show. Magi Nation remained on CW for Kids until September 20th, 2008. Skunk Fu remained on CW for Kids until October 18th, 2008, and then came back on May 29th, 2010, and it was discontinued for good on July 10th, 2010. And I also recall Cartoon Network airing Skunk Fu back in 2008 to 2009. The Batman remained on CW for Kids until August 2nd, 2008. I also recall seeing the Batman being in reruns on Cartoon Network, and then it disappeared. Somehow. Will and Do It remained on CW for Kids until April 4th, 2009. Yeah, that's what I thought. And finally, The Spectacular Spider-Man remained on the CW for Kids until January 31st, 2009. Season 2 of The Spectacular Spider-Man premiered on Disney XD when Disney XD first arrived, but was sadly cancelled before getting into a Season 2 production for some reason due to legal troubles. Well, that's not right. That sucks. The CW for Kids got nothing but shows from the 4Kids TV block. The CW for Kids aired much of the same programming as the main 4Kids TV block, which itself was discontinued on December 27th, 2008. It also carried on the Saturday morning tradition that the blocks had preceded it had embraced. However, some stations like the CW WUPA Atlanta aired on Sunday instead. Also, forgot to tell you, not only Kids WB aired on Saturday mornings, but they also aired on Sunday mornings due to the CW affiliates' Saturday morning schedule, similar to Fox, how airing 4Kids TV on Sunday mornings. Now anyway, CW for Kids got nothing but shows from 4Kids TV. They brought in Dinosaur King, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003, Sonic X, Cubix, Tai Chi Chasers, etc. They were from... And then soon, in 2010, the CW for Kids was renamed the Toon's Eye for obvious reasons on August 14th, 2010. And was discontinued just over 2 years later on August 18th, 2012, when it transitioned into Vortex on the CW. As of right now, there is no more Saturday morning blocks. Nowadays, it's just One Magnificent Morning, CBS Dream Team, Litton's Weekend Adventure, etc. It isn't a Magnificent Morning. There's no Saturday morning blocks at all. Oh, God. However, the only Saturday morning block that is still on broadcast television or something is MeTV. MeTV's Saturday morning cartoons. As a recapitation, back in 2020, MeTV announced to bring back Saturday morning cartoons. But this time, no quiet programming. They're bringing back the classic cartoons that had aired on Boomerang and Cartoon Network since then. But this isn't the end of the story, because just 4 days after CW for Kids was launched, Warner Brothers Entertainment announced that Kids WB will return as online streaming services, along with the WB as well. The WB and Kids WB returned as online streaming services. Kids WB was split into 5 services: Kids WB, Kids WB Junior, Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes, DC Kids, DC Beyond, and DC Hero Zone. The websites may need to go back, starting in 2013. But you could easily find them at any time through the archive Wayback Machine. Anyway, the Armada Kids WB websites lasted until May 17th, 2015, when it was consolidated into 3 sites: DCKids.com, LooneyTunes.com, and Scooby-Doo.com. which are now all under the WB Kids banner, and soon being regrouped into WB Kids sites. There's also a WB Kids YouTube channel on the YouTube website. So, as of right now, and with that, the Kids WB brand name would officially end after almost 20 years of being used. However, the sites that Worker consulted are called WB Kids Go and DCKids.com. I one time visited WB Kids Go for the hell of it. Very interesting to see, minus Teen Titans Go on there, but it looks pretty interesting. Definitely one of the most interesting things that my future child would see. But this is not how everyone will remember Kids WB. Kids WB used to be so much more. But now, thanks to the lack of advertisement and fierce competition, as stated by the CW, this is not the Kids WB that we're seeing and growing up with. Nothing can top off the wackiness and nostalgia to the Kids WB block. So let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you remember Kids WB and the WB? What do you think about Kids WB? Should it come back as a 24-hour channel? Do you guys remember how Kids WB had early successful shows like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, etc.? Thank you guys for watching. And as always, stay tuned. And P.S. Kids WB may be gone, but the legacy and its programming will continue to live on YouTube. The WB and UPN are missed. God bless you, Kids WB. God bless you for giving us awesome.
But that's alright. Hush.
Hello guys, Tajmer the Random Fan here with another video. So today we need to talk about the rise and the fall of Nickelodeon. So in 1977, Warner Cable, now known as Warner Brothers, had purchased this network called QB that Pinwheel was airing on and rebranded it to Nickelodeon, and was first tested in 1977 as it's the first and only network for kids. And as a matter of fact, it was a genius move and it was a great success. So in a few years back, in the first few years of Nickelodeon's run, they started airing Pinwheel along with this show called Today's Special as its preschooler-oriented programming. And when January 1988 came, we seen the launch of the Nick Jr. block on the Nickelodeon. So Nickelodeon was in its glory days as its own. Also later on, they started getting Nick at Night, their programming block at their time, for nighttime. It was for classic shows, for adults to watch. And we need to talk about how the 90s Nick was. 90s Nick was successful because they got successful shows such as like Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, All That, Cat Dog, The Wild Thornberrys, Angry Beavers, Kablam, Rocket Power, etc. Yeah, all of a sudden, Nickelodeon started getting their own original programming. They got their own original Nicktoons. One of the most Nicktoons were very famous, and with that successful response, Nickelodeon decided, oh, let's make more Nicktoons. And as a matter of fact, they did. They made their own Nicktoons, and also like somehow got pilots or something like that, like how Cartoon Network did, and their Nicktoons were really successful at the time. 1999, we see the debut of this overrated show that everybody still likes and some people don't like. Cause consider it if you talk to either the hate base or the fan base of this show, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, created by creator Steven Hillenburg, who recently passed away in 2018. SpongeBob became so successful that he is starting to go really popular in the 2000s after his start in 1999. 1999 and 2000, we also see the introduction of Nick Gas and Noggin, co-partnership with the Children's Television Workshop from Noggin. And also in 2001, we see the addition, their new teenage block, Teen Nick, which aired on Sundays from 6 to 9 p.m. And also, we seen newer shows like Mr. Meaty, My Life as a Teenage Robot, Drake and Josh, Ned's Classified School Survival Guide, H2O Just Had Water. We even got, like, I think I mentioned Zoe 101. Yeah, probably that. Yeah, all those shows were very successful. And also, Nickelodeon premiered this show back in 2009 or 2008. It was called Back at the Barnyard. Their CG Nicktoon that was very popular at that time. Nickelodeon was in its glory days until 2009. In 2009, Nickelodeon rebranded in 2009 that time, and they retired their old Splat logo, and they made their modern logo, which nobody didn't like. And also that time Nickelodeon somehow just died. Somehow on its silver age decline. So ratings are still buckling on, but unfortunately, some shows continued on during the modern era until they stopped airing. 2009, we see the debut of Nickelodeon's new game show like Brain Surge, which was later known as Family Brain Surge, as well as the reboot of Figure It Out in 2012. Probably that. I don't know if they... I know there was a classic Figure It Out, which aired on Nick Gas, but I don't know which one. I don't know what is it, the reboot or they didn't make it. They also, another thing is that they started making more Nicktoons, which were very popular. And like somewhere in the mid 2010s, C.H. Greenblatt, who created Chowder and now created Jellystone, made Harvey Beaks. And it was pretty popular and was great. It was a great high quality Nicktoon. But unfortunately it was transferred to Nicktoons. And this is how things are suddenly starting to die down for Nick. Nickelodeon started killing out their own Nicktoons all of a sudden. It seems like Nickelodeon hasn't been learning anything from their mistakes, and now they started doing them to other newer Nicktoons which really ticked everybody off. all of a sudden, and also under Nick Jr. block, Nickelodeon started to go even more crappier, according to some people. They got Awesomeness TV, created by now new president Brian Robbins, and in 2019, we seen the debut of Ryan's Mystery Playdate. 2021 in spring, we see Baby Shark's Big Show being added into the lineup. So probably everybody was pretty ticked off about that. So it sounds like Nickelodeon somehow plunged off a cliff, and now now fast forward, we see Nickelodeon being nothing but a SpongeBob and a Loud House network. That's its name. It's called the SpongeBob and the Loud House Network at this time. And for Nick Jr., the only Nickelodeon programming block available, Nick Jr., or should I say Nick Playdate 2.0, we see nothing. We see no other Nick Jr. content but Blaze, the Monster Machines, Paw Patrol, and Peppa Pig. And from Blue's Clues and You. It's basically the Blue's Clues and You, Paw Patrol, Blaze and the Monster Machines, and Peppa Pig network. That's its name for Nick Jr. And I see that Nick at Night has been restructuring as well. They lost the license rights to the George Lopez show, which aired on ABC. Not even reruns of Friends or Young Sheldon. I think it was Young Sheldon. It's not enough to save Nick at Night like that. Also during occasions, Nick at Night would start later in midnight, 11 or 10, with just the Nick at Night plastering logo. You think Nickelodeon would sign off at 9 or 8 p.m.? Well, no. Because Nickelodeon's main programming was being handed over to Nick at Night. So Nickelodeon was somehow kind of extending their hours somehow. But this time with the Nick at Night logo. I think Cartoon Network would have done the same if they put a Cartoon Network show with the Adult Swim logo on it as a logo error. We already know Adventure Time and regular show had aired on Adult Swim. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened or not. Sadly, Nickelodeon isn't being a lot picky about what they are airing. All they air is just SpongeBob and the Loud House all day. The Loud House launched the series in 2016 and was very popular. Thanks to that successful pilot at that time. Everybody loved that pilot of the Loud House, and it was rapidly expanding ever since. And we also need to talk about Nickelodeon's past mistakes. Nickelodeon keeps declining and passing off pilots. Like one video I seen a Felon Development Hell pilot, Super Y. We already know what Super Y is. It is a children's preschool show that aired on PBS Kids back then. So, Super Y was a pilot. It was a pitch pilot for Nickelodeon before PBS got their hand rights on it. So, it was supposed to be a puppet show, but fell into development hell. However, a stop motion version has been given to Nickelodeon, and made by Miss I don't know what the creator was, and I know what the production company was. I think it was Cup of Coffee Productions at that time. However, a pilot was greenlit in 1999 or 2000, but unfortunately Nick Jr. somehow passed it in favor for Oswald. It made sense that they didn't like the stop motion one, so it kind of makes sense. But they could have just aired both of those shows, Oswald and Super Y. They could have greenlit Super Y and Oswald at the same time, but they but they had to ditch Super Y for Oswald. How sad. Let's not mention that Nickelodeon, the main Nickelodeon channel, they rejected the show Adventure Time. We already know what Adventure Time is. It evolves around adventures, successful adventures with two characters named Finn the human and Jake the dog, and it was very successful. A pilot was given to Nickelodeon before Cartoon Network got their hands on Adventure Time. However, Nickelodeon passed it on to air Fanboy and Chum Chum back then. That is not a good idea! Why did you do that, Nickelodeon? Why? Adventure Time would have been a good thing for you. It could have saved your butt from being cooked, from being buckle and decline ratings. So yeah, so far Nickelodeon has somehow passed off or declined greenlighting shows which are originally known as pilot shows, which are somehow very successful and good that time, to air other shows created by others. Oh, let's not forget about the failed show called Breadwinners. It started as a pilot, and when the show was greenlit, it fell into a hellhole. According to some people, of all the butt humors, and was universally been panned by viewers, just like how CN Real, Cartoon Network's failed live-action block, did, and Tickle You, as well. I have no meaning to say this, but Nickelodeon needs to do better about what they have to do. Yes, we do got new shows that are going to be for different audiences, but honestly, it's not enough to save the lineup. They're just going to burn off their channels to Nicktoons Network or Team Nick. Seriously. They also did this Are You Afraid of the Dark reboot. I'm okay with the Are You Afraid of the Dark reboot. They did air Are You Afraid of the Dark. They're pretty nostalgic about that. Yes, they're doing reboots of their older 90s Nickelodeon shows. They did Are You Afraid of the Dark, and it really did well, but unfortunately it didn't go well. Are You Afraid of the Dark? It did not go so well. It only ended after just one whole season. Just like Out of Jimmy's Head, Incredible Crew, and Level Up. Probably not. The problem with Nickelodeon's new live-action shows is that none of them didn't even last more than a year. Except for the two exceptions. Tyler Perry's Young Dylan and Side Hustle are each lasting another year. Drama Club, or I don't know what other show there is. Well, the problem with Nickelodeon's new live-action shows, including Nickelodeon's series Astronauts from 2020, is that none of those shows really got good ratings, just like Cartoon Network's failed live-action shows. Seriously, Nickelodeon needs to think more creativity and revamping their Nick Jr. block in. Can't they care about creativity again? They need to care about creativity. Besides, their viewers are crying out loud. Where's the Splat logo? We want the Splat logo back. Yes, Nickelodeon does need to bring back their Splat logo. However, somebody told me that they used the modern logo with the Splat logo by accident for merchandise advertising for one of their Nick Jr. shows. Yes, I heard. But they need to do it again. Yes. Yeah, they have to do it again. Nickelodeon's Nick Jr. block has to accidentally use their modern logo for for their original Nick Jr. logos as well. Yeah, they need to do it accidentally or purposely do it on purpose. And then nobody won't be complaining. In my honesty, Nickelodeon is still really stressful from everyone from Nickelodeon for a while. Nickelodeon is not even trying. My honesty, I think Nickelodeon is trying to tick everyone off. Yeah, like what I said about Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, both need to get their stuff together. Tom Ashheim is doing really well for Cartoon Network, but not Brian Robbins from Nickelodeon, cause he ain't doing anything. He ain't doing anything. Seriously, this whole downfall of Nickelodeon wouldn't have happened if Brian Robbins just give Nick Jr. more variety. Yes, I got informed from Kawaii Life Antonio saying that Nick Jr.'s schedule is kind of limited. Nick Jr.'s schedule is being so repetitive and overrated, was just lack of variety filling up the schedule. What's the point of even calling it the Nick Jr. channel anymore? It's basically become a Blaze and the Monster Machines, Peppa Pig, and Paw Patrol network. And also, you know what's more Nick Jr. than Nick Jr.? Somebody asked me, which was Spooky Val 2003, originally Local Fan 2003, to make a new block called Tajmer Jr. and add some shows, which is part of my FanMade network, Tajmer Network.
We're back to the party and the show. On Tajmer Jr. on Taj.
Tajmer Jr. is basically old Nick Jr., a blend of new and old Nick Jr. shows and noggin shows. So every weekday morning you will get acquired programming and some original content as well as some Nick Jr.'s original programming. So at 8 o'clock you'll get Will and Duet from Kids WB and CW for Kids. You get Tajmer Jr.'s Big Show from Tajmer Network and Tajmer Jr. You get Baby Shark. We already know it's a hated show. Oh, Baby Shark's Big Show. You get the Generated Friends Show. You get Julius Jr. You get the Michael B Show and Michael B and Friends. And you also get the Spooky Val 2003 show or the Kenny Val 2003 show, etc. It's just tons of variety. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure for some people, Nick Jr. on Nick, now known as Nick Playdate 2.0, and the Nick Jr. channel is just going to stay with no variety anymore for the rest of its life. However, you cannot do a TV business. You just need a TV business to start off. You need to start your own TV business, so that way you would like make your own channel, which is a FanMade channel, and also you can like make your own web channel for that FanMade channel that you made. Not to mention that if you produce the same repetitive content, audience is just going to change the channel and just leave you there in the dust. With Nickelodeon shifting away their Nicktoons and more into live action shows to make Cartoon Network try to compete with them again, and with Cartoon Network shifting their focus to being just an ordinary 7 to 14 channel to a broader 2 to 19 range like my FanMade network, Tajmer Network, with Cartoonito in it. That's just going to make people switch to digital streaming services like Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Netflix, Tubi TV, etc. So yeah, that's my theory about the rise and the fall of Nickelodeon. So that's right. Yeah, Nickelodeon never learned anything anymore, and they're really failing. They're failing their shows. They're failing their schedule. They're failing themselves, and worst off, they're failing their viewers. Serious, they're failing their viewers. Okay, so that's just my truth and theory about the rise and the fall of Nickelodeon. Let's all talk in the comments to see how you guys are feeling about the rise and the fall of Nickelodeon. Okay, so that's it then. I hope you guys will enjoy yourselves. And if you're new, make sure to leave a like, a comment, and subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you won't miss a video. So that's all for now. I'll see you guys next time. The noggin that we loved from 1999 hasn't been the same anymore ever since 2019 when it transitioned into that we don't like. The modern noggin, the current logo of a mobile app. And also, not only that noggin that became a hollow shell of what it become, it transformed into a Nick Jr. 2.0. Not for the better, but for the worse. Why is this? Why is Noggin now a Nick Jr. 2.0? And why does it have much of the programming from Nick Jr.? In this video, we're going to have to find this out. Starting with the rise of Noggin. The creation of Noggin goes all the way back in 1995. Nickelodeon and Children's Television Workshop made their own cable channels, such as New Kid City and Big Orange. Both Nickelodeon and the Children's Television Workshop, aka Sesame Workshop, began having their own dream to make their own educational channel for big kids and preteens, not just for preschoolers like Nick Jr. Unfortunately, New Kid City was abandoned. The concept was abandoned on Sesame Workshop's side, while Nickelodeon's Big Orange concept was put on hold. By 1997, Nickelodeon retooled the project into Noggin, a syndicated television series which would meet the FCC's newer requirements for educational programming. A pilot was produced by Nickelodeon and Simon and Schuster and Paramount Television based on Nick's series shorts Inside Eddie Johnson. Viacom hoped to grow Noggin into a major brand with educational electronic publishing products, a website, and possibly a cable channel that would focus on educational content complementing entertainment-oriented Nickelodeon. In March, Nickelodeon revealed that they would launch a commercial-free Noggin channel in 1998. So, on April 28th, 1998, Viacom and Children's Television Workshop joined forces and invested $100 million to creating this channel, ages 6 to 12. Both companies decided to make Noggin ad-free because we don't know what's wrong. We don't know why they don't want commercials on the Noggin channel. So that's why they made it ad-free. While Nickelodeon was basically a dumping ground for SpongeBob SquarePants and Nick Jr. being the dumping licensed ground for Paw Patrol, Noggin was basically lighthearted and ages kids 6 to 12 or 6 to 11. It launched on February 2nd, 1999, and it launched over 1.5 million subscribers via national satellite television provider Dish Network, and was marked as both satellite and digital. Sweepstakes were part of Noggin's early advertising. In April 1999, it sponsored a contest in which viewers who submitted the correct lyrics of the Electric Company theme song and had a chance to have their electric bills paid for a year. In 2000, Viacom's Nickelodeon and Sesame Workshop distributed packages of school supplies called Noggin's Master of Suspense Kits to 50,000 U.S. teachers as part of a sweepstakes designed to celebrate creative, thoughtful educational instructions. Noggin's programming was divided into 3 blocks. 1, a morning block for younger children. 2, a teenage and a main block for its targeting preteens and teenagers. And 3, an adult retro block program. Yeah, it's basically an adult programming block for adults, for like for teenagers and adults that can watch at night. Yeah, maybe adult retro, an adult block. Maybe it's just me. During Noggin's early morning block, it would feature shows that were on Nick Jr. like Eureka's Castle, Gullah Gullah Island, Kipper, and so much more, etc. Yeah, the morning block will be called Noggin in the Morning or Noggin Jr. Noggin Jr. or Noggin in the Morning, they should have branded their own morning block. Now, everybody was concerned that Noggin was weird during 1999 and 2000. And I mean really weird. Very weird. But that's all going to change in 2000. In 2000, Noggin introduced us a new facelift, which cashed in the cyberspace, if you would, which was popular at the time. And it was created after Bill Nye the Science Guy had first aired on Noggin. That's right, new shows that were added. In 1999, the network Noggin had a mascot named Fred, P-H-R-E-D, an anthropomorphic pickle who started his own show, Fred on Your Head, which would later become the URL with Fred Show. Yeah, kinda weird, but this is actually Noggin's first original show, and that wouldn't be the last. In 2000, Noggin made another original series, Ubi, a hand puppet. Yeah, it's pretty weird for everybody, but it looks pretty awesome to me, in my opinion. I actually did watch a few episodes of Ubi in my formative years, and I really liked it. The network also seen another original series called A Walk in Your Shoes. And then after that, we got Spunk. And later a spin-off of Fred on Your Head, the URL with Fred Show. In 2001, Noggin introduced us the Hubbub, a programming block that focused on the Noggin website. Shows that were featured on the Hub were A Walk in Your Shoes, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah, y'all know the rest. We already know Bill Nye the Science Guy, A Walk in Your Shoes, Spunk, and Big Kids. The latter of which were introduced in 2001. New features were added to the Noggin website that time. In December 2001, the Hubbub was discontinued. And the reason behind this is because Noggin was trying to help out its adult retro block, and it didn't work out. Not even its programming block, the Hubbub, wasn't doing any good and better. So that's what happened, and they gave up. Also, in 2001, the Jim Henson Company sold its stake in Noggin to Sesame Workshop, along with their rights to the Sesame Street characters from Sesame Street. This left Ubi, which began production in 2000 as the only show the only preschool series created while the company and Sesame Workshop both controlled Noggin's programming. Yeah, Ubi was the only show left for preschoolers, and it is still in production on Noggin. This became a problem because preschool oriented programming was the fare that Noggin was having, and it was part of Noggin's bread and butter. So, in March 2002, where I was born at that time, Tom Ascheim, Noggin's original manager, who is now Cartoon Network general manager, announced to shift Noggin's demographic to preschoolers to create a new block for older children in the night. His plans was to help out and give the preschoolers what they wanted instead of just only one preschool show like Ubi. On April Fool's Day 2002, the channel space was divided into two blocks. Noggin discarded its adult retro block and expanded their preteen and their preschool blocks to be 12 hours per day. Now, the preschool block would run from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., while its teenage block would run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I know, it's pretty weird, I think, but it's very better than no shows for everybody. Yeah, Noggin wouldn't be Noggin without its morning block for younger children. So, during April Fool's Day 2002, after I was born at that time, Noggin became a channel for preschoolers, similar to Nick Jr., but with its own Noggin flavored, including the additions of new shows, like Play With Me Sesame, which premiered that time, and 123 Sesame Street. Also, during Noggin's notable days as a preschool channel after April Fool's Day 2002, Noggin had some Noggin interstitials until they were phased out by 2003 or 2004. And Noggin's former audience had the N. Yeah, the N. It was targeted at preteens and teenagers. And it was part of Noggin's preteen block. The N was a preteen block, and it was a nighttime programming block that ran on the Noggin channel from April Fool's Day 2002 until December 31st, 2007. Its slogan was Real Life Now. Noggin's T Network starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific, and it airs from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The N aired much of the same programming that the old Noggin from 1999 to 2002 used to air, such as Big Kids, A Walk in Your Shoes, Ghost Rider, and Spunk, but also aired several new shows that were made for the block, like Real Access, the game show Best Friends Date, the animated comedy series O'Grady, and the drama South Out of Nowhere. And the N was the home for the U.S. broadcast of Degrassi The Next Generation, which was the biggest high popular show on the N, and it put the N on the map, which was created by AAC Kids, aka Elias Atlantis. Again, the N was owned by Noggin LLC, and all of the N's original programming was greenlit and were owned and produced by Noggin LLC. So Noggin is basically all of it, both Noggin and the N. There's only one channel, so Noggin is obviously having a big programming block for it. So it looks like Noggin isn't completely ignoring the acknowledging for teenagers and preteens, because it's basically the home for Degrassi and the Next Generation during their nighttime primetime programming. Now back to Noggin. Noggin now looked a lot different. It had styling that was clearly influenced by the old Noggin, but with a little bit of arts and craftsy aesthetic. Also, Fred was replaced by a feet face that time in 2002, which really looked weird as one of Noggin's newest mascots. And as well as Sesame Street, Noggin aired several Nick Jr. shows, such as Allegra's Window, Gullah Gullah Island, Blue's Clues, Maisie and Kipper. Noggin received a new original Sesame Workshop series called Tiny Planets, where two character aliens named Bane and Bon would travel from planet to planet, learning about various subjects. For everybody, it's pretty weird. Also, Noggin received new interstitials. There was this notable storytime shorts known as And Then What Happened, in which a fairy tale would be read and then a kid would make up his or her own addendum. Pretty cool, I think. In August 2002, Noggin's parent company, Sesame Workshop, who created Noggin with Nickelodeon, sold its 50% interest in Noggin to Nickelodeon and Viacom, leaving Noggin entirely under Viacom's control. However, it didn't affect programming, and Noggin continued to air Sesame Workshop produced shows. After all of this have happened, the creative and executives at Noggin thought it was a good idea to redesign Noggin. So the executives from Noggin toured New York schools in search of ways to improve the channel's programming and continuity. And then Amy Friedman, Senior Vice President of Development at Noggin, decided to model the channel after a well-run preschool they saw. The effects took place in April 2003, when Noggin received a new facelift. The arts and crafty styling was increased. A Noggin with more arts and crafty styling designed to evoke a preschool, and two new hosts and mascots, Moose A. Moose and his friend Z, and this new slogan called It's Like Preschool on TV. Yeah, it's not always about playtime, it's all about learning, playtime, and resting when you need it most. And that's why like 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and soon later 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Noggin, it's like preschool on TV. Yeah, it used to be like this. Yeah, now anyway, the 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. era of Noggin continued until December 31st, 2007, when Nickelodeon announced that Nick Gass will be kicking the bucket and that the N would take over its channel space. And so, on December 31st, 2007, Nick Gass officially kicked the bucket and made way for the N. So Noggin and the N became their own separate networks rather than sharing the same channel that they were sharing from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. This was to show how different the two networks' demographics were. Oh yeah, and funnily enough, we have something that we never seen before. Noggin had programming blocks, and I also recall it had one programming block called Nick Jr. on Noggin, and the N even had a block called T-Nick on the N, of course. They both blocks aired much of the same programming like how they did on the main Nick Jr. and the T-Nick block. they were first introduced and then they were discontinued in 2009. For Teen Nick on the N, it ran until August 3rd, 2009. Yeah, kind of not right. Noggin and the N were once standalone channels, just like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon used to be. Both networks were part of Sesame Workshop and Nickelodeon's bread and butter during that success. However, something went wrong in 2009. In 2009, everything changed dramatically. And Viacom and Nickelodeon decided to discontinue and replace the Noggin channel and the N with Teen Nick and Nick Jr. And it's all thanks to this president named Simon Zarakami. So, on February 23rd, 2009, Viacom and Nickelodeon announced that the Noggin and the N would be replaced with Teen Nick and Nick Jr. as spin-offs of Nickelodeon's teenage and preschool blocks since 2001 and 1988. They were going for it. Will Teen Nick and Nick Jr. help in the near future? Yeah, right. On September 28th, 2009, both Noggin and the N had ended it and were replaced by the Nick Jr. channel and the Teen Nick channel. Though the channel was renamed, the two channels were renamed, Nick Jr. and Teen Nick retained the N's programming and Noggin's programming. Nick Jr. retained its Noggin styling with Moose and Z in the preschool styling until 2012. 2012, we see Nick Jr. rebranding entirely to the Smart Place to Play era, or as we affectionately call it, Modern Era 1.0 and 2.0. Here are the shows that were from Noggin or something like that. So from Noggin, you got The Backyardigans, Dora the Explorer, Go Diego Go, Little Bill, Nihao Kailan, Oswald, The Wonder Pets, Blues Clues, Blues Room, The Fresh Beat Brand, Gullah Gullah Island, Jack's Big Music Show, Ubi, and The Upside Down Show. And then there was Franklin, the original, Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, Max and Ruby, Miss Spider, Sunny Patch Rens, Pinky Dinky Doo, Toot and Puddle, and Wow Wow Wubsy. As well as Yo Gabba Gabba and Lazy Town. Those shows remained on the Nick Jr. channel as reruns. Then there were brand new shows that premiered during its like preschool on TV era, which will later become the Smart Place to Play era. The Noggin brand from 2012 to 2015 lay dormant for a few years. Noggin fans were really devastated that their beloved channel was gone. They were already wondering that their beloved, awesome channel brand was gone for good. But that's all gonna change. In 2015, it was announced that Noggin would be relaunched as a video app streaming service. The Noggin brand would have much of the programming from the Nick Jr. from 2009 to 2012, and then the Noggin from 2003 to 2009. And also, there was a growing Noggin community on the internet. The Noggin fandom doesn't really, I think it's really big, but it does exist. It also has lots of videos and a few others. Now some of Noggin's logo idents are really questionable and really weird to me, but I think I'll get used to it. Yeah, Noggin is really weird, but a cool brand. Maybe I could still watch it. But all we have are broken websites of Noggin as well as tapes from the 2000s. Yeah, this is no fun. We want the Noggin channel to be how it once was. Yeah, kind of like that. Soon later in 2019, Nickelodeon retired its two mascots, Moose and Z, again. Yeah, that's right. Noggin was relaunched as a video app and revived the Moose and Z era, and then somehow in 2019 the network retired the two mascots Moose and Z again. Seriously, again? Uh, Nick Jr. just retired those two mascots. What is going on? Moose and Z are outdated somehow? Yeah, I think so. It was very idiotic for Nickelodeon to get rid of Moose and Z like that. They put Noggin on the map, especially Moose A Moose. And this is the thing that they get? This is the thanks that we get? So in return, you simply got rid of them like they were outdated and were nothing. The current Nick Jr. shows that are on the Noggin app are Abby Hatcher, Baby Shark's Big Show, oh dear, and oh boy, everyone is so really mad at that it's on the Noggin app. Blaze and the Monster Machines, Bubble Guppies, Deer Squad. I don't know why Final Space is in there. I don't know why it's still on there. It's not really a preschool show. Then there's Paw Patrol, Peppa Pig, Rainbow Rangers. I Nickelodeon lost the rights to it to Cartoon Channel. Yeah, I don't know why Rainbow Rangers is still on there. Then there's Ryan's Mystery Playdate, which when everybody don't like. That's another webtoon to be picked up by Nickelodeon. Then there's Santiago of the Seas and the Adventures of Paddington Bear. Now, I have a few complaints. Why did you turn Noggin into a Nick Jr. 2.0? Seriously, what is going on here? I thought Nickelodeon is going to like bring back Noggin to put on like old reruns and old series like Backyardigans, Blue's Clues, the original one, as well as Dora the Explorer, the Fresh Beat Band, Go Diego Go, the Moose and Z interstitials, Nell the Princess Knight, Niao Kai Lan. How about Shimmer and Shine, Team Umizoomi, Wally Kazam, or Wonder Pets? What is going on here? Hey, where's Max and Ruby? Where's Little Bear? Where's Where's Peter Rabbit? Where's Zack and Quack? Or I don't know. I think it got criticized, I think. Where's the Upside Down Show? Where's Oswald? Where's Ubi? Where's Jack's Big Music Show? Where's Blues Room? And where's Allegra's Window? Is Nickelodeon don't care about classic shows anymore? What's going on here? What is going on? Where's Miffy and Friends? Oh yeah, and on top of all that, where's the original Franklin? Yeah. Also, spoiler alert: Nickelodeon just wants to tick people off, and they just don't care about classic times. They just want to care about the modern shows that they're trying to get for a new audience. Y'all may face palm now. Nickelodeon is basically turned into a you Lodian now. That's the name with the F word. There's no way I can get a Noggin app with subscription like this. So yeah, no way. Even though I'm not a preschooler, I still want to see the good old noggin once again. But unfortunately, I can't because guess what? The its logo and branding has been eliminated from 1999 for good. Yeah, until 2019. So apparently, some people never learned that I never take requests ever again since 2019. And since one user is saying, do the history of Kubo Tajmer, I was going to say, oh my god, no way! The last time I did one, it was a total hate flop. You really think I would do the history of Kubo? Nope. No the heck way. But judging by somebody's request, I cannot deny this. And I cannot believe I am breaking my own promise and refusing to not learn my lesson. Yeah. Don't This is actually the last time I'm taking somebody's request because I'm breaking my own promise thrice. So now we have to do the history of Kubo. Oh, now Kubo is part of everybody's childhood for those who don't got cable. It is owned by the EW Scripps Company, and it was also a television network and a programming block on NBC, Telemundo, Ion Television, and somehow Ion Plus. So how did this brand get to be? And in 2021, all Cubo channels had ceased the operations and all kicked the bucket in 2021. How did this happen? And what happened after Cubo was killed? In this video, we're going to find that out. It goes all the way back in May 2006. Companies known as Ion Media Networks, NBC Universal, which owned 32% interest in Ion Media at the time, Chorus Entertainment, the Canadian company that has Teletoon, Scholastic Corporation, and Classic Media, now part of DreamWorks Animation, part of NBC Universal, announced that they're going to be launching a new children's educational entertainment brand called Kubo towards providing educational values oriented programming ages 5 to 14 years of age. The brand would have programming blocks on NBC Universal and Ion's respective flagship broadcast television networks such as NBC, Telemundo, and Ion Television, as well as a video on demand service and a website and a standalone 24-hour Cubo TV network. As stated by Cubo President Rick Rodriguez, who formerly served as a programming executive at Discovery Inc. Communications, that that Cubo was designed as a bilingual brand offering programming in both English and Spanish, meaning that there's an SAP audio feed, which is a Spanish speaking. And Cubo would initially carry Spanish language dubs of its programming for its both Telemundo block as well as the USA dub on NBC. Now, now, during Medora Entertainment's video in the many phases of Discovery Family that he mentioned that in March 2006, Discovery decided not to renew its contract with NBC because they wanted to focus more on the Discovery Kids channel network rather than the block on NBC. So, the joint venture between Discovery and NBC has been broken apart, and Discovery Kids on NBC was discontinued. And on September 9th, 2006, Cubo was launched in its place on NBC, as well as on Telemundo and Ion Television on September 15th on Ion Television. Unlike the children's programming blocks on Saturday mornings, Ion Television's Cubo block aired on Friday afternoons. At launch, its programming included the first run of animated series like Dragon, Jane and the Dragon, then there was Jacob 2-2, VeggieTales, 3-1 Penguins, not to be confused with 3-1 Contact for some people, and Larry Boy the Cartoon Adventure. The latter of three shows topped the Christian values, but unfortunately the Christian parts of the episodes were edited out because they violated the rules of the NBC Standards and Practices Department. Many people at the Parents Television Council and VeggieTales creator Phil Vischer hated this. Especially Vischer. Yeah, Phil Vischer. Which he had no idea why the malicious parts of the episodes were edited out. Cubo soon stopped airing VeggieTales in 2009, unfortunately, which was pretty disappointing. That's too bad. I could have seen VeggieTales, but it's too late to watch it now. In December 2006, a Spanish language version of the Cubo website was launched. A counterpart digital sub-channel network, the Cubo channel, launched on Ion Media Network's stations on January 8th, 2007 at 6 a.m. with Theodore Tugboat being the first program to air on the network at launch. Please note that Theodore Tugboat was a PBS show. Unfortunately, PBS had lost the rights to the show, and then later on, Theodore Tugboat came to Cubo. In January 2008, Ion Media Networks and Comcast reached an agreement to continue carrying Ion's digital channels, including Cubo and Ion Live. And in August 2008, Cubo introduced guidelines for advertisers on an effort to help fight childhood obesity, committing to only accept advertisements for products which meet nutritional guidelines determined by the network in partnership with childhood obesity expert. Yeah. And also the channel began to air a series of public service announcements featuring characters from its programs in association with the Ad Council, the United States Olympic Committee, and the Department of Health and Human Services, advocating exercise and healthy living. In May of 2009, Ion Media Networks filed an inquiry with the Federal Communications Commission to attempt must-carry subscription carriage television to expand Cubo's distribution to other providers. They're expanding Cubo further. 1 year later, in May 2010, Ion signed carriage agreements with Advanced Cable Communications and Blue Ridge Communications, as well as a deal with Comcast Colorado Springs system to add Cubo on the provider's digital tiers. In 2011 to 2013, I mentioned that in the downfall of PBS Kids Sprout, I mentioned that in 2011 to 2013, there was a complex series of business decisions that led a company named NBC Universal, that everyone already knows, to basically get full control of this preschool brand that was a spinoff block to PBS Kids. PBS Kids Sprout. Let's say this. To summarize, Comcast acquired a 51% share of NBC Universal from General Electric, leaving Sprout in the hands of NBC Universal. In 2012, or somewhere, Apex Partners sold Hit Entertainment to Mattel and then claimed Hit Entertainment's ownership interest in Sprout. Sesame Workshop sold its interest to NBC Universal, and then NBC Universal claimed and acquired Apex Partners and PBS's ownership shares, leaving the PBS Kids part of the name of the channel to be removed on November 13th, 2013. And while all that was going on, in July 2012, Sprout began to produce a block aimed at younger children called NBC Kids and Mi Telemundo on NBC and Telemundo respectively. After Comcast acquired NBC Universal on March 28, 2012, after my 10th birthday, NBC and Telemundo announced that they would be discontinuing their Cubo blocks. NBC replaced theirs with NBC Kids, and Telemundo replaced theirs with Mi Telemundo, Spanish of Telemundo Kids. Both blocks programmed by PBS Kids Sprout, which will later become Universal Kids in 2017. This left Ion Television as the only network left with a Cubo programming block, with Ion Media acquiring NBC Universal's interest in Avenger at the time. In 2013, Ion Media Networks Group acquired the stakes in Cubo held by Classic Media, now DreamWorks Classics in 2012, Scholastic Corporation, and Chorus Entertainment. However, the three companies retained program redistribution rights with Cubo, with the network. In January 4th, 2015, the Cubo block on Ion Television was renamed to the Cubo Kids Corner because it moved from Friday mornings to Sunday or Saturday mornings. On September 8th, 2020, the block began airing on Ion Plus during Monday mornings due to the EI commitments from the FCC, since they had 8 stations in the network that had DT1 main channel carriage rather than the sub-channel carriage. Soon and eventually, we're going to see the end of Cubo. And it all happened on September 24th, 2020. The EW Scripps Company announced an agreement to buy Ion Media for $2.65 billion. The transaction, which closed on January 7th, 2021, saw Ion Television, Ion Plus, and Cubo, alongside Shop Ion. Now, as it turns out, EW Scripps Company had nothing to do with both Ion or Cubo. On January 14th, 2021, after their purchase was finalized, EW Scripps announced that they would discontinue Ion Plus, Shop Ion in the Cubo channel, and they would be discontinued on February 28th. And this decision was made by Katz Broadcasting, who took charge of programming for Ion and its subsidiary media brands, could focus on their other channel networks, such as Court TV, Bounce TV, Court TV Mystery, Laugh, and Grit. And so on February 28th of this year, the plan was carried out. So after the purchase was finalized, Cubo was still running, but unfortunately, they started going off the air and were being interrupted by various networks like Laugh, Grit, Court TV, Bounce TV. And after that, after March 1st, Scripps began to utilize an outside source of 3-hour block of programming on Ion Television Friday mornings in order to meet their EI programming without any Cubo branding, including Finding Stuff Out and Science Max. Both were past Cubo series, as well as Exploration Station programs from Steve Rotfeld Productions. The Cubo website was later redirected to the main Ion website shortly thereafter. The network's oncoming sign-off went unacknowledged on air. Some affiliates abruptly switched the night of February 26th to other CATS networks, while others were switched automatically to the end of the 28th of the master control level, after which the network ceased to exist. And that means the Cubo brand left the airwaves, never to be seen again. I am very sorry to some people who grew up with Cubo. I actually feel very sorry. Also, there was a Cubo programming block called Cubo Night Owl I forgot to mention. Cubo Night Owl runs from midnight to 6 a.m. Eastern, featuring classic animated series. Now, I feel very sorry for everybody who grew up with Cubo, but it's companies, and they can do what they want. But what about Cubo's programming? They're moved to digital streaming services and websites. And expect Ion Television never to have the Cubo brand ever again. Because after March 1st, the Cubo branding has been left the airwaves on the Ion Television Friday mornings block in order to meet the EI Burton without its branding ever again. I really am sorry, but it is what it is. Cubo may not be perfect, but it's still part of everybody's childhood, including those that don't have any cable. Now, anyway, I miss Cubo as much as all of you, and I don't think it was smart for EW Scripps to kill it. Will they bring it back? Probably not. But we need to be thankful. Is Random Morris Network a good thing or a bad thing? Probably a bad thing, because it's an easy find out opinion that the Random Morris Network name now makes no more sense anymore, as it became a hollow shell of what it became ever since 2020, before the summer of 2020. Random Morris Network has been painted as a blacklisted FanMade channel ever since then because Random Morris Network became a huge mistake and it wasn't planned like it could have been. And here's what the story of happens. So, as I mentioned in the Random Morris Network history video, Random Morris Network is a randomation channel that is owned by Mouse Media Entertainment Group, part of Tiger Media / Tiger Domestic Cable Media Networks Group. It was supposed to be a randomation channel aimed at young teens, preteens, and kids ages 6 and up. However, it was starting to receive major backlash from their mistakes. Why is this? We need to talk about how it went all the way back. In 1992, the Random Fan Network launched the Random Fans spin-off block focusing on Random RS Network. Random RS Network originally aired as a weekday morning block aimed at younger children, with an additional Saturday morning block on Saturday mornings. Saturday mornings would be like getting up, having a bowl of cereal and some waffles, and watching 4 straight hours of cartoons and anime and preschool-oriented shows. Now that Saturday morning cartoons are beginning to come back, it would be a good perspective thing. Random Morris Network was a Saturday morning block and a weekday morning block aimed at preschoolers and young teens until 2000, when the Random Fan Network announced massive layoffs and began declining and began their downfall, starting in 1997 to 2000. 3 years later, in 2000, November 1st, 2000, the Random Morris Network channel debuted, replacing the Random Fan Network. And also, 2 years later in 2002, a new challenger arrived, which is Tiger Network. Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network did not like their cartoons playing back up to where the WB cartoons were. So not only Random Morris Network had been snatched out from its programming by Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, but they also took away Johnny Bravo from Random Morris Network later in the 2000s. Random Morris Network never had their own original programming before. Random Morris Network didn't start their original programming until into the year 2016 or 2018 or 2019. In September of 2001, Random Morris Network expanded it into Canada with the help of Rogers Media, Shaw Communications, and Chorus Entertainment. It would also later expand into the UK, New Zealand, Russia, and also began finally airing in CEE and RSEE. In 2003, Random Morris Network struck a deal with DirecTV to finally air Random Morris Network in its own city, which is Fort Random City, and FanMade concept. In July of 2005, Randomation Cartoon Studios, which is Random Morris Network's in-house production team, merged with Tiger LLC for $6.3 billion. Which meant that the Random Morris Network name was now owned by a fellow media company that they were competing with. So this means Tiger Network and Random Morris Network are now sister channels. In 2006, Mouse Network, one of Tiger Media's rivals, been acquired by Tiger Media, aka Tajmir LLC, for $5.16 billion, which meant that the Rabbit Mouse 61 and the Mouse Mouse 61 are now both under the Tiger Media Control Company, which meant that all their brands are now owned under the Tiger Media umbrella that they were competing with. So this means nothing had changed. Later in the 2010s, Random Arts Network updated their look and refreshed in their look to cash in the modern style, if you would, which is popular at the time. Random Arts Network began inserting shows that had been on Boomerang, like Yogi Bear, Yogi's Space Race, Yogi's Treasure Hunt, as well as programming from DIC Entertainment like Captain and the Game Master in Super Mario World, as well as some stuff from KOL Secret Slumber Party, aka CBS's Saturday Morning Secret Slumber Party / Coolopolis, which are Cake, Madeline, Sabrina the Animated Series, and Strawberry Shortcake, as well as Care Bears The Adventures in Care-a-Lot. Random Arts Network also became the old folks' home for cartoon shows, as well as older live-action shows. In the late 2000s, Random Arts Network began airing shows like Family Matters, Full House, and some live-action sitcoms, which are still airing on adult channels, creating an unnecessary Ranimation Network redundancy on the high level of Nicktoons and Cartoon Network airing live-action shows. But by later on, Random Arts Network stopped doing live-action sitcoms later in the mid-2010s. In 2017, Random Arts Network launched their own app called the Random Arts Network app. The app would feature most of the featured cartoons that airs on Random Arts Network. But by later on, they began airing Bunnicula and added Bunnicula to their lineup. And later on, Random Arts Network expanded their time slot to 11 p.m., but it was only around for a few months in 2017, before July 2017, when Random Arts Network was re-lengthened, now airing from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. again. Now, anyway, Random Arts Network stayed this way for just 2 decades, with Random Arts Network, home of the Ranimation shows that came alive, until the 2020s. Around the 2020s, Tajman Network had a resurgence, with high viewership and ratings, which were very popular at the time, with new shows like Unspeakable, BT21 Universe, The Tajman Show, followed soon after that, with Tajman Jr. launching in the US, having good success ever since. Random Arts Network was starting to begin to struggle during the time, since viewers were dropping and weren't watching the FanMade channel anymore. Random Arts Network began inserting Nick Jr. shows, which is slowly becoming Nick Jr. 2.0. And we thought Noggin would be a Nick Jr. 2.0, but it really was. So Random Arts Network became a Nick Jr. 3.0. They began inserting Nick Jr. shows, including cash-grabbed Nick Jr. shows, such as Baby Shark Brooklyn, and later on Paw Patrol, and Ryan Spencer Playdate during the daytime. It's not that the older classics for older children would only air extremely early in the freaking morning, where the demographics, which are grown-ups and adults and teenagers who remember these shows when they were younger, would be asleep. Then, Random Arts Network hasn't been the same ever since the rebrand, with one infamous era which began to rock the boat completely. In May 2020, Random Arts Network introduced us We Are Ready to Play in Cartoonville, which is an era in which it's supposed to be an all-day-long preschool block, supposedly airing for just preschoolers. It didn't go so well in terms of viewership, but it only lasted until fall 2020. However, some of the bumpers did remain on the FanMade channel until 2021, when James Rabbit, the general manager at Tajman Network at the time, was fired. succeeded by myself, Taj Made a Random Fan, 2002, now making Random Arts Network become more adult and family-friendly oriented once again. However, between 2021 and 2022, Random Arts Network has been departing very bad ways. In 2014, Random Arts Network has struck a deal with CBS Corporation and Time Warner and Fox to finally air Random Arts Network as Saturday morning blocks on the CW and My Network TV. They also struck a deal with CBS to air some Random Arts Network blocks on CBS affiliates. However, by 2020 and 2019 and 2017, with the rise of streaming and with the rise of educational mandates, the Random Arts Network programming blocks on broadcast networks were made unnecessary. And Random Arts Network as a programming block on broadcast television were discontinued in September of 2020. And on the CW, it ended early in January 2020. The Random Arts Network block, which aired on Cartoon Network, was discontinued in February. This left ToonWorks Network as the only FanMade network left with a Random Arts Network programming block. However, not till later, in fall 2020, in August, a YouTuber named ToonWorks Network Now, also known as Big Matt Lucas 2022, would come and start reviving the ToonWorks Network name. The Random Arts Network block ended in September 2020 after more than just 5 years on the FanMade network, being replaced by SML and a few other mature audience shows. Random Arts Network became a hollow shell of what it became in the 2020s, with no other attachments. The Random Arts Network block on Taj Network was still going strong ever since 2014, which was later when redubbed as Shark Tunes would discontinue in 2020 of October 16th, and would also end on Sunday or Saturday starting on October 18th, 2020, and then end up getting replaced by Tajman Jr. USA on October 19th, 2020. Random Arts Network is not going well. While other cartoons and live-action shows moved to FanMade Cable, Tajman Network officially became the Big Four, with Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel having equal third of live-action cartoons and live-action and cartoon movies filling up the schedule, as well as YouTube and live-action shows having their own treatment issues, as well as they have. Random Arts Network became a sole survivor and was the last remnant of a fading era. By 2021, Baby Shark was removed from Random Arts Network, and the official discontinuation of their Random Arts Network programming block called Baby Shark's Undersea Adventure, which had been ever since its inception in April 2020, which was later redubbed as Shark Tunes, was discontinued at the request of Tajra Media, a smart study, announcing that Random Arts Network became financially unattractive for Tajra Media, as the network nowadays only airs The Go Animate House in the afternoon hours to attract a baby audience. And so it seems that Random Arts Network has been painted as a bad FanMade channel. But by later in September 2021, Baby Shark would also get revived. But then unfortunately, Tajma Media would change their mind and would start blacklisting Baby Shark from the Random Arts Network lineup, and began blacklisting Baby Shark's Big Show from the lineup as well. Baby Shark's Big Show moved to Tajman Jr. in 2021 as reruns, with new episodes starting in September 2021, with brand new episodes coming in the near future in Tajman Jr. during their time. Random Arts Network has nothing relying on their past or their present or their future, and Random Morris Network became a big liability failure. In 2021 of April, the sensational pop culture of the brand new FanMade hit show, Tajmer Jr.'s Big Show, premiered in the U.S. on Tajmer Jr. on Taj, which catapulted Tajmer Jr. into a preschool ratings leadership. Random Morris Network tried to do that with their own Baby Shark's Big Show called Taj Sternmouse's Big Show, which nobody fell for. It was a fake. The only success of Tajmer Jr.'s Big Show only overshadowed the new series. But Tajmer Network having its dominance on original programming with preschool programming and experimental direction towards to newer content while having their old content, Tajmer Jr. and Tajmer Network are basically part of the Big Four. Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel, now with Tajmer Network, the FanMade network itself. In late 2021, Random Morris Network's assets, all the in-house productions that has Plot Guy and the Go Animate House, all of them would all be sold to the company, also titled with Walt Disney, or also having enterprises to Tajmer Jr. LLC. So all Random Morris Network's in-house productions, all of them, that also includes Plot Guy and so much more, were all sold to Tajmer Jr. LLC and Tajmer Media Entertainment and Tajmer Entertainment. An easy decision because viewership ratings has been dropped perceptively, and also having backlashes on commercial breaks ever since Baby Shark had first arrived on Random Morris Network. Random Morris Network became a liability. And perfect timing because Taj the Random Fan, i.e. myself, has been experiencing massive layoffs and began experiencing super layoffs for Random Morris Network, while Random Morris Network became a dumping license ground for the Go Animate House, the series. So here are the stuff that all Random Morris Network's assets were sold to. Random Morris Network, Random Morris Network Worldwide, and Randomation Entertainment were all sold to the Tajmer LLC company. It was originally called Noggin LLC back in 2009, but was later renamed to Tajmer Jr. LLC in 2016, thanks to an acquisition of Tajmer Jr., which also has in-house original programming of their own. Which meant that all in-house production of Plot Guy was moved to Tajmer Network Entertainment. Random Morris Network became a big survival show of its hollow self, where ultimately Random Morris Network's death warrant became the last, which began to rock the boat. Random Morris Network moved to Tajmer Entertainment, where ultimately the Random Morris Network TV channel was discontinued. The Channel 10 affiliate was given back to Tajmer Network 2, which was supposedly having Channel 10, but that idea was been taken over by Random Morris Network. Random Morris Network remained as a programming block on Tajmer Network 2, which began broadcasting in September 2010 after Tajmer Network began experiencing tons of layoffs for classic cartoon programming, so they decided to move the Tajmer Network 2 block to have their own separate premium channel. Tajmer Network 2 was officially on the air in September 2010 after going under a major facelift. Random Morris Network launched Random Morris Network Go thanks to Candy Valor 2003, but unfortunately it was only around for just a few months and a few weeks before Random Morris Network and Tajmer Network merged. Random Morris Network has already launched in Canada. It was relaunched later last year, but it was only around for a few months before Tajmer Network 2 and Random Morris Network merged, and Random Morris Network Internationals began scaling back its services, resulting in Random Morris Network being discontinued in the land down under. And finally, finally today, on February 28th, 2022, Random Mars Network Go was removed from Taj Network 2, and the official discontinuation of the Random Mars Network brand a few days later would take place. Which meant that Random Mars Network officially kicked the bucket, never to be heard or seen ever again. Many Random Mars Network international channels would also follow their operations discontinuation, beginning in some other regions starting in April, May, and June 2022. The last Random Mars Network channel will be discontinued in Asia. Ended up getting replaced by Disney XD, FanMade, or Discovery Kids later in this year. The reason why that Mouse Media was shifting away from Random Mars Network into more of Tajmir cable channels was because of streaming, and also because of viewership declines that happened all over the internet, and also they're focusing more with Tajmir Network 2 rather than Random RS. The latter of which, Tajmir Network 2, still airs shows that were from Random RS Network regularly. But do not worry. Do not weep for Random RS. Random RS Network is fine. Do not weep for me. Do not weep for Tajmir Network. Tajmir Network is fine. The plan was family future. Embracing their future. This is why they're adding future programming blocks to their lineup, to try to compete in the big rival house networks like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, even though Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network are parent companies of Tajmir Network and Tajmirville. So it seems that Random Mars Network has really fallen out of its prime in recent years. Why is all of this happening? Why is Random Mars Network being killed off? Well, I think it's because of the viewership declines. Not everyone was very familiar with Random Mars Network. And even though Random Mars Network still exists, I think every time when a video of Random Mars Network gets uploaded, nobody doesn't fall for them anymore. It's just like how Fox Kids tried to do that success when Pokemon got into the States in 1999 with Monster Rancher and Digimon, which nobody fell for. And I think I would also blame this on YouTube because they treated most of my TV videos very badly, just like how Nickelodeon treated their cartoons incorrectly. They treated my Random Mars Network breaks badly. They treated one of my YouTube channels badly. They even treated my rail fanning stuff badly. This is all just the same thing, just like Nickelodeon. What is happening? Why is my Random Mars Network FanMade channel unattractive now? It's essentially Kids WB or Fox Kids 2.0 now. That's a new name. And I think Tajmir Network might be treating badly next. Since it's not doing any good in terms of viewership ever since I uploaded my last Tajmir Network break, which is a Tajmir Network commercial break that I just shared on my community tab. What is happening? I know YouTube is recommending other videos by famous people, but judging by my videos are considered like garbage or bad, or should I say completely garbage or bad. So after hard work of Random Mars Network, Random Mars was completely blacklisted and was officially being banned from TV ever again, while its in-house production CN Real was a failed former Cartoon Network programming block that featured live-action reality TV shows. It airs on Wednesdays and Saturday nights, which premiered on June 17th, 2009 and ended on May 28th, 2010, just before the Check It rebrand of Cartoon Network. And it was created and was set to compete with Nickelodeon and Disney Channel, who both have large number of live-action shows and live-action programming. Cartoon Network's executives and critics expressed and were very concerned about alienating their core audience with the blog, which is exactly what they did, and some of the shows didn't survive long after the blog's cancellation, and the entire blog had been panned by viewers. The live-action concept on Cartoon Network goes all the way back, ever since 1996, when Cartoon Network decided to make a Sunday morning block of preschool programs. The one show being called Big Bag. This is a live-action show which is for preschoolers, created by Cartoon Network and the Children's Television Workshop, and later known as Sesame Workshop. Big Bag was supposed to be Cartoon Network's first ever live action show. You guys think Out of Jimmy's Head was Cartoon Network's first live action show. Actually, it wasn't. Big Bag was the first live action show to be produced by Cartoon Network, co-partnership with Children's Television Workshop. 10 years later, in 2006, Cartoon Network produced its first live-action, cartoon-inspired movie. Now, this movie was reanimated, but was made in response to slumping ratings due to live-action shows that were airing on competing networks such as Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel, which, again, they have live-action programming on their lineup, as well as preschool content and game shows, which are live-action exclusive as well. And then, when Stuart Snyder stepped in as president, he made the network do and did what Jim Samples said they wouldn't do: become a network and have a network that airs live-action shows, with cartoons taking the back seat. We had a total of 9 live-action original series under Stewart's watch. These included Out of Jimmy's Head, Bobby Says, Brain Rush, Destroy Build Destroy, The Outsiders, Survive This. I think I mentioned it before. Then there was Dude, What Would Happen, Tower Prep, Level Up, and The Incredible Crew. The problem with those live-action shows on Cartoon Network is that none of them didn't even last more than a year, except for the 3 exceptions, or the 2 exceptions, Destroy, Build, Destroy, and Do What Would Happen, each lasting 2 years, and Level Up, controversially, lasting 1.5 year. Yeah, probably that. The problem with those live-action shows that Cartoon Network had produced is that none of those shows really got good ratings, because none of them didn't even last more than just 2 months. What I'm talking about are Bobby Says and Brain Rush. They premiered on August 19th, 2009 until September 23rd, 2009. And Brain Rush premiering on June 20th, 2009 and ending on July 22nd, 2009. That's crazy! These weren't the only live-action shows on Cartoon Network at the time. Cartoon Network has also made some acquired rights. They acquired some live-action series, such as Hole in the Wall, A Natural History, and The Adventures of Anoa Orange. A Natural History didn't survive long, as it ended production from Warner Brothers Television, part of the Time Warner. Also, Stuart Snyder introduced Cartoon Network's first award show, the Hall of Game Awards. Now, I know what you're thinking. That was a stupid idea. Who would do this to Cartoon Network like that? I know it was a silly decision, but I do understand why they did it. Because if you look at Nickelodeon, and if you look at Disney Channel, they got successful live-action shows. On Nickelodeon, you got Drake and Josh, iCarly, No One Knows Best, Clarissa Explains It All. Well, No One Knows Best was a short-lived show. Then there was game shows like Game Farm from the Gas. You have Figure It Out, Nickelodeon Guts, and Family Double Dare, Super Special Double Dare, and Double Dare 2000. And then there's live action like Tiana, Keenan and Kale, all that. These were all really successful. And on Disney, you got That's So Raven, That Sweet Life on Deck of Zack and Cody, and a few others. Yeah, so I do understand why Cartoon Network made live action shows. They made these live action shows to compete against Nickelodeon and Disney, but in everyone's all honesty, CN Real is still remain the darkest hour from people, from Cartoon Network, from other viewers trying to alienate their audience that we're trying to secure. And in the end, with the abysmal shows was being so bad with their taste in their mouths, CN Real became a huge hole Cartoon Network ever dug, trying to compete with Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, who are now starting to both dominate the tween demographic. And for Nickelodeon, starting to dominate Baby Shark and Ryan's World. This led to everybody else, even the two-man DC Network, and everyone else, and Velasquez Bomb 94's opinion and thinkings, and myself included, wondering why were live action shows doing on the Cartoon Network in the first place. All these live action stuff on Cartoon Network have been going on since the Cohen era. You know, Betty Cohen, when she created Cartoon Network, I think she had something to do with the educational block. My honesty, I never seen CM Real, and I will never find out. Oh yeah, I did find out. I seen Brain Rush, and I didn't see Bobby Says, but I did hear about it. So, like Tickle You, CN Real became a huge flop Cartoon Network ever pulled. And now Cartoon's showing shows such as Teen Titans Go, and then they ended the 2016 Powerpuff Girls, which it didn't do well. It never got good ratings. But why would Cartoon Network make the Hall of Game Awards? Well, there's a Kids' Choice Awards that really did well for Nickelodeon, so Cartoon Network wanted to get in on with some of that. So they imitate that with the Hall of Game Awards. Yeah, true. Stuart Snyder wasn't the best president at Cartoon Network at the time, but we did understand why he did it. But then in 2010, he started to fix that. He set up Cartoon Network for the future, and also gave Cartoon Network a new resurgence, leaving the Boomerang channel into a wasteland that he forgot about. Then Boomerang started inserting newer Cartoon Network shows, which gave everybody to drop out the channel really bad, meaning that the older cartoons will only air extremely early in the morning, where the demographics who remembered them watching when they were younger would be asleep. And now we fast forward. I forgot to tell you, those live action shows on Cartoon Network didn't last until April 2013, after Level Up and Incredible Crew had ended. Now we fast forward. We now Cartoon Network going back into live action again. I can tell, and I can find out the reason why people are saying history is repeating itself. It's because Cartoon Network is trying preschool and live action again. To be honest, I never seen that coming. Don't forget, back when I was younger, I didn't mind live action being on a cartoon channel that's meant to be producing cartoons, because back then I was never on YouTube, because yes, I was on YouTube, but I was offline. I never joined YouTube until 2017. At that time, I was starting to make some new friends, but ever since then, I just enjoy live action on cartoon channels. But now, I just don't know what happened. So here's Cartoon Network's first new live action show since Incredible Crew. It's called Family Mashup. Family Mashup is an upcoming American sitcom television series created by That's So Raven and Hannah Montana creator Michael Paris, who made the shows, and this will be Cartoon Network's first live action show since 2013, since Incredible Crew from 2013. It will be set to premiere in 2022. So that can't be right. Here's what the plot is going to be. It's going to be a modern day version of the Bradley Bunch meets Pitch Perfect, when a single mom and 3 sons and a single dad with 3 daughters fall in love and get married despite their kids being into fiercely competing a cappella groups. Now, I heard everyone's reaction hearing that Cartoon Network's going back into live action. Nobody didn't really like it. Nobody didn't like it. They're saying, not again. Even this user named Do Not 1999 saying, and this has to be a mistake. Cartoon Network is serious. I'm afraid to say this, guys, but they are. And I know what you guys are thinking. Help! History is repeating itself. Tom Aschheim's the worst president at Cartoon Network. Oh boy. This is going to be a long video than I thought it would be. Yeah, I know history is repeating itself, but I don't think history is repeating itself since then. Yes, I know Cartoon Network tried preschool programming and live action shows from the past. And yes, they're trying them again. But you have to understand why they're doing them. Because if you look at Nickelodeon and Disney Channel, they got a successful preschool block and successful live action shows. If you look back at their 2 channels, you'll see how successful they are. If you look at Nick Jr., they were really successful. In 2013, they premiered Paw Patrol, which everybody don't like because they jumped the shark. And on Disney, Playhouse Disney, aka Disney Junior, you got a lot of classic and modern Disney Junior shows. Now, my personal opinion that we cannot judge Tom Aschheim first before shows or blocks premiere, because that will be really uncalled for, and not giving him a chance to fix up Cartoon Network might be the worst disrespectful thing we would do. And yes, I still think it was a silly decision for Tom Aschheim to bring back live action. The reason why Cartoon is going back into live action is because making cartoons would be a bump, which I don't know why. And Tom Aschheim said that Cartoon made live action shows and which were not really success, but Tom Aschheim said that live action shows on Cartoon Network is the only way to reach more girls. What? Double what? Yeah. If you look at Out of Jimmy's Head, which was a spin-off of the movie Reanimated, it was a show co-produced with live action and animation, but it did not go so well. The creator of the show explained on Twitter. We had to listen to Tom Aschheim. And remember, he co-created a live action show for Cartoon Network, and then when that happened, the creator of the show with the executives ran out of time with pitchforks. Look, I know Cartoon Network is not supposed to be doing preschool content as well as live action. But it's best for the channel to try something new. But there's the only problem. According to people, they already tried this before. Yes, they did try it before. But if you look at them today, they need to be even more picky about what they air, since it's trying to become the juggernaut it once was. By the worst and scene of live action shows on Cartoon Network, this is going to be a bumpy ride for Cartoon Network. Now, I forgot to tell you, Family Mashup is going to be a comedy musical sitcom. A musical, huh? Kind of, kind of reminds me of the Steve Urkel. It's like Saturday morning cartoons are about to return. They disappeared at first, but now they're starting to reappear again. And now it's no longer a buy concept now. But now we need to talk about CBS's next Saturday morning blocks, which were changing thrice, 3 times. What I'm talking about is Cookie Jar TV. Now, I think I watched a little bit of Cookie Jar TV when I was growing up, ever since the early 2010s. Yeah, pretty much. And just like this, just like that, I watched a little Cookie Jar TV to see what was on. I I personally would spend the night with with my grandparents when my grandma was still alive. Now, Cookie Jar TV was an American children's programming block that aired on CBS, originally premiering on September 16th, 2006, as KOL Secret Slumber Party, which later became Coolopolis, and then as Cookie Jar TV, and it ran until December 20th, 2014. It actually got discontinued on September 21st, 2013. Actually, formerly called KOL Secret Summer Party, starting with the first name in, on January 19th, 2006, 2 months after Viacom and CBS finalized their separation into two commonly controlled companies owned by National Amusements. CBS announced that it would enter in a 3-year programming partnership with DIC Entertainment to produce a new Saturday morning children's block aimed at the kids. It was originally going to be called CBS's Saturday Morning Secret Summer Party. However, it was later been renamed as KOL Secret Summer Party. As in, there was KOL, which DIC partnered with, a kids version of AOL, as in American Online, to co-produce the block's programming. So it was renamed to KOL Secret Summer Party. The Slumber Party part of the name came from the Slumber Party Girls, which was chosen by CBS and DIC. So that was it. Ever since 2005 or something like that, or 2004, National Amusements split Viacom and CBS Corporation apart. Not cool. And so Nickelodeon and CBS became their separate entities, despite being owned by the same parent company. Not okay. But but there's nothing wrong with trying something new, in my honest opinion. On September 16th, 2006, 7 days after the remain of Nick Jr. on CBS was finished off, KOL's Secret Summer Party was launched. Now, its lineup included the first 3 run shows, such as Horseland, Cake, and Dance, 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 which became Dance Revolution, not to be confused with the game from PlayStation 1, Dance, Dance Revolution. One show that originally aired on the syndication DIC Kids Network, Block Trolls, and 2 shows from the 1990s, Madeline and Sabrina the Animated Series. Yeah, as for the Summer Party Girls, it's a teen pop female group signed with Griffin Records. Pretty unique. Now, anyway, this block was mostly aimed at girls rather than boys and girls. And this was because, as you know, there's nothing wrong with a little girl power, and girls can enjoy it. Anyway, KOL Secret Summer Party lasted until summer of 2007. KOL withdrew its sponsorship from the network's Saturday morning block. And it was also around this time that the Summer Party Girls have been broken up over a dispute between the band's members over dating Keegan McFadden, an actor who played Benjamin Turner on Cake, which is the TV series. After that, CBS and DIC Entertainment announced a new partnership with American Greetings Corporation to rebrand KOL Secret Summer Party as Coolopolis, which was named after the Teen magazine. Debuting on September 15th that year, which would be targeted towards younger children rather than you get the rest. And branded as a tie-in with the monthly teen magazine Q, and much of the programming all shows retained from the Secret Summer Party thing, except for Dance, Dance, Dance Revolution and Madeline. When the rebranded block began, they started airing Care Bears Adventures in Carolot and Strawberry Shortcake, which helped the block succeed, as those franchises were major and were a hit at the time. In November 2007, Sabrina and Trolls were replaced by 2 new series, Sushi Pack and DIC's Dino Squad. Unfortunately, Coolopolis wouldn't last long on CBS either, as on June 20th, 2008, Canada-based production company Cookie Jar Group announced that it would acquire DIC Entertainment. The purchase was finalized 1 month later on July 23rd, 2008. Cookie Jar was originally called Sinar Group, same company behind Caillou. There was a lot of problems over at Sinar, and it was later renamed to Cookie Jar Group. Same company who screwed with Johnny Test, which that was when the Flash parts were added. On February 24th, 2009, CBS renewed its time lease agreement with Cookie Jar for 3 additional seasons running through 2012. Subsequently, on September 19th, the block was rebranded again as Cookie Jar TV. All the programs from Coolopolis and KOL's Secret Summer Party were removed and were dropped. And with this new change, the block was no longer solely aimed at girls no more. And now it's back to airing shows aimed at girls and boys. The programming was changed to reflect this. However, a few eventually returned, such as Sabrina the Animated Series and Strawberry Shortcake, probably. Over time, the new shows were added to the block, like Noonbury and the Super 7, Busy Town Mysteries, and the Doodlebops. Pretty unique, I think. For the block's second season, in September 2010, Noonbury and Super 7 were replaced by Sabrina's Secret Life, and Strawberry Shortcake was removed. In February 2011, Horseland and Trolls returned, replacing both Sabrina's shows, the animated series and Sabrina's Secret Life. Then, for the block's third season, Danger Rangers and the Doodlebops were added, replacing Trolls and the Doodlebops' Rock and Roll show. Later on, there was another brand name called the Team Tune. Name began being used, but was only outside of the block, as the Cookie Jar TV brand remained in the block itself. Then it was the block's fourth and final season in September 2012. Liberty's Kids replaced Danger Rangers and Horseland. The Cookie Jar TV brand remained in place for the blocks following Cookie Jar's acquisition by DHX Media, now Wild Brain, in October 2012. On July 24, 2014, CBS announced a programming agreement with a brand called Litton Entertainment, which recently programmed a Saturday morning block that is syndicated to ABC's owned and operated stations and affiliates for 2 years to launch a new Saturday morning block featuring live-action reality TV-based series aimed at teenagers ages 13 to 16 years old. And as a result, Cookie Jar TV was discontinued and ended its run after 7 years on December 20th, 2014, and was succeeded by CBS Dream Team. Cookie Jar TV actually was discontinued on September 21st, 2013, and was replaced by CBS Dream Team. I don't know how or when, but parts does not make no sense. CBS partnered with Litton Entertainment in 2013, not 2014. And CBS Dream Team launched in 2013, not 2014. That's confusing. Now, anyway, I think I watched much of the programming that Cookie Jar TV had aired, including, and I also added some of the Cookie Jar TV programming like Liberty's Kids and Busy Town Mysteries. I don't get Wikipedia's page about Cookie Jar TV's programming. I mean, I don't understand why they aired Squirrel Boy, which they didn't air that. Maybe somebody screwed up over there in trying to make sure it didn't make any sense. Now, anyway, I personally think that was really stupid of CBS to replace it with a teenage block. However, Cookie Jar TV, this wasn't the only Cookie Jar programming block there was. There was also 2 more blocks, such as Cookie Jar Tunes, and This Is for also known as This Is for Kids. Much of the same programming. Much of the programming that Nick Jr. and other shows that they used to air were on Cookie Jar Tunes. such as The Adventures of Paddington Bear, Animal Crackers, The Busy World of Richard Scarry, The Country Mouse and the City Mouse Adventures, Flight Squad, Amelia Mystery, Ripley's Believe It or Not, the animated series, Robinson Serene, Spider Riders, and Whimsy's House. Spider Riders, which was part of the former Kids WB, and Whimsy's House as part of PBS's PTV, and The Busy World of Richard Scarry, part of Nickelodeon's Nick Jr. I still can't believe there were more Cookie Jar sister blocks in this. What else? There were also 2010 to the 2012 editions, which aired on other networks, which are cable or non-cable providers. And then there was the Cookie Jar Kids Network, a DIC Kids Network, which was a syndicated programming block that airs on selected Cookie Jar Group shows on local Fox, CW, My Network TV, and independent stations to provide them with a source of EI programming to follow the required Federal Communication Commission's Children's Television Act. It was first introduced as DIC Kids Network and then was renamed to Cookie Jar Network. But it too was discontinued on September 17th. PBS Kids was very popular ever since 1994 when PBS rebranded their children's programming as PTV, and then later in 1999, PBS Kids underwent a major facelift. It introduced brand new shows and also introduced us Dash and Dot. And it really went into a great successful move as PBS Kids gotten brand new shows in 2000, 2001, 2002, and so on. Out of the great shows that have been on PBS Kids, PBS launched the PBS Kids channel in 2001 that time. However, in 2002, the channel was unsuccessful and only reached 9 million households. In 2004, PBS announced that it had entered a joint venture with the cable provider Comcast and production companies Hit Entertainment and Sesame Workshop to create a new subscription-based channel for preschoolers, while with the retaining of PBS Kids in its name. So, PBS decided to launch a new channel, which is aimed at age kids 3 to 4 or younger, like Baby First TV. In 2005, Comcast announced that this new network channel would be called PBS Kids Sprout, launching initially as a branded video-on-demand service before gaining its own official channel. The network will be ad-supported, but ads will only air between programs in small quantities and will be aimed towards parents and caregivers. At launch, the channel had around 16 million viewers across Comcast and Insight cable providers. Among the new shows and some of the shows to air on the channel were Barney and Friends, Big Sister Little Brother, Pingu, Angelina Ballerina, Booba, Caillou, Make Way for Naughty, Sesame Street, Teletubbies, and Sagwa the Chinese Siamese Cat. PBS Kids Sprout was very successful. Also, they had day-parted programming blocks during their daytime and their primetime hours. They featured the Birthday Show, the Sunny Side Up Show, the Good Night Show, and the Let's Go Show. And with that, Sprout did something unique to their channel, in addition to adding many programming blocks. They would take several episodes of short-form shows and combine them into a half-hour show of its own, complete with interstitials in between segments. Kind of like what PBS Kids would have done. PBS Kids Sprout really pushed their envelope on. However, PBS Kids Sprout stayed this way from 2005 to 2013 or 2011. The soon in the 2010s. The effects of the Comcast NBC Universal NBC era, Comcast acquired a 51% majority stake of NBC Universal from General Electric, same company behind the SEPTA Silverliner to Ford from Regional Rail, and would assume full ownership of the company in 2013. Comcast's interest in Sprout was turned over to the company. On October 24, 2011, Hit Entertainment was sold to Mattel by Apex Partners, and then Hit Entertainment's ownership interest in Sprout was never been included in the deal and was retained by Apex Partners. In 2012, Sesame Workshop sold its interest in Sprout to NBC Universal. And finally, Apex Partners and PBS's shares interest in Sprout were claimed by NBC Universal. So NBC Universal claimed and acquired Apex Partners and PBS's shares. Therefore, Comcast got full ownership of the brand and caused the company, along with NBC Universal, to merge. So Comcast merged with NBC Universal to become NBC Universal Cable Entertainment Group. This made the PBS Kids part of the name of PBS Kids Sprout of the channel to be removed on November 13th, 2013. In July 7th, 2012, Sprout began to produce a Saturday morning block for preschoolers known as NBC Kids and Mi Telemundo, Telemundo Kids on NBC and Telemundo respectively, and replaced Cubo. So NBC announced it would have a joint venture with Sprout to run NBC Kids and Mi Telemundo. After Comcast and NBC Universal acquired Sprout on September 26, 2015, Sprout received a refresh. However, the acquired shows that PBS Kids Sprout had used to air were dropped from the lineup. And therefore, it was revealed that PBS Kids Sprout is shifting its focus from airing PBS shows to airing new original shows. So PBS Kids Sprout began making their own original programming as a competing against Disney Junior, part of Disney ABC, and Nick Jr., part of Viacom CBS. It was PBS Kids Sprout's attempt to make new original content to boost up ratings. Sprout started declining somehow, despite airing new original series. The network was shifting away from its original focus on shows from PBS Kids to airing and creating new original shows. However, this change seemed to left people really wondering, and this left Sprout somehow starting to decline, and it's starting to buckle on. So, During the Simply Sprout era, PBS Kids Sprout began making their new shows like the Flugels, including Cody Kapow, and they even got in Sydney Sailboat, etc. And this was supposed to be new original shows to compete with Nick Jr. and Disney Jr. held. In 2016, the network retired the Sunny Side Up show and was been replaced by the Sprout House later on in 2017 or something. I'm sorry. My opinion. PBS Kids Sprout lost its mind to lose its Sunny Side Up show block, and rename it to the Sprout House. What were they thinking? I can't believe that. Sprout even had a good schedule that had, you guessed it, variety. Nothing but some good variety in their last season in 2017. On May 1st, 2017, NBC Universal announced that Sprout would be rebranded as Universal Kids. On September 9th at that year. With the rebranding, the network will be revamping its evening and primetime programming to aim at preteens ages 8 to 12. Universal Kids would continue to broadcast preschool programming, initially retaining the Sprout brand for the Screen Bug, occupying 15 hours per day of programming from 3 a.m. to 6 p.m. Similar to, Discovery Family. And Universal Kids would begin acquiring brand new shows while continuing to focus on original programming, including some shows from DreamWorks Animation, who Universal purchased and acquired in 2016, and shows co-produced with the Family Network in Canada. But however, from 2017 to 2019, the changes seem to negatively impact the channel's viewership. It was revealed that the channel was declining down to 30%, declining in 2017, and then a whopping 73% in 2018. The president of NBC Universal at the time, Mrs. Briannan, was replaced by a new president named Francis Berwick. The previous as president CEO was Sandy Wax. In mid-2016, it was announced that Sandy Wax would be stepping down from being CEO of NBC Universal by the end of 2016, being replaced by Mrs. Brannahan, Didier Brannahan, in January 2017, and then Mrs. Brannahan was replaced by Francis Berwick in 2019. So in June of 2019, Universal Kids was trying to recover itself financially. They stopped producing and developing new original series and shifting their focus towards the acquired shows, which was a bad move. But try as they may, in trying to keep up, it is the lowest viewed children's channel in the US during daytime and primetime. In late and early 2017 and 2018, the network Universal Kids retired using the Sprout brand for the Screen Bug, and it was renamed to Universal Kids Preschool, or Universal Junior, or at the time. But before that, Didier Brannahan explained that Universal Kids will continue to focus on its preschool programming, stating that the greatest thing is there is nothing to fix there. Sprout is a beautiful brand. If anything, we want to invest more in original production, there is more we can explore there. Prior to Universal Kids rebranding, the network replaced its long-running morning block Sunny Side Up and was rebranded and renamed as Sprout House, which will later become Snug's House in 2018, which already been premiered in August 14th, 2017. I am very sorry. This is, once again, the worst move ever. However, the network was bringing back the older shows that aired on the channel, like The Wiggles, The Chica Show, Just in Time, except, yeah, you know it, even Barney and Friends. Are you serious? No. No, 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 no. No. That's not enough. Seriously, that is not enough. That is so not enough. Even reruns of The Chica Show and Just in Time and The Wiggles wasn't enough to save Universal Kids' lineup. What the heck? Oh boy. This is the whole downfall with Universal Kids, originally PBS Kids Sprout. Reruns of the older Sprout shows had stopped airing completely, like Barney and Friends and The Wiggles and The Chica Show a few years later in 2020 and 2021, and are no longer being seen ever again. Okay, so let's see. We got the rise of PBS Kids Sprout from 2005 to 2011 or 2013, and then we had the Sprout era from 2013 to 2017, and finally now we got the downfall as Universal Kids from 2017, and well, it was a bit good, but unfortunately it was a downfall from 2017 to 2019, and it's still going on to the present. How does a brand new rebrand of the network start declining even more after just 3 and 4 years after it's initially launched? And now they actually stopped doing original programming. We obviously wish that Universal Kids should have some new original programming and, have the variety, but unfortunately Universal Kids has stopped and really fallen from its prime in recent years. And the reason is because of the brand changes. Even though it's still the same channel, all of a sudden moves seem to turn people off the network. Maybe they should have sold the transition from Sprout to Universal Kids and make use of programming gradually. And for Medora Entertainment, they should have made an intermediary brand like Universal Sprout or something like that. Also, a message to Medora Entertainment: I don't think Universal Kids isn't gonna dig themselves out of their hole soon because honestly, they're still declining. They're already deep down in their hole for good. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Universal Kids had ceased the operation of broadcasting in not too long. Okay, that is it. So right now, Universal Kids today, we have the Remy and Boo, the Mighty Mike, and the Masha and Bear Network, and it's basically lacking of no variety. Now, according to Kawaii Life and Antonio, Universal Kids will never come back of how it used to be from how it was launched in 2017, because honestly they basically lost their opportunity to supposed to shine and continue to focus on original content. However, if you are on streaming media as well as cable providers still, you can easily look at the programs that were on Universal Kids on demand. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I don't have Universal Kids on the streaming media like Sling TV. So that's a big bummer. I had to use the IPTV stream on my phone for just in case. Anyway, PBS Kids Sprout may be. If everybody liked watching shows on Friday nights, everyone would kind of remember some nostalgia feeling when Cartoon Network had Friday Friday cartoons to enjoy, to show their audience off. You know, like the cartoon stuff, newer cartoons, older cartoons, and acquire content, and also for fan-made concept like Tajmer Networks, Tajmer's TGIF, a new Friday segment airing live action and cartoons and action cartoons in the primetime hours from 7 p.m. to midnight, 8 or 11 p.m. But now we need to talk about Cartoon Network's or some past Friday block, Cartoon Fridays, or the biggest night of action. You mean first off, Fridays has changed its name thrice throughout the 2000s, and finally in the 2010s, in the earliest era in 2010s, Fridays, a programming block featuring much of the shows that were action-oriented and cartoons, were discontinued. Why is this? We need to find that out. Before we need to talk about how it was back in 2012 or 2011, we need to go all the way back in the year 1999. Fridays launched as Cartoon Fridays. And this was part of Cartoon Network rivaling other networks, including Nickelodeon, in primetime hours, to attract the audience to see who's tuning in. And that strategy worked very well. Now, before Cartoon Fridays launch, we need to talk about the background which was created. As I mentioned in my history of Cartoon Network, I mentioned that there was a lot of creators like Jerry Reynolds, Seth MacFarlane, even William Hanna and Joseph Barbera made shorts. The other creators made shorts, including Craig McCracken and Genndy Tartakovsky. Now there was a shorts program called the What a Cartoon Shorts. They're under in the world premiere tune-in, which simulcasted on TNT and TBS in 1995, but was later been renamed to World Premiere Tunes. The first few cartoons to launch were the early cartoons, such as Dexter's Laboratory in 1996, Johnny Bravo in 1997, along with Cow and Chicken and Iron Weasel, Powerpuff Girls in 1998, and Courage the Cowardly Dog and Ed, Edd and Eddy in 1999. Well, Ed, and Eddy they weren't produced by Hanna-Barbera. They were produced by Denny Onuchowski. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. In his studio, aka Cartoon. I mean, I can get why the logo felt very creepy and familiar, but frankly, nobody cares. A marathon of the cartoons would be shown on a programming block called Cartoon Weekend. It would run through a whole weekend. It's just how it is. Premiering like in 1997. And then later we got with a set of newer other cartoons like Mike and Ugg, which premiered later on. By 1999, Cartoon Fridays was born. Yes, we know Cartoon Fridays was super nostalgic to some people who watch it, but here we go. Launching in June of 1999 and lasting until June 2000, the first iteration was fully live action, parodying lottery drawings, audition stuff, those kind of stuff. It wasn't until June of 2000 when the block became Cartoon Base, featuring all the cartoon characters from their shows interacting with one another, and they get a chance to host. Yeah. So you get Double D or Johnny Bravo hosting. It's just a epitome of variety of characters hosting per Friday. As part of some cartoon traditions, they would have some other programming blocks for cartoons like cartoon top 5 or 10, and also traditionally Cartoon Fridays and Cartoon Network would show the What a Cartoon shorts on Cartoon Fridays, like the early cartoons like the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Meet the Reaper, Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, and other shorts that will become full-fledged cartoons later on. In November of 2000, Sheep in a Big City made its first premiere. However, this is during Double D's hosting. I have to say, when Double D hosted and Johnny Bravo kept interfering, and it was really funny to me, very funny, and it's just like I'm seeing visual gags during that time. And when Double D he called for a baboon literally chased Johnny Bravo and Chicken around. Yeah, Chicken also excavated the interfering problem too. It might be annoying to some people, but some people think that it's very funny. Moving on to the next update. June 2001. A new hosting list has been made. Ed and Eddie got a chance to host, including the Time Squad trio and a few other cartoon characters all got a chance to host as well. Time Squad had premiered during the block's update, while other cartoons would get renewed for newer seasons. 2001, we see Betty Cohen exit Cartoon Network and was succeeded by Jim Samples. 2001 would also see Hanna-Barbera be absorbed by Warner Brothers Animation or Cartoon Network. William Hanna died of throat cancer that year. Joseph Barbera would later continue at the Warner Brothers Animation until his death in 2006. There was a big voting segment called the Big Pick, where viewers can submit a cartoon short into production. There were winners, and the shorts had lost and failed to end up secure. The big winner in 2001 was Codename Kids Next Door. That time, everybody was very happy that Codename Kids Next Door had won and that it was submitted. In 2002, while Cartoon Network is still making other cartoons fit for the older or the younger age demographic, the block remained, and CCF remained unchanged in format. However, throughout the course of the block's run, we see some shows frequently joining and leaving. Courage the Cowardly Dog ended on its final season. It aired all of its episodes through summer through fall 2002 as it ended its final season. 2002 would also see me being born in March that year. April that year, Noggin was split into 2 blocks due to issues. What was that all to do with Cartoon Fridays? Well, it's my experience from that era. So yeah, that part I was off topic per se. Okay. Codename Kids Next Door would be the final cartoon to premiere on Cartoon Fridays. There was a Halloween Cartoon Fridays theme which took over the block throughout the month of October, airing Grim and Evil, Scooby-Doo episodes, and movies. And, funnily enough, Samurai Jack, Cartoon Network's first action show, which was airing on Cartoon Network, had also aired on the block. So yeah. Alright. 2003. The end of the road for CCF. After a 4-year run, after launching on June 11th, 1999, Cartoon Fridays would be rebranded as Summer Fridays and later Cartoon Network's Fridays, while the new Fridays would debut later in September and October. And this became the Cartoon Fridays. Now people said that Cartoon Network should not be doing live action shows. However, this is not actually a live action show. It's just a Friday block. This time, this time, you know, they just updated the block to have some newer hosts. Probably because of maybe the voice actors were probably tired of wanting to put out their vocal cords to the cartoon characters. Yeah, I think maybe nobody knows. Anyway, Cartoon Fridays was going good and was going well. Oh, yeah, it was since it was refreshed to Fridays. They still airs much of the programming that the cartoons are still airing, including Ed, Edd and Eddy, and also later in the 2000s, they would air newer cartoons. Some of them outside the cartoons moniker, like what? Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Mind Your Partner's a Monkey, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and so much more. Totally Spies premiered on the block as well later on. In 2006, the block aired Cartoon Network's first ever live-action cartoon-inspired movie, Reanimated, which once again was made in response for declining ratings due to competing live action shows that were airing on Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel, Cartoon Network's two competing networks that they were supposed to compete with only their cartoons. We know how it went. Predominantly, Cartoon Network is just an animated network, and what Jim Sample said, it's not going to change anytime soon. Fridays stayed this way. However, updates were added, and some of the original hosts were probably gotten removed. Fridays remained from 2003 to 2007. However, by 2007, Fridays aired for the last time. It was the year 2007. Jim Samples resigned from Cartoon Network on February 9th due to a bomb scare in Boston because of Cartoon Network trying hard to promote Aqua Teen Hunger Force by leaving packages all around Boston, which did not go so well and caused Cartoon Network to pay the price of $2 billion. Now, and that's why Jim Samples resigned because of it. 2007 would see the exit of Jim Samples, succeeded by Stuart Snyder, which was when the downfall has been happening, and Cartoon Network started going downhill since, and this is why people thought Cartoon Network quote unquote died in 2008 or 2007. Now, Fridays, the traditional Cartoon Fridays was dissolved into a retitled block called Friday Night Premiere Thunder. The Cartoon Fridays ended with a movie. That wrapped up its broadcast. Later, it was renamed Friday Dynamite after Friday Night Premiere Thunder had flopped miserably. What is Friday Night Premiere Thunder like? It was a horrible era. That was a horrible block ever. I seen the promo. I seen how it was. It looks like It looks like Friday Night Premiere. What the crap? It's not Friday Night Premiere Thunder anymore. It's called Friday Night Premiere Adult Centric now. Oh, I'm sorry if I insulted wrong, but it's actually true. I don't like it. The way Stuart Snyder got rid of it, got rid of Cartoon Fridays. That was really terrible. So this was during the Yes era, part of this Friday Night Premiere Thunder thing. And after Friday Night Premiere Thunder has sadly kicked the bucket and flopped, it was replaced on August 31st, 2007 by Friday Dynamite. Now many people hated it. Many people hated this. Yeah, especially Do Not 1999. Now Friday Dynamite was hosted by a young kid and his friends who also was hosting part of it. I wouldn't say hosting because obviously they do crazy stuff. I don't mind that thing a bit. However, not all people didn't like this. However, by November 2007, they did Thanksgiving stuff, like they ate big pieces of turkey. That is really delicious. That is really delicious and cool at the same time. And that is very delicious. Also, 2007, we also see Cartoon Network produce its, again, second live-action series since Big Bag from 1996. We call it Out of Jimmy's Head. This was Cartoon Network's second live-action show since Big Bag, coming right out of Cartoon Network Studios And I think this was created with Adam Pava, who did this. Yes. And it did not go so well. Shows that also premiered during the Fried Dynamite era included Chowder, The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. Maybe not. And once again, Out of Jimmy's Head premiered on the block that during the year. What about the other cartoons like Flapjack and others? Well, we already know that there's another primetime block for that. There was CN Thursday nights. So yeah, there was already CN Thursday nights. There was also Christmas events on Friday Dynamite. They still carry on the Fridays tradition, kinda. However, this wouldn't last long as in September of 2008, at the same time after Cartoon Network's rebranding to Nudes, Toonami and Friday Dynamite were both canceled after Friday Dynamite mostly after one season, and Out of Jimmy's Head got canceled after one season due to the backlash on CN viewers. And this was also got affected by that writer strike processing. And that is what happened. Once again, the thing about Cartoon Network's failed live action shows is that none of these shows really gotten good ratings. The majority of the live action shows that they produced didn't even last more than a year, except for the beloved Destroy Build Destroy and Do What Would Happen later, which were later made in 2009, which all lasted 2 years. Level Up controversially lasting 1.5 years. Again, they should have put those on another network. I know Cartoon Network was trying something new, but again, we do have to understand why they did that. If we look at Nickelodeon and Disney Channel. Oh. Now, as for Friday Dynamite, after it was pulled from the air in October, it was announced that a new Friday block would be replacing Toonami, and so You Are Here was introduced. It's actually known as Second Pulse. Now, Second Pulse or Action Fridays or Action premiered. It was during the Nudes era. It would the intro would introduce us to a golden nude in which has a crown on his head, and would start skating or sliding until he pounds the Cartoon Network 3-dimensional logo. And the Second Pulse logo would pop out, and the announcer would say, "You are here." Yeah. Shows that premiered on the block including Secret Saturdays, Ben 10 Alien Force, another installment to the original Ben 10 continuity, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, and Generator Rex, which premiered later on in 2010, before Check It was introduced. Now, speaking of that, this would eventually gotten the teens the great respect they deserve, and Cartoon Network would never kill off any action-related cartoons. Now, Second Pulse would also air movies like Pokemon and such. They had Naruto later. I don't know. Yeah, I think they lost the rights to Naruto in 2009 when Disney XD got the rights to it. Yeah, per se, actually. Heh. I'm not proud of that. How Cartoon Network lost Naruto, but they later got the rights to it from from Disney XD, and when Toonami was introduced back in 2012, the revival one. Anyway, You Are Here remained until 2010 when the Nudes era aired for the last time, and it was replaced by, you guessed it, the biggest night of action. The biggest night of action would be introduced and would also premiere new shows which are action oriented. Now we already know that a lot of shows that came back for their newer seasons, including Batman, The Brave and the Bold, and Ben 10, which later Ben 10 Ultimate Alien would be introduced in 2010. While Secret Saturday's Chowder, The Misadventures of Flapjack would all end production that year. And in September of 2010, Cartoon Network premiered the newest show, which did not survive well, called Symbiotic Titan. Premiering in September of 2010 after Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, and the show received good success. However, not for long, as the show ended at some sort of for no reason after that, due to a toy line brand development. Lack of toy line. Seriously, lack of toy line. Come on, just keep on making new episodes of Symbiotic Titan and just stop at the toy line branding. Do it later. You needed to make more episodes. People didn't really like that the series ended abruptly. Snyder pointed to low viewership, while rumors soared for a number of reasons, including Cartoon Network cycle support, a dispute between Genndy Tartakovsky and Cartoon Network for Toyline for further brand development. While later, Cartoon Network added new action shows to the lineup, including Thundercats and Young Justice. Don't ask that if I watched that. I didn't watch both of them. Well, Young Justice only on Boomerang due to some sort of a reason that I don't want to talk about. Now, anyways, as later on, the action shows have been split apart. Young Justice moved to Saturday mornings because of DC Nation in 2012. While the other action cartoons would later get burned to Saturday mornings as well. Yeah, Saturday mornings, which was a bad way to treat shows badly. This is the reason why Star Wars or Clone Wars ended, and this is also the reason why the action shows had never came to be. Saturday mornings, kiss that Saturday morning stuff goodbye. There is no way action shows could be on Saturday mornings. Now, and we already remembered how Cartoon Network treated Pokemon like that. I mean, it would have been better if they aired it, part of Megoozy in the 2000s instead of being on Saturday mornings. New episodes on Megoozy. Why could it be on an afternoon segment instead? Yeah, why does it have to be on Saturday mornings? Cartoon Network, interfere Toonami already and show action cartoons on Saturday nights. Don't even think about doing that stuff like that again. Saturday mornings, is this very necessary? Same goes to DC Nation. DC Nation was on Saturday mornings. It should not be on Saturday mornings. Put them on Saturday night. 8. I know that would interfere tonight, but frankly, who cares? I don't. I know it's heartless, uh, but is Saturday mornings really needed? The way they treated Tenkai Knights was horrible. The way they treated Transformers, Robots in Disguise, and Cyberverse was terrible. Now, now Saturday morning action cartoons should not be a thing, in my opinion. Yes, it's aimed at the 6 to 11 demographic, but they're also teenage friendly. Semi-mature theme because of moderate violence. And given the fact, and given the fact that, and given the fact that it has been, and given the fact that it should have been on an afternoon segment like Old School Toonami for some reason before Maguzi would came to be. The biggest night of action was later been renamed as the biggest morning of action on Saturdays with DC Nation. Then the block just sort of disappeared. The block biggest I've actually concluded after a long run from Fridays to Friday Dynamite to Second Pulse and You Are Here. That was definitely the last time we ever seen Fridays. However, later on in the 2020s, Fridays would kind of come back act as a brief revival with Take and Seek, which aired on Fridays as part of Cartoon Network testing its primetime hours. But it too was cancelled, and it too, unfortunately, it would be a failure. Not even 1 year after testing its primetime hours fame was launched. Nowadays, as of right now, no more Friday night cartoons. Nowadays, and for some sort of reason, now they're doing Cartoon Network primetime shows. If they're going to do that, they need to do it more often anyway. With the Cartoons Shorts program coming back, and since the cartoons are going to become, and since the cartoons that are going to be cartoons revival are going to be a thing, it better be a programming block. It wouldn't better be just a shorts program, because I know they were a programming block that then, but they need to become a thing again. And besides, we need a cartoons block. And besides, we need to see how classic. We need to see, we need to see like the characters interact with one another. I'm also looking forward to see that, one of the shorts to come. They could be a big hit for Cartoon Network at this point. Become the next faces of Cartoon Network, next to the older cartoons. Hey, how about do a cartoons block featuring old and new cartoon characters interacting with one another now? That would be a lot more creative and fun, like Kids WB. I mean, it would have been a lot more fun and better if it actually happened, but it wouldn't. Now, the thing about is with Cartoon Network today is that it's still stepping up strong now. However, despite with the Warner Brothers Discovery stuff and people still getting into some beef with HBO Max removing some shows and the controversies with Cartoonito, I say Cartoon Network is doing great under Today's downfall in history of a channel will be on Nick Jr. Now, Nick Jr. today is owned by Viacom CBS and Nickelodeon, and it was supposed to be a programming block aimed at preschoolers ages 3 to 6, just like Cartoonito, or ages 2 to 5, or younger. Similar to like PBS Kids Sprout and Baby First TV. And some people said that Nickelodeon or Nick Jr. never learned anything from their past flopped shows, according to Leo Tuber and Benzie Johnson Jr. and everybody else, just to name a few. And then somehow Nick Jr. jumped the shark, and all the original Nick Jr. shows were all removed. And then, however, was soon been revived on Paramount Plus or been transferred into the Tajmir Jr. Not for the better, but for the worse, according to some people. Why? Why is Nick Jr. getting all so much hate? In this video, we're going to find that out. In January 4th, 1988, Nick Jr. launched. No, not the acronym JR. Nick Jr. as in JUNIOR. Not the acronym JR. That didn't come later in 1988. Soon, later in 1988, the now iconic orange and blue, the original Nick Jr. logo, made its first appearance. Nick Jr. made its first original series called Eureka's Castle in 1989. That time it was pretty popular. Also, around that time, Pinwheel was split into two separate half hours in the morning and afternoon, and it remained until July 1990. Much of Nick Jr.'s other programs at the time were Japanese and foreign origin, like shows like Fred Penner's Place, Sharon, Lois and Bram's Elephant Show, Adventures of the Little Koala, Newsies, Maya the Bee, and The Little Bits. For the first time, in 1993, Nick Jr. received a facelift while premiering The Cap Elliott and Company, and received a slogan called Grow, Learn, and Play, as well as the orange guy and blue guy holding hands, which is like the orange parent and a blue child. However, Nick Jr. was declining and was losing to TLC and PBS's PTV in ratings. So Nick Jr. was losing to TLC's Ready, Set, Learn block and PBS's PTV Part block in ratings. So in 1994, the Grow, Learn, and Play interstitials ended its year run, and Nick Jr. received another facelift, which received the slogan Play to Learn, which introduced Face, an animated mascot that introduced shows and interstitials and laid into commercial breaks. In context of the segment, Face was capital of materializing objects such as an astronaut, a robot, clown, a window, and a traffic light, stars, and even wood. He was capital of creating a number of Foley sound effects, including that 3-note trumpet noise. The original Face was very popular, and he would also change colors, moods, and feelings. He would introduce characters from the shows, reciting the alphabet, or telling jokes. In 1996, Nick Jr. did a breakaway hit and premiered this show called Blue's Clues, and it put the block on the map. So on September 9th, 1996, one day after the premiere of Blue's Clues premiered in primetime on Nickelodeon, Nick Jr. received yet another facelift, this time introducing more logos. In 1998, the slogan Just For Me was introduced, which was used in tandem with Play to Learn for the rest of their run. There was also another slogan called Nick Jr. is where I play to learn. just simply the same thing. In the years that followed, shows like Franklin, Maisie, Kipper, and Little Bill had first aired. Nick Jr. briefly aired reruns of the PBS series that aired on PBS Shining Time Station in summer 2000. Later, Maggie and the Ferocious Beast premiered on the same day, and also same day that show premiered to promote Thomas and the Magic Railroad before being replaced by Dora the Explorer. That's right, Nick Jr. then made its next breakaway hit, Dora the Explorer. Both Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer both put the block on the map. It put Nick Jr. on the map, especially with Dora the Explorer with this D Dora. In 2000, Viacom and CBS Corporation had merged and caused Nickelodeon and CBS to make a new Saturday morning block called Nick Jr. on CBS to coincide with Nick on CBS. This programming block featured shows from Nick Jr. and aired every Saturday morning. In 2002, the block was renamed to Nick on CBS, and the Nickelodeon programming was added to that block at the time, while using and retaining program broadcasts for some Nick Jr. shows, since Nick on CBS has to comply with the Children's Television Act. The US dub of Bob the Builder premiered on Nick Jr. in January 2001, alongside Oswald, along with this new facelift rebrand on September 3rd, 2001. Produced by Adam Mokuria, who had previously rebranded Nickelodeon and Nick at Night, and additional effects. And later then, on April 7th, 2003, the day Sister Network Noggin rebranded and introduced Moose and Z, Nick Jr. aired its 4 new original series. One of them has to be Noggin's original series: Ubi, Tweenies, Fimbles, and Miffy and Friends. Nick Jr. continued to air Tweenies from July to October. And on August 29th, 2003, the original Face Interstitials ended their 9-year run. On September 1st, 2003, Nick Jr. received, you guessed it, another facelift and another rebrand. This time, introducing a dozen brand new logos, and premiered this show called Rubber Dubbers. It premiered the next day, and a new interstitial series called Nick Jr. Play-Along was introduced, hosted by 2 fun live-action mascots. Robin, played as Hillary Hawkins, and Zach, played as Travis Gilba. Along with these 2 fun live-action mascots, the 2 sock puppets called the Feet Beats were introduced. And also around that time, Face was updated to a modern look, who sounded radically different from the Face from 1994. However, there was massive criticism and led Nick to cancel the new Face interstitials, and was a huge major flop. The new Face interstitials were acted by the same guy who voiced the Nick on CBS promos by Babby Floyd. And the new Face interstitials were produced by VP Cartoons. So, in response to this, with the criticism of Nick to cancel the new Face interstitials, Nick Jr. removed the play-along interstitials aside from a re-edited opening in February 2004. And on October 8th, 2004, the new Face interstitials ended their 1-year run. They should have kept the original Face interstitials for a little while longer, because the original Face is very settling. The new Face interstitials were really unsettling for the viewers. On October 11th, 2004, on the same day the Backyardigans premiered, Nick Jr. received yet again another rebrand. Interstitials, co-produced by Little Airplane Productions, Face, the original or the new face was replaced by Piper the Possum or Piper Opossum, who probably gave many children great settling memories. And this new slogan, Love to Play, from October 11th, 2004 to September 7th, 2007. Around the time, shows like Lazy Town, Miss Spider's Sunny Patch Friends, and The Backyardigans, which later premiered alongside the rebrand. Around 2004, on CBS, the main Nickelodeon programming was removed from CBS's Saturday morning block, and the block became Nick Jr. on CBS once again. However, it didn't last long, and Nick Jr. on CBS, the rebranded one, only lasted until 2006. Around like 2004, 2005, or New Year's Eve 2005, Viacom's parent company, National Amusements, split Viacom and CBS Corporation apart, and so Nickelodeon and CBS became separate entities once again, despite being owned by the same parent company. And that caused CBS to partner up with DICK Entertainment to produce KOL Secret Slumber Party, which will later become Kiolopolis and then Cookie Jar TV, which would definitely be covered in a future video. The latter of the three Nick Jr. shows, Lazy Town, Miss Spider's Sunny Patch Friends, and The Backyardigans, were briefly shown on Noggin during the Thanksgiving week in November 2004, before joining Noggin's regular schedule later. Between 2004 and 2007, Nick Jr. reduced its reliance on interstitial series and increased the amount of commercials it aired. On September 7th, 2007, the Piper the Possum interstitials ended their 3-year run. And on September 10th, 2007, Nick Jr.'s new fall lineup 2007 began, with Nick Jr. receiving yet again another rebrand. A new slogan, Play With Us, was included. Nick Jr.'s bumpers encouraged preschoolers to play along and featured the Nick Jr. logo in the form of 2 stop-motion stuffed animals. This marks the first time that Nick Jr. had no mascots since 1994. Starting on March 3rd, 2008, Nick Jr. began its broadcast at 8:30 a.m. This marks Nick Jr. not doing any more interstitials to increase more commercials. On January 30th, 2009, the original Nick Jr. block ended its 21-year run, with Ni Hao Kai Lan being its last show, and the Play With Us interstitials ended their 2-year run. On February 2nd, 2009, the original Nick Jr. block was rebranded as Nickelodeon's Playdate, and the block's branding was based off of Noggin's branding and featured drawings and arts and craftsy styling. Nick Playdate is basically like Nick Jr., but with the Splat logo and the Nickelodeon name for the Screen Bug during the morning programming that time. And Nicolette Perini was the announcer of each bumper. The split screen credits from Nick Jr. from 2007 remained, but the logo changed to the Nickelodeon name. Despite now known as Nick Playdate, some bumpers still contain the Nick Jr. stop-motion animal bumpers. On September 28th of that year, Noggin and the N were replaced with Nick Jr. and Teen Nick. In 2011, Nick Playdate received a new rebrand featuring characters from the block's shows. The following year, the Playdate branding was removed and was replaced with a modified version of the Nick Jr. channel's branding, known as Nick, the Smart Place to Play, despite Nickelodeon displaying its show credits during the last 30 seconds before it since 2012. The branding retained the split-screen credits for Nick Jr. shows airing on the block until May 2nd, 2014. Starting in December of 2011, the block started to air at 7 a.m. On May 5th, 2014, Nick the Smart Place to Play was rebranded back to the Nick Jr. name, while still using the Nickelodeon name for the Screen Bug and promos started in 2014. When aired on the Nick Jr. channel, commercials for programs broadcast on the Nick Jr. block on Nickelodeon would usually end with "over on Nickelodeon" or "over on Nick" to differentiate the titles. On the same day, the Nick Jr. block began to use Nickelodeon's on-screen credits to include more commercials, now 12 minutes per hour. On June 10th, 2015, the Nick Jr. website was fully redesigned to completely match up with the Nick Jr. app. And on May 21st, 2018, the Nick Jr. block began calling itself Nick Jr. on Nick, refreshing its imaging with new bumpers and curriculum boards to introduce Modern Era 3.0, with the standard color bumpers, like if it's yellow, purple, green, or blue. On November 12th, 2018, the Nick Jr. block reverted back to using the Nickelodeon name for the Screen Bug and later in advertisements. However, the Nick Jr. name was retained in the refreshed bumpers and curriculum boards on Nickelodeon and received this new slogan called "Ready to Play." Around 2018 of the summer, Nick Jr.'s schedule, the Nick Jr. channel, continued on with variety programming until when Brian Robbins himself stepped in as president at Nickelodeon and began getting rid of variety on the Nick Jr. channel in 2018. The original Blue's Clues, Little Bear, and a few other acquired series stopped airing on the network completely. In 2016, the network acquired Thomas and Friends Season 24 or Season 23. Yeah, that's right, the Thomas and Friends, the CGI era of Thomas and Friends. Thomas and Friends Season 24 ended on the Nick Jr. channel and the Nick Jr. block in Christmas 2019. In 2013, the network premiered Paw Patrol, which became a huge success hit and put Nick Jr. on the map next to Dora the Explorer and Blue's Clues. By the mid to the late 2010s, some of the original Nick Jr. shows were no longer on the Nick Jr. channel and the Nick Jr. block. It was idiotic for Nickelodeon or Nick Jr. to get rid of both with their two hit shows, Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer. It put Nick Jr. on the map, especially Blue's Clues 1996 and Dora the Explorer. So this is the things that we get. So in return, Brian Robbins and Simon Zarkami, you simply got rid of them like they were nothing. So what happened to them? Well, here's why. The original Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer moved on to Random Arts Network for reruns, their weekday mornings block on Random Arts Network. Blue's Clues 1996 and Dora the Explorer continued reruns on Random Arts Network until the network itself, the FanMade network itself, got rid of it back in 2020, starting on April 30th. Dora and the original Blue's Clues moved on to Tajman Jr. in the UK until now, and and they both returned on October 18th, 2020, before Tajmer Jr. arrived in the U.S. Nickelodeon partnered up with Pocket Watch, which was when that means that there's something's wrong, and that means there was this new show called Ryan's Mystery Playdate, which would gross over lots of money for Nickelodeon. And this was when everybody was angry, and the show started going downhill since. Everybody stated on Twitter that the show sucked. Then there was the Blue's Clues reboot, which grossed over lots of money for Nickelodeon as well, partnering with Brown Bag Films and Korean Entertainment, part of Silver Lining, and Nine Story Entertainment. It helped Nickelodeon and Nick Jr. put back its popularity, so that's a good thing. But what about the Dora the Explorer reboot or something? Where is it? Why didn't you greenlit that one yet? Then later in the mid-2010s, I already forgot that Nick Jr. greenlit some shows like Cleveland Cocaine, Hey Dougie, 44 Cats, the Teletubbies reboot. What the hell? And somehow the Nick Jr. channel controversially gotten Alvin and the Chipmunks. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. By 2020, there was this new character that nobody didn't like. That's right, it was Baby Shark Brooklyn, which I pretty think he is really cute, and for some people, his song sucked and the Korean version was better. Well, I still think the USA version is good because after looking at it, my overall opinion is it's very cool in my opinion. And the reason why Baby Shark is on Nick Jr., well, it's because on December 11th, 2020, Nickelodeon had partnered up with Smart Study and produced this brand new show, which everybody didn't ask for. It was Baby Shark's Big Show. Now, Baby Shark's Big Show premiered on December 11th, 2020, before joining Nick Jr.'s regularly scheduled programming later on, starting on March 26th, 2021, so around my 19th birthday. That's right, March 26th, 2021, it was the series premiere of Baby Shark's Big Show, which I think is a good show, and was produced by the previous Nicktoon animators, Breadwinners, and also this was when Nickelodeon was again criticized, is because Baby Shark then is another webtoon which Nickelodeon had picked up to gross out more money. And did it? Yeah, I think it grossed out many more money than it did. Promos of Baby Shark's Big Show new episodes have been rampant and was been milked by Nickelodeon. Seriously? You milked the same promo? I'm sorry, but it's not very nice to milk the same promo over and over again. It's just gonna make Nick Jr. a bit weaker and won't give any of their show's promos any attention. But that's not the worst of it. The Nick Jr. block scheduling. The schedule. So, in fall 2020, the Nick Jr. block started to air at 7 a.m., causing Nickelodeon to have an hour of airtime at 6 a.m., retaining using the Nick at Night logo. We already know that Nickelodeon has multiple hours of the day, while Cartoon Network doesn't have the fortune of it. So what does the Nick Jr. block start at? 7 a.m. and it will run until 2 p.m. 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Compare that to Disney Junior's schedule, yeah, it has a low share of hours. Compared that to my FanMade Tajman Jr. block schedule and Disney Junior's schedule hour, Nick Jr. got the biggest share on the Nickelodeon network. Yeah, it's pretty big. That's why there's marathons of Paw Patrol everywhere. And also, the Nick Jr. block actually died when the Nick Jr. block began calling itself the Blues Clues and You, Paw Patrol, Peppa Pig, and the Blaze and the Monster Machines network. Yeah, you can't believe this. It was a bad lineup. It was a really bad lineup not to enjoy. Even reruns of Team Umizoomi, which ran from early 2020 or early 2021, wasn't enough to save Nick Jr. on Nick's lineup. For the first time, Nick Jr. has never been the same and became a hollow shell of what it became. Nick Jr. was the hub and was purely the smart place to play, and it was its intention. Its schedule became horrendous, some kind of a stage-safe programming. There was also a new show called Beat Buds Let's Jam, which everybody criticized it. And for some people, thank God it only lasted for just one season. Oh no. That was the only show that is going to help Nick Jr. What's the matter with you? Nowadays, Nick Jr. is now airing the same stuff. Blaze and the Monster Machines, Blues Clues and You, and Paw Patrol, and Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is just only an acquired show alongside Paw Patrol. Not really. Paw Patrol is really just an original show. Seriously. And sometimes they would air new episodes of Ryan's Mystery Playdate and then soon Baby Shark's Big Show. It seems like Baby Shark or Ryan's Mystery Playdate gets no amount of airtime. Quite frankly. Yes, Baby Shark's Big Show does get a bit of airtime during on Nickelodeon. And that's only because to give it more power. Seriously, that is still not enough to save Nick Jr. on Nick's lineup. What the heck? I think Baby Shark is still better on Tajmir Jr. compared to him getting worse on Nickelodeon. In summer 2021, the Nick Jr. block began doing this revival of the Nickelodeon Mega Music Fest, featuring a brand new Baby Shark's Big Show and featuring musical new episodes of Santiago de Seas, probably Bubble Guppies, and then Beat Buds Let's Jam, just to name a few. Yeah, that's good and all, but honestly, that is not enough. When we had Nickelodeon's Mega Music Fest in 2010, it was a live-action movie or a live-action show, co-produced with live-action and blended in with animation, and it went into a huge success. Thanks, Simazar Kami. Thanks a lot. What's the point of tuning into Nick Jr. anymore? Its program has turned into a Blaze and the Monster Machines, Paw Patrol, Blues Clues and You, and the Peppa Pig network. It's in the name right now. We still like get Nick Jr. because it had variety, but now all the same shows are just endless repeats of the same show, just like endless repeats of Teen Titans Go. Reruns of the older Nick Jr. shows started airing on Tajmer Network last year, starting on October 18th. October 19th, 2020, the day Tajmer Jr. USA launched. Now, the Beat Buds Let's Jam was in its first season, but unfortunately was sadly canceled due to criticism. But it will run for reruns on Tajmer Jr. Santiago de Seas is currently having bad treatment and wasn't grossing out lots of money for Nickelodeon and will run for reruns on Tajmer Jr., just like Beat Buds Let's Jam. Bubble Guppies is still currently in its 6th season and will run for reruns on Tajmer Jr. Peppa Pig was wrapping up her final rerun on Random Arts Network on Tajman Network before the Tajman Jr. merge. Abby Hatcher was currently in her last season and will remain in reruns starting on Tajman Jr. starting on October 20th, 2020. The Adventures of Paddington premiered on December 20th, 2019 and moved to the Nick Jr. channel on March 27th, 2020. Just around my 18th birthday last year. Deer Squad was currently in its first season and will run for a few more reruns on Tajman Jr. Rainbow Rangers wrapped up its final time as an acquired show on Nick Jr. before coming to Tajman Jr. before the Tajman Jr. merge of the Tajman Jr. FanMade channel. Butterbean's Cafe got canceled on August 13, 2021 and will run for reruns on Tajman Jr. Fresh Beat Band of Spies wrapped up its final rerun on August 23rd, 2021 and will run a few more reruns on Tajman Jr. until the deadline on September 30th. Team Umizoomi remained on the Nick Jr. channel as reruns and is still going on to this day. Team Umizoomi is still currently the Nickelodeon original from January 31st, 2010 to survive. But once its final rerun will come, it'll still be going on, but on a fan-made channel, and it will be an end of an era for the Nickelodeon history ever. Team Umizoomi is the remaining, the modern-ish Nick Jr. show to survive on the Nick Jr. channel. The Nick Jr. channel and the Nick Jr. block started declining, despite having early success. The network shifted their focus from the original demographic from 2 to 5 to a broader, like a 2 to 3 or 2 to 4 range, or 3 to 4 or younger or something. I'm sorry, but this is not a good idea. It was the network's attempt to attract a baby audience since then. In 2012, the network retired Moose and Z. Moose and Z were retired. And the reason behind this is because Moose and Moose's voice actor, Paul Chrissy, quit. He quit being the voice actor of Moose and Moose. And that's why the Moose and Z era was replaced by the modern era. And that caused Nick Jr. to go downhill a lot. I'm sorry, Nick Jr. had lost their mind to get rid of Noggin's original mascots. It's Moose and Z. What were they thinking? Reruns of Baby Shark's Big Show started airing on Tajman Jr. starting on July 7th. Part of the Tajman Network Mega Tajman Summer Splash Fest. In fan-made concept, Nick Jr. started sharing their programs with Tajman Jr. USA following the Nickelodeon partnership, following the Cartoon Network partnership with Tajman Media. While Tajman Jr. defeated Disney Jr. and the Mouse Mall 61 CTV Just for Kids in ratings, Nick Jr.'s programming became financially unattractive, and also Baby Shark's Big Show, still airing on Nick Jr., became financially unattractive for Nickelodeon, as Nick Jr. is basically a Paw Patrol network and put Nick Jr. on the map to attract a broader baby audience. The Nick Jr. channel figure habits of children and childhood nostalgia children who are now grown-ups had migrated to either Paramount Plus, and on fan-made countries had migrated to fan-made cable networks like Tajman Network, Tajman Jr., and Teen Tajman. Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network's preschool blocks, Cartoonito and Nick Jr. are now rivals, just like Cartoon Network and Nick used to be. Both networks are now struggling to see who was the best in the preschool business. Nick Jr. started declining still and becoming financially unattractive since Cartoonito launched on September 13th, 2021 when Pocoyo came. And that means if Nick Jr. started to go overshadow, that means Nick Jr. will somehow starting to fade away into obscurity. From Kenny Valla 2003, he said that Nick needs to cut ties with Pocket Watch and Smart Study and Pink Phone because he's tired of Ryan's Mystery Playdate and Baby Shark's Big Show. Therefore, I respect his opinion on both shows. How unfortunately, Nickelodeon isn't going to cut ties with Pocket Watch or Smart Study anytime soon because if Smart Study and Pink Phone and Pocket Watch cut ties, they only cut ties if Nickelodeon does something wrong to their properties. Yeah. Like, for example, if they let's see, do an episode of Baby Shark or Ryan's Mystery Playdate and it was somehow if it was shown in public, that would definitely make Smart Study and Pocket Watch cut ties with Nickelodeon. They would do something stupid and put something on the air that nobody don't want to see because it would be censored. It was supposed to be censored or uncensored and would automatically make them cut ties with Nickelodeon. Anyway, anywho, Nick Jr. may be bad, but their shows are really decent. There was some decent programming on the block, like Baby Shark's Big Show and Ryan's Mystery Playdate, but their branding and their scheduling feels uninspired and completely been redundant. Yeah, it's still basically the Paw Patrol, Blue's Clues and You, and the Blaze and the Monster Machines network. Paw Patrol basically gets a large amount of airtime because it grossed out a lot of money for Nickelodeon, like $10 billion. Probably. Anywho, Nick Jr. may be still declining, but the original Nick Jr. shows are on streaming services. And as for the original Nick Jr. shows, they would often be used for FanMade networks. Like along with Blue's Clues 1996 and a few other Welcome back to another history video, where we talk about all the channels and programming blocks from the past to the present, and blocks that had started back in the 90s and 2000s to their biggest scoundrels. Here is our next history video. Sorry for the long distance hiatus of a bit of the history videos. So this time we need to talk about Cartoon Network's sister late night programming blocks at the time. Welcome to the world of Adult Swim. Now, Adult Swim can be described as in some ways. One, a programming block for adults and teenagers. Two, having their own channel some in other regions, and also was still around, even though it was from 20 years ago. In fact, Adult Swim had its 20th anniversary last year on September 2nd, 2001. All the way back from 20 years ago. Before we need to talk about how it is now, we need to go all the way back to the year 2001. Adult Swim was launched as a programming block on September 2nd, 2001. At the time, Jim Samples was president at the time. He's the guy who began Adult Swim, which we already may know. Adult Swim was a programming block on Cartoon Network that airs every night. Cartoon Network's original head programmer, Mike Lazo, conceived Adult Swim. The block grew out of Cartoon Network's previous attempts at airing content appropriate for teenagers and young adults who might be watching the channel after 11 p.m. Eastern Time and Pacific Time. The network began experimenting with its late-night programming by airing anthology shows that presented uncensored classic cartoon shorts such as Toonheads, The Bob and Clampett Show, The Tex Avery Show, Late Night Black and White, and Oh Canada. Another block, Toonami's Midnight Run, aired on the network's action programming, uncut with minimal edits. At the time, 1/3 of Cartoon Network's audience were adults. And during the 90s prime time, animation geared towards adults started growing popular due to the success of Fox's hit show The Simpsons. This was followed by a trend of adult-oriented animated shows throughout the decade, as well as more general-oriented animated series that garnered strong adult followings. Space Ghost Coast to Coast was created in 1994 specifically for late-night adult audiences. The series was created in 1994 and was created by Mike Lazo, Ghost Planet Industries, which would later become William Street Studios, aka William Street Productions. Copyright 2001 Cartoon Network, a Time Warner company, aka Warner Media Company, which will later become a Warner Brothers Discovery Company. So, Adult Swim was produced in-house by William Street Productions and the producers and programmers of Adult Swim. Between 4 or 5 a.m. on December 21st and December 30th, 2000, while Space Ghost Coast to Coast was put on hold, several William Street production series made unannounced self-premieres. C-Lab 2021, Harvey Birdman, Alternatively at Law, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and The Brack Show all premiered unannounced, strangely enough. Aqua Teen Hunger Force was probably one of the series aired as a pilot that aired on Cartoon Network, titled TV PG, before moving to Adult Swim in 2001. All of these series that were unannounced, the official schedules listed the shows as special programming. Prior to that, in Entertainment Weekly, it was stated that Michael Outland's next project was working on the Harvey Birdman Alternatively at Law pilot with J.J. Cedermaier. In a 1999 interview, the indie pop rock band Chalmers stated that they had recorded the theme song for C-Lab 2021. While Entertainment pitches for a variety of adult cartoons, Lazo realized the potential of packaging them as a complete adult focus block, a complete adult focus brand. Different names were considered, including Ibizo, which was said to be Spanish for stop and parental warning, parental block. He eventually settled on Adult Swim. By later on, Cartoon Network originally intended to launch the adult animation block on April Fool's Day 2001, the first anniversary where the Boomerang channel was launched in 2000, but was delayed 5 months. In June 2001, TV Guide had recorded an interview with Cartoon Network's former president Betty Cohen. She stated that there was going to be a new programming block coming out in September that was aimed for an adult audience. However, Betty Cohen stepped down in 2001 and was succeeded by Jim Samples. During this month, at the Cartoon Network Confidential, Cartoon Network's Best Originals and Outrageous Animated Shorts for Discriminating Adults in New York City, an upcoming episode of Space Ghost Coast to Coast episode titled Kentucky Nightmare. The stealth pilots from December, Captain Langer, and an episode of Home Movies were screened for free. Screening was part of the Toyota Comedy Festival. On Saturday, July 21st, 2001, the Space Ghost Coast to Coast panel at San Diego Comic-Con had a trivia game in which the winners won a phenomenal CD that had the theme songs to the upcoming Adult Swim shows. Everybody who attended got a free Adult Swim t-shirt that was packaged to look like a roll of bandages that a lifeguard might carry. On August 12th, 2001, the first commercial advertised the new block. The first commercial advertising the new adult block aired on Cartoon Network. Around this time, a press kit came out that featured towels and promotional CDs. Another press kit was designed as a first aid kit, came with a promo VHS with info on all the shows. On August 31st, 2001, the AdultSwim.com officially launched and debuted. Then later on September 2nd, 2001, the Adult Swim block officially debuted, with the original debut airing of Home Movies episode Director's Cut. Home Movies aired on its original network, UPN, or the United Paramount Network. Then there's other shows that already premiered on the block, like again, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Harvey Birdman, Alternative Law, and what else? The first anime broadcast on the block was Cowboy Bebop. Aqua Teen Hunger Force debuted on the block on September 9th with the episode Escape from the Letropolis. The block initially ran on Sunday nights from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time, with a repeat of the same block on Thursday nights. So the block would run on Sundays, similar to Fox's Animation Domination. However, it doesn't air from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And then Adult Swim would do a repeat of the episodes on the block on Thursday nights. Adult Swim had a disclaimer saying, "Parents strongly caution, the following programs are intended for mature audiences over the age of 18. These programs may contain some material that many parents will not find suitable for children and may include tense violence, sexual situations, coarse language, and suggestive dialogue." That was its original disclaimer. Until it became Adult Swim may contain mature material some viewers may not find suitable later on. Adult Swim's original bumpers consisted of the original Adult Swim bumpers consisted of kids and older adults. So the announcer would say, "All kids out of the pool for Adult Swim. All kids out." Yeah, there was a promo about that too, with the announcer saying that all the adult-centric news shows to come. Cartoon Network has the AdultSwim.com website on, and also, bumpers from the original Adult Swim would have some grown-ups doing some stuff, activities, including no eating in the pool, no tea partying in the pool, and so much more. The first Adult Swim logo consists of the red Adult Swim bloody logo, which ran from September 2nd, 2001 to February 23rd, 2002. Then there was another Adult Swim logo. It was just a regular Adult Swim logo, or with only lowercase letters. It was used from February 23rd, 2002 until May 25th, 2003. In 2003, however, there was great breakaway hits for Adult Swim, which included Family Guy, and there's also Futurama. Futurama, it was the first Fox show to debut on Adult Swim in reruns, in fact. Then there's Family Guy, which helped out Adult Swim and put the block on the map for Cartoon Network. Starting on January 13th, 2003, Adult Swim was airing 5 nights a week, Sundays through Thursdays, from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday nights were dropped. On February 9th, 2003, after the NBA All-Star Game, Adult Swim aired on the TNT network aired on the TNT network on a block called Adult Swim All-Star Extravaganza as a one-time special from 11 p.m. to 12:15 a.m. On October 5th, 2003, Adult Swim aired as a block on from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern Time. Braxtad on October 6, 2003, the Brax Show hosted Halloween-themed bumpers. That same night, Adult Swim hosted a live webcam show on its website featuring the Adult Swim staff having a party. The Big O series finale episode, The Show Must Go On, was supposed to premiere that night at 1 p.m. However, Adult Swim had to reschedule the episode for next week on November 2nd of that year, taking place of the scheduled previous unaired episode of Family Guy, When You Wish Upon a Wienerstein, to air on November 9th, when Big O premiered on November 2nd as a rerun episode. Stripes was airing, but then Adult Swim said it was a joke, and they finally aired the correct episode. So yeah, during the 2000s, Adult Swim aired from 11 p.m. until then. Then by later on, starting in 2005, it was revealed and was announced that Cartoon Network will no longer be treated as a 24-hour channel. So that means that Cartoon Network will be airing from 6 a.m. until 11 p.m., which will later air until 10 p.m. and then 9 a.m. and then 8 p.m. 9 p.m. until 8 p.m. and then and Adult Swim will be from you know the rest. beginning on March 27th, 2006. I think that was around that time of my birthday in 2006. Adult Swim's time began at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Then, unfortunately, on January 31st, 2007, there was a bomb scare in Boston, caused by packages that were left around the city trying to promote Adult Swim series Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That bomb scare cost the company $2 million. This means that we lost Jim Samples. Cartoon Network was changed that time. Fridays was discontinued and made Adult Swim controlling a large piece of airtime. On January 3rd, 2009, Adult Swim began airing reruns of Canada Hill, and its sign-on was expanded back from 11 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. On December 27th, 2010, Adult Swim began airing an hour earlier, 9 p.m., extending the network's daily schedule to 9 hours. Around the time that Stuart Snyder was present at the time. On April Fool's Day 2012, Adult Swim revived Toonami, the now defunct Cartoon Network programming block, which previously aired anime and action cartoons that was for Cartoon Network, had came back, but later became a permanent reboot and will return as a rebrand of Adult Swim's Saturday Night Action Block on May 26, 2012. On March 31st, 2014, after my 12th birthday at the time, Adult Swim's sign-on moved up to 8 p.m. So this means Cartoon Network has launched another hour of daily programming to Adult Swim, now ending earlier than ever at 8 p.m. However, Cartoon Network would take back the 8 p.m. time slot for the final few months, and then Adult Swim gets it back for the rest of the next new year until September. That time, Adult Swim began making more of their original programming. They got Robot Chicken. They brought in the Boondocks, which is a mixed bag opinion at the time. And you know the rest. There's also American Dad, which also is still airing on Adult Swim as well. It's also still airing on TBS. In 2007, Futurama aired for the last time on Adult Swim, but it would eventually return in 2021. Adult Swim is still going on, even though it is still signing off at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. every time at the end of years. Later on, throughout the course of 2019, in December that year, Mike Lazo retired from the company, which was announced by a bumper that aired on the network that month. Oh no. On September 18th, 2021, Family Guy ended its 18-year-long run on Adult Swim, as the network presented a farewell bumper at the end of the show's final rerun, Stewie is Enchanted, featuring other Adult Swim characters waving goodbye to the Griffin family. Starting on October 18th, 2021 last year, Adult Swim began airing syndicated Fox shows for the first time doing split screen credits, similar to the fashion of Cartoon Network. Some episodes in primetime would also be sped up to accommodate additional time slots for advertising sales, similar to sister networks TBS at the time. Adult Swim regained the rights back to both King of the Hill and Futurama on November 22nd and December 27th, 2021. Also on December 27th, 2021, Cartoon Network lost the 8 p.m. hour. Again! And everybody was so very disappointed and was very mad and angry about this. Because that Cartoon Network has their first preschool attempt, aka Warner Media's international preschool brand, Cartoonito, or should I say, or Cartoon Network Junior, or Cartoon Junior, I would say, for short. Or everybody is just worried that Cartoon Network is going back to doing the 6 hours now. However, the Cartoonito block has been decreasing their hours lately because Network, they knew doing the 6 hours of Cartoon Network, 8 hours Cartoon Network, bad idea. I mean, if you did that Cartoonito on September 13th, 2021, you see that it wasn't Cartoon Network anymore. It was essentially Adult Swim. It was a new name. The channel's called Adult Swim. It has a block of Cartoon Network. They have a block of Cartoonito. Yeah, seriously. Everybody's now calling the channel still Adult Swim since Cartoon Network lost their primetime hours to Adult Swim. It was too bad, and it was too bad anyways. But thankfully though, Cartoon Network is regaining their hours. However, Cartoonito still isn't going anywhere because in order for Cartoon Network to improve, bringing preschoolers to the channel it needs to be a good idea. Besides, the preschool brands, Nick Jr. and Disney Jr. ain't doing good. PBS Kids, on the other hand, has thrived. It has good variety of shows, and PBS puts all their effort into that, as well as putting their effort into their PBS stations that are affiliated, like WLVT TV, WNJN NJTV PBS, and KERA 13 Dallas Fort Worth Denton. And since some competitors like Nick and Disney are doing preschool, why can't Cartoon Network do the same again? As for Adult Swim today, it's still doing fine. However, the shows they're still airing are still having good variety. They still got Aqua Teen Hunger Force. They air reruns of The Boondocks, and they're doing April Fool's Day stunts. I mean, the last April Fool's Day they did last year was Adult Swim Junior. They did that as an April Fool's joke. We see that was pretty funny. Cartoon Network did the same thing, but not Cartoon Network Junior, but Cartoon Network. It's just a cat parody. It's only a little April Fool's joke, to be honest. However, everyone is still complaining that Adult Swim is refusing to take back their 8 p.m. time slot back to Cartoon Network because in order for Cartoon Network to have new shows that are built for different audiences, they have to regain their hours because of it. Now that they got new stuff, like new blocks, such as Cartoonito and Acme Night, I actually recall that some people are still complaining about Acme Night when it comes to, you guessed it, live action. And not only that Cartoon Network is still airing live action shows, these are obviously for teenagers and for families. But we also seen reruns of Wipeout from TBS, and we also seen reruns of the ended series, Family Matters, as it's supposed to be as a sneak peek of this upcoming Steve Urkel cartoon. I recall, was it Did I Do That in a Holiday? Of course it is. Seriously, I mean, I mean, how could, you know, and this potential of Adult Swim is making Cartoon Network into a huge success. But now that Cartoon Network is getting newer shows, building for different audiences, what's Adult Swim gonna do? Well, it's still gonna be there. They'll expect some new original programming that's supposed to come out. We only got stuff for Toonami, and we got some Robot Chicken reruns with some new episodes, and we got some brand new Adult Swim series as well. Check out their shows, and you'll see what I mean. And as for Adult Swim's Toonami block, they're still partnering with Crunchyroll, even though it's part of Sony. Even though Crunchyroll's with Sony, that doesn't mean Adult Swim and Crunchyroll are going to end their partnership. They're extending their partnership on, even though they're apart from each other. And yes, for those who are still wondering, I still watch Saturday evenings is where teenagers and preteens could enjoy some action adventure programming, and from Cartoon Network and from Nick, there's live action sitcoms. As a matter of fact, there was a Saturday night segment for Nickelodeon called Nick Saturday Nights. Nick Saturday Nights was a primetime live action programming segment airing from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time and Pacific Time. It was first introduced on September 22nd, 2012 as Gotta See Saturday Nights. Recent episodes of certain showings. Saturday premieres were discontinued last year. And how did that happen? The rise of it came to be on September 22nd, 2012. It was launched as Gotta See Saturdays. It aired as its brand name from 2012 to 2013. Then it was relaunched as Nick's Saturday Night from 2014. Then Nick's Saturday Night ran from 2015 to 2017, and A Night of Premieres from 2018 to 2021. This was the last name of the programming segment of Saturday evening programming on the flagship channel in the United States. There was also a Saturday morning block of programming on Nick, airing from 10 a.m. to 12. It would feature some Saturday morning of programming featuring acquired shows while having some original programming of their own. Like Lego City Adventures, Lego Jurassic World, Digimon Fusion, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Miraculous, and Cuckoo Harajuku, Rigo Academy, and probably Teen Nick Top 10. And then NFL Rush Zone. And also the Saturday morning of programming of Nick would also feature, you guessed it, the Power Rangers series from Saban Entertainment. Now, I personally remember looking at Saturday night of programming on Nick. However, I did not see the block that much longer because I only focused on much of on other shows and other streaming. Now, most of the live action series that the Saturday evening block had aired on Nick, like iCarly, Big Time Rush, Victorious, Power Ranger Samurai, Super Ninjas, How to Rock, Marvin. We already know the Power Ranger series, Wendell and Vinny, Sam and Cat, and let's not forget about the flopped Awesomeness TV, created by, you guessed it, Brian Robbins. Yeah, we'll get to the Awesomeness TV series later. Thank you. Haunted Hathaways, Funamens, Henry Danger, Nikki, Ricky, Dickie and Dawn, 100 Things to Do Before High School, Bella and the Bulldogs. I forgot about Big Time Rush. It failed miserably, but it did see good ratings. Then there's Game Shakers, School of Rock, Legendary Dudas, Night Squad, Starfalls, Cousins for Life, All That Revival, Group Chat, Nickelodeon's Unfiltered, Tuned In, and Drama Club. So that's just about it. And from Nickelodeon's programming of animated series that aired on Nick Saturday nights were SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, Madagascar, the Penguins of Madagascar, Tough Puppy, Kung Fu Panda Legends of Awesomeness, Robot and Monster, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Monsters vs. Aliens, Sanjay and Craig, Rabbids Invasion, Breadwinners, Harvey Beaks, Pig, Goat, Banana Cricket, Loud House, Bunsen is a Beast, The Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Casa Grandes, and It's Pony. The animated shows on Nick had moved to Friday nights rather than Saturday nights to make way for the night of premieres of the live action sitcoms for Nickelodeon to focus on. However, over the next few years, the block isn't doing really well under viewership because some people were moving to streaming like Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Netflix, etc. And soon, by later in 2021, the final programming for Nickelodeon's Saturday night of programming had happened. Tyler Perry's Young Dylan returned and had stopped airing on August 21st, 2021. Danger Force and Side Hustle and Power Rangers Dino Fury aired for the last time during Saturday morning and Saturday night of programming on November 20th, 2021. But the rise of streaming, and also with everybody shifting away from cable as of late and also into more of streaming, And with Nick's Saturday Nights not going very well in terms of viewership due to some live action shows didn't survive much longer, like Drama Club and Tuned In and Nickelodeon's Unfiltered, Nick's Saturday Nights was made unnecessary now. And as of late now, and on November 20th, 2021, Nick's Saturday night block of programming was discontinued on November 20th, 2021. And the Saturday morning block of programming in which was at the time was dubbed as the Hang Zone with Lincoln Loud, themed from the Loud House, was discontinued on March 23rd, 2017. I personally do not remember about how Nick's Saturday Nights had went through, but I did see a few promos of Nick's Saturday Nights featuring Side Hustle and Danger Force and Henry Danger, the latter of which that Nickelodeon still airs on its main channel and Teen Nick regularly now. I seriously highly doubt that. However, Saturday night programming on Nick did return. However, it was moved to Thursday nights to finally grow into a new block of live action sitcoms. So that new Thursday night on Nick is now a live action comedy segment block from 7 to 8 p.m. featuring Danger Force, Tyler Perry's Young Dylan, That Girl Lele, and the new series Warped. All first-run episodes are cycled on the schedule, giving it a variable schedule. Not bad of a programming block, but still lacks a variety, to be honest. Because expanded their time slot, airing from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., unfortunately. That could have made the schedule really good and desirable that time. Now, I honestly don't know if the new Thursday night block is going to last long. I mean, the new Friday night animation block, or should I say the Nickelodeon animation block, is still going well. I mean, it has much of the programming for Nick, animated Nicktoons and CG Nicktoons as of late, like Rugrats the Revival and so much more. I don't understand why did Nick Saturday night programming have failed like it did. Probably because the majority of the shows that Nickelodeon had produced, which are live action sitcoms, didn't even last longer than a year. Drama Club only lasted for just a few episodes, and then it got canceled for that one season. Then nobody else didn't like it. I think the answer is yes, they didn't like it. It only lasted for after that one season. And the series was produced with Awesomeness. Oh yeah, it's part of Awesomeness TV. I forgot about that. Now, what is this Awesomeness TV? Well, American sketch comedy reality series based on the YouTube channel of the same name, and it is created by Brian Robbins. Both seasons contain 20 episodes. However, unfortunately, on May 1st, 2014, Nickelodeon announced that the series had been renewed for a second season, which premiered. However, it was not renewed for a third season due to the end of DreamWorks Animation's television deal with Nickelodeon through Viacom, who later bought Awesomeness TV in 2018. Maybe it's probably something to do with DreamWorks game purchased by Universal, probably. Well, thank goodness. I don't want to see it. Awesomeness TV only lasted for just 2 seasons. But for Drama Club, I can't believe it only lasted for that one season. Really? I honestly don't want to say this again, but I think Nickelodeon should continue with producing their cartoons by hiring any other creator of their cartoons for their branded Nicktoons, the upcoming Nicktoons. Besides, Nickelodeon needs less SpongeBob and less Loud House marathons and put more variety. I mean, the only running Nicktoon that is not getting the Nicktoons death treatment is Minimal's Post. It's probably gonna be the next flagship for Nick up to this point. I mean, honestly, I mean, look, Nickelodeon has a good flagships of their blocks like Nick Jr. and more. I mean, we got SpongeBob, The Loud House, and let's not forget about the lucrative series Paw Patrol, premiered in 2013 by Spin Master and Nickelodeon Productions and Guru Studios of the CG animated based of the series. I honestly think they need to slow down with Paw Patrol. I know they're making a ton of money for Nickelodeon, but is it all too much? Yeah. Now back to the Nick Saturday Night programming. Maybe it failed, just like Cartoon Network's Seeing Real segment. Maybe it did fail like it did. I mean, I understand how it failed. Nickelodeon is a huge popular network during the 90s. With great shows, a good variety of programming, and actual good Nicktoons. So all the success should have trickled down. The subject of the video is going to be a history video that everybody has never heard of, or probably heard of. And what I'm talking about, this is going to be not a TV brand. This is going to be a video brand developer known as Maxis. Now, Maxis was a huge brand in the 90s and 2000s and was very good in its notable days. They have notable games such as The Sims, SimCity, and Spore. Now, Maxis had lots of good franchises of SimCity, like SimCity 3000, SimCity 2000, and SimCity 4. Unfortunately, around this time, unfortunately, around the time that it was still there, Maxis has disappeared from everybody, and the company went through a serious personality of a shutdown in Emeryville. Why is this? We're going to find that out. Before we get to how it was, we need to go all the way back when it was in its infant era. Maxis was founded in 1987 by creators Will Wright and Jeff Brand to help publish SimCity on home computers. Before then, the game was only available on an only basis on Commodore 64 due to few publishers showing any interest in porting a non-traditional game without define win and lose conditions. The title went on to become one of the most popular and successful video games of all times. The SimCity series became a staple for the company and spawned multiple sequels and spin-offs to name the company. Mr. Jeff Braun required that name was from 5 to 7 letters, mean nothing, be easy to remember, and contain the A, X, Z, or Q. The name Maxis was presented by Braun's father. Following the broad success of SimCity 2000, which was introduced in the 90s, Maxis moved from Oradea, California to Walnut Creek in 1994. One of the unintended successes of SimCity was recognition of the means to gamify the intersection of multiple real-world systems that could be used for planning and development, such as using SimCity-type simulations for urban planning. Around 1992, Maxis was approached by corporations and government agencies who wanted the company to use the same system simulation principles of SimCity to develop non-game simulations that could manipulate for similar planning purposes. To support this, Maxis bought a small company called Delta Logic, and its owner, John Hales, who had been focused on immediate business simulation software and rebranded it as Maxis Business Simulations, or MBS for short, for this work. Among works developed under this included Sim Renfrey for the Chevron Corporation and SimHow for Markle Foundation. In 1994, Maxis decided to let this division go on its own. MBS rebranded itself as Thinking Tools, Inc., and continued to produce similar simulation tools, but eventually it was closed in 1998. Most of information of MBS and Thinking Tools have been lost upon being told of the company's closure. The following remaining employees burnt most of the company's archives, and only remnants of MBS's output existed. In what Kotayu later referred to as the era of scattergun exploitation. I'm sorry if I said that word wrong. Maxis released numerous titles throughout the 90s, including sim titles, as well as some non-simulation titles such as RoboSport 1991, 3D Pinball for Windows in 1995, which was included as one of the standard system games in several Windows releases. However, these newer games were unsuccessful at the time, and it didn't go so well. These newer games did not go so well in terms of installments, and it wasn't very as popular as SimCity. On June 1st, 1995, Maxis became a public company. Heavy losses and lack of direction led Maxis to begin considering acquisition offers. In 1997, Maxis agreed to be acquired by EA Games / Electronic Arts by means of stock swap at Maxis for $125 million, In a press release, Maxis stated it agreed to the acquisition and merged. And the transaction was complete on July 28th, 1997. So that means EA Games has full control ownership of Maxis and triggered major changes at the company. One of the original creators, the founders who made Maxis, like Jeff Braun, left, having received a sizable amount of money during the purchase, and nearly half of Maxis staff were laid off. Over 1998, Maxis was allowed to finish up SimCity 3000 on its own time. That's right, SimCity 3000 was released in 1999. Following this, Wright's efforts were thrown into The Sims, at the time seen as a major gamble for the company, as the Dollhouse game was not seen as a match for the video game market's demographics. However, EA backed up on the title on the basis of the economic potential for expansion releases. In 2000, Maxis South was closed. The Sims was released in February of 2000 to widespread success and would become one of Maxis' core focuses until a 2006 reorganization shifted away from their core team. In 2003, SimCity 4, the recently launched SimCity 4, was launched, and it gotten expansion packs, such as the original SimCity 4, and also SimCity 4 Rush Hour. SimCity 4 Rush Hour. Rush Hour, however, is where the monorail and the elevator rail trains were added, and that means everybody gets to use public transportation as a U-Drive. There were also game modes in SimCity 4. After releasement of SimCity 4 in 2003, the first title of the series to implement True 3D, as well as the first where Wright was not directly involved with work. In 2004, Maxis' longtime studios in Walnut Creek were closed, and the staff moved to EA offices in Redwood City and Emeryville. As The Sims became a steady success, we've seen more Sims generations, like The Sims Busting Out, The Sims made its debut on the PlayStation 2, Sims 2 on the PS2, and so much more. SimCity and The Sims were both massive hits, and put Maxis on the map, which was very interesting. That Maxis is now going through a good shift. They would continue to do this until the later in the 2010s. As The Sims became a steady success, Will Wright began to focus on Spore, another video game that Maxis produced. The 3 years between its public announcement and its release and protracted enough to attract use of a vaporware by some, and upon its 2008 release, found itself subject to harsh criticism and the target of a consumer protest against Electronic Arts. Despite the poor launch publicity, Spore sold 1 million units in its first month. Wright left Maxis in 2009, with Maxis going on to produce the poorly received spin-off Dark Spore in 2011. During this time, Maxis.com was redirected to the Spore website, then later once more to the website for The Sims. At the 2012 Game Developers Conference EA Games announced a new SimCity iteration along with a new logo for the Maxis brand. Maxis became one of the four primarily labels at EA, replacing the EA Play brand. A mobile-focused Maxis Studios was opened in Hollinsky by EA in 2012. Development of The Sims continued, and the Maxis branding returned in 2013 with the launch of The Sims Free University Life and SimCity. While Maxis were focused on graphical improvements with the SimCity reboot / SimCity 2013, EA wanted to make the title of a multiplayer, always online title in part to combat piracy. The game was subject to one of the most disastrous launches in history. As the game was released in a highly buggy state, with server failures plaguing players in the open regions swiftly filling with abandoned cities, Maxis would continue to support the game with patches. But it remained buggy even a year after it was launched. The reboot effectively ended the SimCity franchise and was the last game to be produced by Maxis Core, located in Emeryville. This means that the whole SimCity generation franchise officially ended. There were lots of complaints for SimCity 2013, and this was the reason why the game was a mess. Well, I never played it. I think my mother played it. I will never play that, and I will never will. Don't make me play that, because it is so not the cup of tea in my opinion. I would prefer the original SimCity. I prefer SimCity 4, 2000, 3000, I prefer the original Sims a little more than the reboot itself. Yeah. Developers of The Sims Mobile was relocated away from the remaining Max developers in 2019, with Fire Monkeys taking over. This left continued support for The Sims 4 as the sole Maxis fronted project at EA. The closure of Emeryville in particular as Maxis' long-lived core location was described by commentaries as the end of Maxis as it had been known in the past. Only the brand name persisting. In 2019, it was announced that two new studios would bear the Maxis name over the following years: Maxis Texas in 2019 and Maxis Europe in 2021. So Maxis had gotten a brief revival in 2019, and in 2021, the announcements only came in the form of job postings on the EA Careers website. The Texas team was set at the existing EA offices in Austin to work on a new IP, while the Europe studio would specifically to support SimCity 4. Unlike the Texas office, Maxis Europe is a distributed developer team composed of staff working remotely. So that means Maxis is back in the fold. Kinda. Not all the way. Most of the SimCity games they produced were SimCity Original, SimCity 2000, 3000, SimCity 4, SimCity Societies, 3 spin-off series: SimCity the card game, SimCopter, Streets of SimCity, SimCity Society. Streets of SimCity, SimCity Societies. The 5th main release was not produced by Maxis, but by Telltale Entertainment. Every SimCity iterations came on each game consoles. The original SimCity was produced by Maxis and was launched on SNES, Windows, and a few other game providers. Now for the Super Nintendo version, it was weird for me. There was supposed to be an NES, Nintendo Entertainment System, but that idea was scrapped and was then canceled. Not a good start. There is a difference between Super Nintendo and other ports and versions of SimCity, and I think the SimCity SNES sound looks very cool, in my opinion. Also, traditioned with public transportation, they got a rail system, I think it's a trolley or a train or something. Then there is The Sims, another hit. I don't know why they didn't put up The Sims Bussin' Out, because that's also been produced by Maxis too. What happened? Why didn't they add that yet? I don't understand. What? Oh wait, there it is. Oh, it's also available for GameCube, Game Boy Advance, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. That was also Sims Bustin' Out was released in 2003. Given that SimCity and The Sims were a staple with Maxis and was been a staple in my childhood too. So much iterations. Sims 2 was released for Nintendo DS, surprisingly. And let's not forget about Spore. Yeah, Spore, I never played that game, to be honest. I know it's action and adventure, but I don't think that's not my cup of tea. And that is about it. It was pretty surprising that this Maxis company has been revived. And I'm very surprised it came back, but in the Texas and the European countries. Now, the reason why SimCity 2013 failed and didn't go so well is because it was a big mess. The most notably reason was because there were some patches, there was some laggy, buggy states, and the server failures plaguing players and the open region, swiftly filling with abandoned cities. Nobody doesn't understand what happened. Maybe EA didn't let Maxis take their time, or something like that. In any case, the SimCity franchise has to continue on, but it will never will and will never be. And it sounds like Maxis was shifting away its original focus. Underneath, it was suggested that the poor performance of SimCity 2013 was responsible for the 2015 closure of Maxis Emeryville. This isn't the same. However, the last SimCity franchise iteration was introduced in March 2014 with the introduction of SimCity Build It. Maxis hasn't been in the trademarking of SimCity Build It I mean, Maxis was a creator of SimCity. I mean, what happened? I'm sorry, EA Games and lost their mind to get rid of Maxis. They're the creator of SimCity and The Sims. What were you thinking? I know SimCity 2013 was a mess, but why close down a magnificent company? And they made so many SimCity iterations. Like there was SimTown, there was like other SimCity games, even SimCity Owl. No, not the supermarket thing. The Sims Isle, as in island. However, I still have. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another history video. Now, now, most people are really familiar with this channel, and also later, and also in the past, we're really familiar with with a broadcast channel, not CW, WB, or any other broadcast channel. I'm talking about PBS, or the Public Broadcasting Service. The Public Broadcasting Service is an American public broadcaster and television program distributor based in Arlington, Virginia, and PBS is a publicly funded nonprofit organization and the most prominent provider of educational programming to public television stations in the United States, distributing such as great mature audience programming, while also has children's programming. We also need to talk about sister block PBS Kids. Now PBS Kids what has been born in 1999 and has been existing since then. And for newborn children who are really familiar with it, don't know about it right now. Now everybody is saying that PBS Kids has plunged off the cliff, and later or something like that, it has been has been going well, and PBS puts all their effort into that channel and its segment on PBS on participating PBS affiliates. Now this goes all the way back from the predecessor of PBS. Now there's this channel before PBS called the National Educational Television Net, or NET. NET was launched and was founded in 1952 and was launched on May 16th, 1954, 67 years ago. It featured some programs like NET Playhouse, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and heck, even Sesame Street. That time, NET was dissolved on October 4th, 1970, and was replaced by, of course, PBS. When PBS launched on October 5th, 1970, 51 years ago, the children's programming on the network became known as For Kids, featuring shows like Newton's Apple, Shining Time Station, The Big Comfy Couch, the Electric Company, Square One Television, and Thomas the Tank Engine. Back then, it was somehow very decent during that time. Then, on July 11th, 1994, PBS rebranded its educational programming, also known as For Kids, as PTV, or PTV Park. In addition to scheduled educational programming, PTV also incorporated interstitial content such as the P-Pals, which feature animated characters shaped like PBS logos delivering educational content in their fictional world, known as, again, PTV Park. The interstitial shorts were aimed at younger children. Older children were targeted with live action and music video interstitial shorts. Shows that premiered during the PTV Park era, including Barney the Purple Dinosaur, Arthur, Zaboomafoo, Theodore Tugboat, the Huggabug Club, JJ the Jet Plane. And also, I liked how the PBS affiliates make up their own community. For an example, there was Prairie Public Television. They had the Prairie Public Television's Kids Zone. So on PBS affiliates, they would have a Kids Zone block of their own. If it's a kid room, Kids Zone, Kidio, like WTTV, and so much more. However, all blocks of children's programming being marketed by each affiliate were dissolved by later in the 2000s, and that was no fun. And WTTV especially, because WTTV had Kidio, but was sadly dissolved after the launch day of PBS Kids. As a matter of fact, on September 5th, 1999, PTV aired for the last time. Several of interstitial shorts, along with the station identification sequences that were shown during the block, continued to be used by some PBS member stations until PTV aired for the last time. On September 6th, 1999, PBS Kids underwent a major facelift. PBS launched the PBS Kids brand in several areas, including its daytime ready-to-learn service, the PBS online web pages for kids, and a home video label. Children's programming on the PBS network was then given unified branding, along with the block of programming on PBS. PBS Kids lent its name to a separate television network which launched on the same date. The PBS Kids channel. It only just ran for 6 years. And also, not only PBS Kids launched, PBS introduced 2 new characters which children have witnessed in bumpers and interstitials and are still around: Dash and Dot. Along with these 2 characters, a new simplistic branding style of PBS Kids was updated in the 2000s. I think I still remember looking at one of the bumpers when I first watched PBS Kids. Now, anyway, shows that already followed the facelift were the shows that were from PTV, and there are some shows that followed during the facelift, like Between the Lions, Caillou, Sagwa the Chinese Siamese Cat, Booba, as well as what else? Clifford's Puppy Days, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Dinosaur Train, Martha Speaks, and Super Y. And funnily enough, there was also the Jakers, Adventures in Piggly-Winks, and Liberty's Kids, which were also on PBS Kids. Over on the PBS Kids channel, the channel remained unsuccessful, as it only reached each a few viewers in households. The channel was shut down on September 26, 2005, and was replaced by a spin-off block to PBS Kids called PBS Kids Sprout, developed under partnership with Sesame Workshop, Hint Entertainment, Comcast, and the Public Broadcasting Service, which would later get bought by NBC Universal later on. PBS gave licenses an option to sign on Sprout promoters, while indicating that they should retain PBS Kids programming during the daytime. Half of the stations programmed their own children's channel. PBS offered a replacement early school-aged kids network based on the block, PBS Kids Go, by April 2006 to be launched on October 2006, but was canceled before launch. In 1996, PTV/PBS Kids had The Game, an afternoon segment aimed at kids ages 6 to 8. It ended on September 6, 1999. In 2000, PBS Kids launched a Saturday morning block called PBS Kids Bookworm Bunch, consisting of 6 animated series produced by the Canadian company Nelvana Limited, which got acquired by Chorus Entertainment. On October 11th, 2004, around the same time Nick Jr. had premiered brand newer shows, PBS Kids launched an offshoot of PBS Kids called PBS Kids Go. PBS Kids Go was aimed at the grade schoolers who are too old for standard PBS Kids, 6 to 12 or 6 to 8-year-olds, which was the successor of The Game. Shows that aired on that block including Word Girl, Psy Girls, Fizzy's Lunch Lab, Design Squad, the Electrical Company reboot. I don't understand why they got it a reboot. Why can't you just rerun the classic Electrical Company like that? There is also Wildcrats, and some of the shows that already premiered on PBS Kids that aired on PBS Kids Go, like Cyber Chase and Arthur. On October 7th, 2013, PBS Kids Go ended and would see its way out. On September 4th, 2006, PBS Kids launched a preschool block called PBS Kids Preschool, a block aimed at preschoolers that airs shows like let's see, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Dragon Tales, as well as Curious George. Yeah, you get the point. During around 2004 2006, PBS announced that a 24-hour premium PBS Kids Go channel will be introduced, which would have some blocks of their own, like a Spanish segment called PBS Kids Bayan, Spanish for Go, an evening family segment, and a school segment. With that new channel, Kratts, Creatures, and Wishbone would be exclusive to the channel, but it never came to be because of financial issues. That's a bummer. So that was a bad thing. Also in 2013, a lot happened with PBS Kids. PBS Kids Go and PBS Kids Preschool seen their way out and were discontinued. Also, in September 2013 or around November 2013, a new styling of PBS Kids was updated to make it more modern style. A more simplistic style that is modernized. They just simply modernized PBS Kids. Seriously. Really. Can't believe it. Also, the mascots were changed. Dot remained as one of the mascots, but Dash was eliminated. In his place was Dell, who has a raccoon tail, and Dee, who goes around schooling with her siblings, were introduced. But luckily and thankfully, Dash wasn't completely dead, and he isn't completely dead as he appeared in merchandise since then, and he has always been present in the PBS Kids logo, but not Dot. Sadly. Now, the problem with PBS Kids is that the shows that they're still airing all sucked, according to some people. Yes, we still have lots of good shows like Odd Squad, Martha Speaks Curious George, and the app exclusive show, The Ruffman Show. But then, unfortunately, we got shows that were not really great. Like what? Nature Cat, Ready Jet Go, and Wild Kratts. Then of course, we got Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, a spinoff of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and then there was Pinkalicious and Peterific, and Peg Plus Cat. Of course, the latter of which, Peg Plus Cat, premiered to coincide with the debut. PBS Kids received a graphic redesign. That's it. Also on July 1st, 2016, the PBS Kids shows was streaming from Netflix, and Hulu moved to Amazon Prime. The PBS Kids channel was relaunched on January 16th, 2017 with a live stream of the channel on the PBS Kids website and video app. No changes were made to the main PBS Kids programming segment. The segment is counter-programmed from the network. Thus, the same show would not be shown at the same time on the network and the segment block at the time. PBS Kids, the channel, is also available on DirecTV and DirecTV Stream on channel 288. PBS Distribution partnered with MultiChoice Africa to launch PBS Kids on May 22nd, 2019 on the STV and GOTV platforms across sub-Saharan Africa. And in 2021, PBS Distribution partnered with Foxtel Corporation to launch PBS Kids in Australia. In 2017, PBS Kids launched the PBS Kids Family Night, a programming segment exclusive to the PBS Kids 24/7 channel, airing PBS Kids movies and specials from 7 to 9 p.m. on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, possibly to begin earlier or end later. I think PBS Kids is still going well, still. Now, PBS partnered with some companies which would help out PBS Kids. They partnered with Hit Entertainment, aka Mattel, Sesame Workshop, and a few others to make some original programming for PBS Kids. Now, programming of PBS Kids seem to be marketed as PBS Originals, which doesn't make no sense, but kind of makes sense since original programming would have made perfect sense since PBS was partnering with some like PBS affiliates. But however, on PBS Kids, on each PBS affiliate marketed by each affiliate, PBS Kids began inserting older PBS Kids shows and began inserting older PBS Kids segments that aired on PBS Kids back then. Some PBS affiliate began carrying old segments of the old PBS Kids. And also began carrying old reruns of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, which the show was still retained in the 1999 PBS Kids Q. I still can't believe they still kept it. And many affiliates of PBS, like LPB, Louisiana Public Broadcasting, as well as, WYES TV New Orleans, and a few other PBS affiliates brought back PBS Kids segments, which were from the past. I know the Louisiana Public Broadcasting might be the one because LPB is still broadcasting older PBS Kids segments. Pretty amazing, I think. Maybe the PBS station like my PBS station WHYY TV might do the same thing, or probably not. Yeah, probably not. And I'm very sorry to say that Nick Jr. and Disney Jr. Well, I should say Nick Jr. mostly isn't really having good variety anymore. Another huge problem is that they don't do more original programming. All they do is just being not getting any ideas of what other show they're producing. I mean, the only two programs that are coming are the Tiny Chef Show and the Hamster Show, both original and acquired series. While PBS Kids and Cartoonito battled things out. I mean, Cartoonito and PBS Kids are both rivals now. Well, I don't know about Disney Jr. Disney Jr.'s doing any good in ratings. I mean, PBS Kids has a lot of variety. Specials and PBS Kids movies. Like, they had Odd Squad movies. They had an Arthur marathon. They even has great success that they had when they aired much of the programs from the past, and they're still around. However, marketing by each affiliate now because some programming from each PBS affiliate that PBS on each affiliate has to be aired by participation affiliates. WTTV, like WTTW, in Chicago, Illinois, has Nature, Cat, World, and Kid Songs. Probably. Yes. Almost all some marketing PBS stations airs one of the PBS kid shows from the past and more are still airing regularly on their marketing affiliates. Maryland Public Television airs Subumerfu and Whimsy's House. Connecticut Public Television airs Barney and Friends, Bob the Builder and Thomas and Friends, etc. That's because they're CPTV originals. Come on. Barney and Friends, Bob the Builder, and Thomas and Friends, etc. are obviously branded under Connecticut Public Television's umbrella. Yeah, probably. Also, Barney and Friends was also produced with WNET 13, I think. I don't know about that. I don't even know about that. But seriously, every participating PBS stations have their own original programming made. The majority of them has amount of original programming. KCET has Sid the Science Kid. KQED has The Cat in the Hat. South Carolina ETV has The Magic School Bus. WXXI TV has Biz Kids. WQED has Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. WGBH Boston has Arthur, Peep in the Big White World, Curious George, and Design Squad. Yeah, that's also true and all. That they also have their own original programming made. I mean, some participation PBS stations don't have original programming made. They just do some acquisition content to give PBS kids more power. And that's alright, I understand about that, but you must have some original programming in-house. I mean, if you look at WGBH Boston, they have so many original programming in-house. You have from WGBH, you got Arthur, Martha Speaks, Peep in the Big White World, Curious George, and Design Squad. And you got WNET, you got Cyber Chase, Wishbone, and the list continues from there. So it's probably understanding why some participation PBS affiliates are beginning to acquire and inserting original programming from each marketed PBS stations of each original programming that they produced. Now the PBS Kids fandom is still exists, and it still has a large amount of videos from YouTube. Now, they're really controversial. Extremely controversial, because I don't know. This whole history needs to be talked about in many ways. One of the most famous video game companies of all, and what we're talking about is Play First. Play First was first founded in 2004, and it was really notable when that company made its first ever breakthrough hit. And what type of game was it? We'll just have to see and find out for ourselves. Here it is, the downfall history of Play First. How did this brand get to be? And what happened to it in the 2010s? We are going to find this out. Before we need to talk about how it is today, we need to go back into the year 2004. Or 2003, or something like that. Now, anyway, in 2004, Play First was introduced. Play First was released and was first founded in 2004, and Play First's biggest commercial success was its first game, Diner Dash. Now, Diner Dash, in many ways, was a most popular game which put Play First on its first breakaway map, which was first released for the first time on PC and Mac platforms in late 2004. Diner Dash was initially developed by GameLab, a New York-based casual game developer, under a multi-title publishing agreement with Play First. The success of Diner Dash with game critics and gamers prompted Play First to release 4 sequels in the following years, which are Restaurant Rescue, Flow on the Go, Hometown Hero, and the 5th, Boom. Play First has also published Diner Dash across multiple platforms, including Mac, PC, iPhone, iPad, Facebook, consoles, like DS, Xbox, and the Wii. Play First games are available on more than 500 sites in 20 languages. In 2007, 2008, and 2009, a spin-off series games of Diner Dash were introduced, such as Wedding Dash, Cooking Dash, and Hotel Dash, which were all released as well. However, they mostly earned lukewarm receptions from game critics and gamers. Other non-Dash Play First games, including 3-part retro-style strategy-based Chocolate series, which was released during the 2007 and 2009 in collaboration with Big Splash Games, the 5-part adventure hidden object mixing Dream Chronicles series, which was another highlight in Play First's portfolio. Dream Chronicles was released in 2007 and in 2011 in collaboration with Cat Games. However, by the 2010s, after Diner Dash 5 Boom was introduced, in October 2010, it was announced that Play First would do a focus on the mobile and social markets after raising $9.2 million from investors and canceled releasing further casual games in the near future. Play First's forays into the social gaming market have proven unsuccessful, as low user counts forced the company to cancel all of its Facebook games, Diner Dash and Chocolater, not long after launching them. As of late 2010, the company employed more than 100 workers but laid off an unspecific number of its employees in early December 2011 due to this restructuring. That's right, restructuring. Other social gamers, veterans, who joined the company in late 2010 from Playdom and Zanga, have also left. However, Play First claims the layoffs will not change its emphasis on the mobile market. On October 8, 2012, Play First emailed its subscribers informing that the company will cease production of PC and Mac games and move to a new website since November 12, 2012. The email read, "We have established a firm position as one of the leading producers for iOS mobile applications and are currently working on implementing our games into the Android marketplace, and that current games in its catalog will still be available for purchase on the third-party websites like Big Fish Games and Gamehouse." However, Play First would get acquired by another company, as on September 3rd, 2014, Play First was purchased by Glue Mobile. The official statement from Glue Mobile CEO Nicolago Di Masai read, "We are pleased to officially add Play First to the Glue family and looking forward to delivering new Dash products to a worldwide audience." However, this does not look very well to the community of Play First, as Glue had somehow sadly ruined the Dino Dash franchise. Speaking of Dino Dash, we now go on to the history of Dino Dash. Dino Dash is a strategy and time management video game initially developed by GameLab and was published by Play First, which would be owned by Glue Mobile, and then later Electronic Arts / EA. It was one of the most top-selling downloadable games of all time, available on multiple platforms such as PC, Mac, consoles, and mobile. An Xbox Live Arcade version of the game was released by Hudson Soft on November 18, 2009. The PlayStation Network version on November 25, 2009, and the WiiWare version on February 16, 2010. In Japan, as well as Europe on March 26, 2010. And North America on March 29, 2010. So around my 8th birthday. But this version is no longer on the WiiWare service. Dino Dash later became a mobile game when it was imported to mobile phones by Glue Mobile, given a detailed release, and made available via a 100% advertising-supported download. Versions have been created for the platforms on PlayStation Portable, PSP, Nintendo DS/NDS, and iOS. Dino Dash is also used to refer to the Dino Dash franchise, which spawned numerous sequels. Which, here are the lists once again: Restaurant Rescue, Flow on the Go, and Hometown Hero, and then Dino Dash 5 Boom. And then there was Dino Dash Adventures in 2019. The first free-to-play Dino Dash went live in late 2014, and with the latest installment, Dino Dash Adventures. The story reflects on Flo, who is a hard worker at a big stock market company in Dinotown. She's doing all the work and feeling unfulfilled. She was tired. Flo quits her job, wishing she could work someplace else. Then she spots an run-down old diner which she bought. She has enough to make money to fix up the diner. Customers were introduced in the first Dino Dash installment. She were the first few notable customers. We got the young ladies. They're normal. They wait moderately and eat at a moderate speed. We got the seniors. They are slow to order and eat, but they don't tip very well. They tip really low. And we got the businesswoman. She is very impatient because she don't have a long lunch break, so she expects fast service. But she tips very well, so she quickly gets upset if we keep her waiting. I think some people calls her Barb. I think, yeah. And we got two character customers, which are the college kids. They are very impatient in line, but they linger while they're at the table. And the hotshots. They wait patiently in line, but once they're at the table, they expect fast service, aka they're impatient. In 2006, Dino Dash 2 Restaurant Rescue was introduced, which was the second installment to the Dino Dash series. Now, Flo, a successful waitress, has just seen the news that Mr. Big, a greedy landlord, wants to destroy 4 restaurants that belonging to Darla, Tony and Magretta and Toshiro, respectively, so he can make his own mega multiplex food plaza. Flo runs to help each of her friends, just in time to stop Mr. Big and earn a chance to make money to pay him back. New customers were introduced. The college kids and hotshots were eliminated, and were in their place were the families, bookworms, and the cell phone addicts. And this was when the noise disturbance was added. And some people started hating the series since, probably. Now, the first customers are going to be the families. There are 2 tips about the families. The baby will always cry if he is not in the high chair. Once he is in the high chair, the baby will only cry if the family gets upset waiting for service. So, the players have to keep the families happy. Other customers will get annoyed if they're sitting near their crying toddler, unfortunately. Then we have the cell phone addicts. They talk constantly on their phones and don't care who they annoy other people at. Families don't mind the noise. However, some other customers will get annoyed if they're sitting near them. And we got the bookworms. Bookworms are slow to order and eat, just like the seniors. But they're very patient, just like them. But we gotta be careful, because they like things quiet, because they want to concentrate on their reading. So they quickly get upset when they start hearing some noise from the families and cell phone addicts. Cell phone addicts especially, because even though they talk constantly, that means they're gonna get annoyed. Once all their hearts are all gone, the bookworms are gonna leave. Yeah, the goal is, on Diner Dash, you have to keep those customers fed and happy. If they start hearing some noise, that means they'll immediately get annoyed. And then, if all their hearts are all gone, they'll be all upset, and they'll be running away. And you'll lose points. That's no fun, because that means it will be difficult to get to the goal or expert score. That's no fun at all. In addition, features of Diner Dash were added, such as the snack station, and there is a drink station, a podium where Flo gets to stand next to it and chat with the customers while they are in line if they get impatient, and there's a dessert station in the near future, later installments. All those were also added into Diner Dash when it was introduced. The snack stations were first introduced in Diner Dash 2003. Then in Restaurant Rescue, the dessert stations were introduced. Also, in addition, in Restaurant Rescue, they have a telephone where they have to call a staff member for help, and then they'll be right there. Now, the snack station, everyone's really very concerned because these snack stations because the snack station is kind of getting kind of very difficult. As you see, when customers request a snack, they do a snack request, and the players have to get them their snack as quick as they can. However, if the player neglects the customer's request to get a snack, that means they'll get upset even more, and that's no fun. So, yeah, if you do accept the snack request, you'll get some points for that. That's another good way to get to expert really good and quick. And we got dessert. Unless if the customers have have almost like a 4.5 or like 4.5 or 4 hearts altogether, they'll be happy and be ordered. It will or get them dessert. However, if they're not all the way happy, they'll pass on dessert. Oh, and I forgot about another customer, the joggers. The joggers, they're just like the young ladies, except they don't order dessert. And also, they don't mind the noise because they always have their headphones on. The reason why they don't order dessert because they are watching their weight. So, the tip, you'll have to serve the customers their food before the joggers. Because of this. I think I heard that tip from a user named Wallace, another user who does these Diner Dash gameplays and such. Towards the end of Diner Dash 2 Restaurant Rescue, there's gonna be a surprise. After Flo's friends' restaurant are all saved, Flo has an idea for Mr. Big. She transformed the big cooperation tower into Flo's Skylight Lounge, which is a diner. So Mr. Big is investing this time instead of trying to make his own multiplex plaza. Now he is investing, and now the player has to show Mr. Big the ropes. And Mr. Big became Flo's assistant waiter, meaning that they can carry 4 items at a time. Oh yeah, customers with fancy tuxedos and dress. Oh yeah, if they leave, I think the points are gonna be expensive. Once they leave or they run out from their tables, you'll lose points even more. That is something I do not like. My mother used to play this game a lot lately when I was a kid. And I first time played Diner Dash 2 Restaurant Rescue. I was playing it very slowly, but I wasn't very fast enough. But eventually I started watching the user named Barry Games who played Diner Dash before. And I started to do the same thing like her. However, except I don't neglect the snack requests. Now on to another installment we call Diner Dash Flow on the Go. This is actually Diner Dash 3, the 3rd installment. The story takes place where Flo and her friend Darla want to go on vacation. However, they started to do some work. Work. While boarding the ship, Flo accidentally dropped her suitcase containing her clothes. They fell overboard. As the pair eat at the onboard restaurant, a waiter slips, dropping his tray. Flo catched it, and the manager comments that she looks like she's handled a tray before. Flo explains she owns a restaurant, and so does Darla. And since the crew is short-handed, the manager asks Flo to work for the ship's crew. In return, the manager offers to refund their tickets. Using the money from this offer, Flo plans to buy herself some new clothes on the onboard store. The vacation takes the pair through the cruise. By later, then they started riding the rails on the train. Then exploring the deep and under the sea in a submarine, waiting tables in the sky, and then there's a diner in space. The food that Flo and Darla has served on the cruise, the train, the submarine, and the blimp and the rocket are fish fillets, the prime rib with some dipping sauce in it, chips and dip, like, I don't know, like, I think it's fish and chips. Yeah, I think so. Then there is the burgers and fries, which is pretty delicious. I don't know what food was at the Rocket, but I don't know. But frankly, nobody cares. Towards the end of the story, Flo finally got a vacation with Darla, but in space. Now on to the next one, we got Diner Dash 4, Hometown Hero. Yeah, that's right, Diner Dash 4, Hometown Hero. Oh wait, I forgot. 2 new customers were introduced in Flow on the Go, such as the Lovebirds and the Taurus. The Lovebirds, they're very patient, and they always, I don't know, they do awkward stuff, and sometimes while while they are being at the table unattended, they start to smooch and gross people out at the table. Families and cell phone addicts don't mind the noise, but not all people, and not some of the tables do not like this. And we got the Taurus, just like the college kids and hot shots. They wait patiently, just like the hot shots. They wait patiently in line, but then they started to require fast service, just like the hot shots. Yeah, don't get me started with this. Also, they would also request Flo to take their picture, which would break the chain of a snack request, dessert, or order, or food. And now we're on to Diner Dash Hometown Hero, the 4th installment to the franchise. Now, this story is about Flo returning to her hometown to visit her grandparent, Grandma Florence, only to find the place having turned into a rundown ghost town. Now, Flo wanted to do all the stuff that she and her grandma used to do. Go to the zoo, go to a baseball game, then go to the museum to see some history, going to the boardwalk to have some fun over there. Yeah, all that stuff. It's just, Flo just wanted to see her family for a bit. Flo and her grandma begins with the zoo, only to find the zoo to be a ghost zoo town. The place was deserted, and Grandma Florence said that the city has cut the zoo's funding and will be knocking it down to make another blasted parking lot. Ugh. Flo decided to turn the zoo back around by getting most people back here. The zoo state was poor, and the recent funding cuts by the city, the two rejuvenate the zoo to become successful again. The zoo hasn't drawn much population in years. Flo and her grandma then went to Home Run Park to watch a baseball game, but attendance is poor. The diner at Home Run Park is lackluster. As Flo and her grandma were ordering in food, they heard a customer complain about the hot dog. He waited for 30 minutes, had turned cold, and then they tried to revive the baseball park back to its former glory. And it became successful, and most people had been drawn in. At the museum, Flo and her grandma visit to the museum To find it in a state of depression, the attendance was poor at the museum. Flo's favorite dinosaur fossil was gone. A staff member said, "Sorry, folks, we've been trying to restore the exhibits, but..." Then Grandma Florence interfered, saying, "Let me guess. The city cut the museum's funding." Then at the museum grill, there was a janitor who was the grill's cook and a waiter and a curator, all at the same time. Flo and her grandma revived the museum back to its former glory with the help of the customers, and the museum celebrates its grand reopening. Later, Flo and her grandma went to the boardwalk. Flo couldn't leave without having any funnel cake. But guess what we found? Attendance poor and it's deserted. And all the tables, some of them were in a sticky mess. But before that, Grandma Florence tells Flo all about owning a restaurant she had. It was a disco diner. She just couldn't keep the business afloat. And now the city turned it into an eyesore of a parking lot. At the boardwalk, Flo and her grandma restored the boardwalk, and they worked at the beach shack, which was at the boardwalk. However, a roller coaster will be rumbling the restaurant, knocking some water glasses over, which is going to be a little bit of trouble. The roller coaster, it was named the Time Machine roller coaster. Yeah, the Time Machine roller coaster. Once the amusement park has been restored, Flo decided to take a ride on the park's roller coaster, the Time Machine roller coaster, before leaving and ends up warping back in time. Flo finds herself in the 70s and discovers that Grandma Florence's disco was still up and running. She met her grandma in her 30s, and then Flo found out why her grandma couldn't keep the place afloat. It needed some serious help. These speakers are pretty broken down and can't handle bass well. Oh, they also rumble the whole room, knocking down water glasses. After that, Florence said goodbye to Flo, and Flo runs back to the roller coaster and works back to the present time, where she saw Grandma Florence in the present, tells her about the disco and discovers that Florence's groovy disco is up and running, and Grandma Flo tells Flo that a woman who looks very familiar had helped her. Then Flo and her grandma entered the disco and celebrated its anniversary. Yeah. Here are the stuff that came back to the Diner Dash series. There was Flo's Closet, the expert levels. Yeah, I forgot about the expert levels. I saw some videos about the expert levels, although either it's date night or any other else. New customers were introduced. We got the teenagers. Exactly like cell phone addicts, except they are teens. Oh yeah, they were teen boys and teen girls. Yeah. Teenagers do not mind the noise because they talk on their phones. Not too much, but a little bit. If you seat the boys near the teen girls, they'll cease all cell phone disturbance and start flirting instead. Yet, they still don't mind the noise. Yeah, families, cell phone addicts, lovebirds, y'all know the rest, don't mind the noise. But some customers will get annoyed, especially the bookworms, especially. We have another new customer type. We got the very hungry men. they are hungry. They like something to eat. So they order moderately and eat at a moderate speed. They'll always ask for a second helping, which is going to help you chain up. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, that's a good thing. And of course, we got the seniors, but not the type that we think. They are the females. Just like the kindly seniors who are the males, except that they are females. They are slow to order and eat, but they're very patient. They linger in line because they have their knitting projects to keep them occupied. But we better be prepared. They'll linger for a long time, chatting, when in reality, they don't. Oh, thank goodness. And of course, the local celebrities. The celebrities are impatient, just like the businesswomen and cell phone addicts. But they order moderately and flow through things at a moderate speed. Wow. And we got a most underrated character, but unfortunately the lowest rated character customer, the food critic. The most notorious returning character or customer in the Diner Dash franchise since 2003. The food critic orders really slowly, but eats at a moderate speed, but she is impatient. Like the businesswomen and cell phone addicts and local celebrities as well. Also, a new feature was added to the Diner Dash Hometown Hero. There is a reservation. There's a reservation feature, which nobody didn't like because that means the customers with reservations of the tables are going to be extremely impatient. And we have to remember, customers with reservation tables do not like to wait. You'll automatically lose points if they start running out or turning their behinds and leave. That's bad. And there's also flowers that can help you make the customers a little more happier. But however, not all customers are going to be happier with those flowers because someone might be allergic. And this is not why I do not like falls soon after, so I don't always put down, But at least with Diner Dash, they have a flurry of variety of customers during their time. Once again, if the mood drops low enough, the customers will leave and the players lose money. However, the customers remain happy, they will stay and tip well. Oh yeah, the local celebrities, if they leave very happy, they tip extremely high. Same goes to the food critic. That's pretty much it. There are expansion packs that can be bought separately, such as Seasonal Snack Pack, Flow Through Time, and Once Upon a Diner. Once Upon a Diner will be the last expansion installment pack featuring the families, the teenagers, and the kindly female seniors. I am very sorry. It was the last time to shine. And after Once Upon a Diner and Diner Dash 4, we got Diner Dash 5 Boom. Oh boy, some people really didn't like that. Now, this is the last one. Now, Diner Dash 5 Boom was the 5th installment to the Diner Dash series, which I'm currently playing for my gaming channel. Now, a mysterious figure was lurking around Flo's diner and removed fat from the fat-free breakfast banner on the roof, while with using white paint, which makes Flo's diner look like that they were having a free breakfast promotion. When the next day came, Flo and Chef Cookie are surprised by the sign. It was too late. As they opened the diner, the customers started running and overloading the diner, and as a result, Flo's diner exploded. Flo encountered Mr. Big later, who offers to buy her diner under that empty lot. Flo refuses, but Mr. Big blackmails by saying that if the lot is unused in 1 week, he'll buy the diner. One of Flo's customers, Hal, the hungry man, doesn't want to let Mr. Big buy Flo's diner's empty lot, and has agreed to rebuild the diner. Flo and Cookie gets a hold of Hal's employees, who are scattered around Diner Town. Avenue Flo, Scribrow, Times Square, and Dinertown U, aka Dinertown University. Yet the players can play at 5 different venues. Each venue contains 10 story mode levels, and there's a bonus level given to players to note that the level goal is extremely high and the shift is longer than usual. Upgrades are still available. Even though some of the upgrades remain, there's also townies. Players can also customize the diner at the venues. They can upgrade Flo's shoes to be very faster, alongside with the cooker, make Cookie cook faster, so much more. There's just a lot of new stuff being added. There's also a podium helper, a salad bar helper, and extra hands. And we got new customers. The families, the teenagers, and the kindly female seniors were taken off and were eliminated from Diner Dash 5 Boom. Yay for families, but nay for the teenagers. The families has been absent due to their crying baby being annoying, probably, or Playfirst doesn't want them to be interfering ever again. And the male seniors make their official return to Diner Dash after 4 expansion packs and the 4th installment to the Diner Dash franchise series. Thank goodness. The returning customers that were returned, such as the young ladies, the businesswomen, the very hungry men, the local celebrities. Yeah, you get the point. And we got some new stuff and we got some difference between the bookworms. The bookworms, they're our old friends. They still order very slowly and eat very slowly. But however, their appearances, they look older this time. I'm very surprised. There were new characters such as the clowns. They will start sometimes juggle, which memorize nearby customers and making them stop eating or ordering. Click on the clowns to make them stop juggling. They are patient and they tip very well. The librarians, just like the bookworms, except they are females. They will keep noisy customers in nearby tables quiet for a limited time. Librarians are patient and they tip okay. And the really freaking annoying lawyers. Oh my god, I can't take this anymore. We think the families are bad enough. And now we have the freaking annoying lawyers. I'm sorry, but here's what we need to know. Seek them adjust to another table with lawyers. Okay, if you seek them near the other lawyers, they'll start arguing very loudly, and this would cause a little bit of trouble. Lawyers are very, very impatient, just like businesswomen and local celebrities and cell phone addicts. But they tip very well and high if they leave happy, just like the cell phone addicts. Yes. Diner Dash dropped the dessert station and now it's back to being just like the original Diner Dash 2003. Despite getting into some beef with some people who do not like the game, Diner Dash 5 Boom. Despite the Flash player was on the verge of being dead later on in the 2010s, and the animation has been very smooth and very laid out this time instead of having the posy look. Instead, they have good smoothing animation. The developers who did this was Play First, Cat Games, and Splash Games LLC. That's why, and that's how this was very animated very well. Good for them. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm not going through all the Diner Dash installments because Diner Dash was not as good as it used to be since its launch in 2003, since Glue Mobile had ruined it. I think probably the whole we're now entering in the world of cartoons in Canada. Or I should say, the Canadian English language discretionary specialty channel owned by Chorus Entertainment. The channel primarily broadcasts animated series aimed at children and teenagers, which was launched on October 17th, 1997. And what I'm talking about is Teletoon. Teletoon Network. Or just basically Teletoon. Now, as we all know, Teletoon, yes, they have great shows and they have notable programming blocks. And especially their own Boomerang channel. However, that was a short time. But anyway, we are going to talk about a lot about Teletoon. Well, not a lot. As I heard some announcements, as some people are going to miss Teletoon in Canada. Let's dive in. In 1997, Teletoon was licensed by Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, or CRTC, after a related application for a channel to be called Fun TV had been denied. The channel launched on October 17th, 1997. The channel was originally owned by a consumer of some other Canadian specialty services, including Family Channel, acting as a managing partner at the 53.3%, Super Channel / WIC, and the Movie Network, in Astro Media YTV at 26.7%, Shaw Communications, along with the Canadian animation studio Sonar and Nelvana, with 10% each. Shaw spun off its entertainment assets in 1999 as Chorus Entertainment. So the part of Shaw Communications that owns YTV became Chorus Entertainment in 1999, which subsequently acquired WIC's stake in the Family Channel, among other assets, as part of its breakup later that year. Chorus Entertainment acquired Nelvana in 2000. Now the first program to air on Teletoon as its premiere was, yes, you guessed it, Caillou. However, at first, when Caillou first aired at part of the Teletoon's launch, it was in French dub, but it later got into English later on. Now, Teletoon is licensed as a bilingual channel service in both English and French, being only one of the only two Canadian specialty services with such a license. The channel maintains two feeds under the license, with the French feed operating under the branding Teletoon or something at the original licensing before the CRTC and the network's operators had stated that the two channels would be similar in nature and program with a similar attitude towards them, but that there be differences in their programming due to market differences, including Quebec's prohibition on advertising to children and programming rights. So, to this end, Teletoon has often commissioned programming to air in English and French whenever possible. During the first few years of Teletoon's run, they aired much of the programming for children, and it was a literal success. In 2000, one of the first notable programming blocks was launched, and this block was Teletoon Unleashed. This was an adult-oriented programming block of the channel to coexist with the Detour on Teletoon until the block merged with it in 2004. It was known for airing every show with an 18-plus rating to attract an adult audience, whenever the program actually contained adult material only or not. It was discontinued in 2004 due to lack of content, since 90% of the material were shows with a limited amount of episodes, leading to frequent rerun. It was also found that the Detour on Teletoon and Unleashed attracted a similar mixed audience of teens and adults, hence the amalgamation. This honestly adult-oriented block was actually Teletoon's first attempt at airing an adult audience. This wasn't until 2 years later, until September of 2002, as the Detour on Teletoon and the block, as it amalgamated of it, and Teletoon Unleashed, an adult programming block, was relaunched under the name Teletoon at Night. Now it airs much of the same programming as the Detour on Teletoon and Teletoon Unleashed. And its French counterpart, Teletoon à la Nuit, airs on the Francophone Teletoon channel. In September of 2009, the block was relaunched under its current name with an overhaul of its appearance. However, it ended on March 31st, 2019, with the pending launch of the Adult Swim channel the very next day. The block was wound down. The French version of Teletoon at Night continues to air. To that day, there was a former Boomerang block of their own called Teletoon Retro. Teletoon Retro was launched on October 1st, 2007 and was closed on September 1st, 2015. Teletoon Retro is supposed to be airing classic animated shows, which spun off into a digital channel of its own featuring several live-action shows. But it had a short run and only lasted for just 12 years. Yeah, I think so. Oh dear. Guess that didn't go so well. Then there was Can't Miss Thursdays, a block of their first run programming premieres that aired on Thursday nights. The block later featured live action hosted segments. Then there was Super Fan Fridays, a comic book showcase block focusing on showcasing related action-oriented animated series. So, Teletoon's programming was initially divided into day-parted blocks, with each block representing as planets. Just like Noggin, Teletoon's programming was split into distinct blocks. And just like Nickelodeon and Noggin, they had preschool programming. So from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m., they had Morning Planet, an early morning block for preschoolers. Claymation animation. Then there's Afternoon Planet for kids, a 2D cell animation from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then the evening for family collage animation from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and Night Planet for adults from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. The bumpers were made by Cup of Coffee Production Studios. This branding would be discontinued in 1998, in August. From August 1998 to 1999, Teletoon was airing bumpers with its first mascot, Teletina. These bumpers were made by Spin Productions in Toronto. Several more bumpers were used in CGI by Guru Studios, same company behind Paw Patrol. Subsequently premiered on the channel, an updated look for the channel was unveiled along with a new logo with a partial rebranding in 2005. On November 24, 2000, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission approved multiple applications from Teletoon Canada Inc. to launch 6 Category 2 television channels named Teletoon Action, Teletoon Adult, and Teletoon Art, Teletoon Multi, Teletoon Pop, and Teletoon Retro. None of the channels launched and their broadcast licenses expired on November 24th, 2004. The Teletoon concept would later be revived under a different license. Now, as we all may know, that we've seen a lot of Teletoon shows on Cartoon Network US. One of them happens to be including the premiering of this Total Drama Island franchise, which premiered back in 2007. And now Total Drama was major, and it's helped Teletoon succeed, as that show was major at the time. They would later do future iterations such as Total Drama Action, World Tour, Revenge of the Island, All Stars, Pockettail Island, and their spin-off series, The Redonkulous Race. Teletoon would seek new original series like Inspector Gadget, Jimmy Two Shoes, Counterfeit Cat, Knuckleheads, Rocket Monkeys, Night Sweats, Oliver's Adventure, Petcolia, Atomic Betty, Animal Crackers, Bakugan Gadelian Invaders, Bakugan Metanium Surge, Chopsocky Chooks, Clone High, Chaotic, Class of Titans, Flying Rhino Junior High, a Miss Spider Sunny Patch Friends, and many more. Yes, Miss Spider's Sunny Patch Friends was one of Teletoon's original series. Now, Teletoon would seek preschool originals as well, like Harry and His Bucket Full of Dinosaurs and Gerald McBoing. There was also another one, which was also another preschool show that also launched on Teletoon's launch date, October 17th, 1997, The Adventures of Paddington Bear. There was also Rescue Heroes and other shows for older or younger children. There was also the Zimmer Twins. During the 2000s and 2010s, Teletoon had acquired many shows that had aired on Cartoon Network and Boomerang, Adult Swim, and HBO Max, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Aquaman King of Atlantis, Baby Looney Tunes, Batman the Brave and the Bold, Ben 10, and Bunnicula, Camp Lasso, Chowder, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Cow and Chicken, Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, Doc Dodgers, Elliot from Earth, Generator Rex, Grim and Evil, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Green Lantern the Animated Series, Flapjack, Megas XLR, Mike, Lou, and Og, The Looney Tunes Show, Legends of Chima, and many more. They even aired Hole in the Wall. Yes, Hole in the Wall. They aired Hole in the Wall. They even aired The Adventures of Annoying Orange. Yeah, and they also even aired the Warner Brothers Animation Controversial Kids version of Robot Chicken Mad, including Cartoon Network's second live-action series since Big Bag, Out of Jimmy's Head. And yes, they even aired Yabba Dabba Dinosaurs. And yes, they had some of the few mistreated Transformers series like Cyberverse and Robots in Disguise 2015. Yes, they also aired Thundercats Roar, and yes, they had Steven Universe and the controversial Steven Universe Future. Yes, Squirrel Boy. Yes, the Star Wars, the Clone Wars, and Scooby-Doo, and Guess Who. They basically have most of the programming that aired on their channel. Yes, everything. And yes, even Level Up. So, Teletoon was still alive to this very day. However, this wasn't to last, as there was an announcement coming out from Chorus Entertainment on February 21st, 2023, Chorus announced that Teletoon would be rebranded as Cartoon Network on March 27th, 2023. Yes, on my 21st birthday. The latter branding has existed on two previous Canadian incarnations under Chorus's ownership beginning in 2012, but the second having replaced Teletoon Retro in 2015. The latter's current channel space will concurrently relaunch under Cartoon Network's sibling brand Boomerang, which will be devoted to library programming and classic franchises. The Teletoon branding would continue to air, would continue to be alive, only to be used for its companion streaming service, Teletoon Plus. And the Cubics Teletoon channel would still be up there, including the French language channel as well. Wow. We thought Teletoon would survive the 2020s, but no, it won't. The reason was basically because maybe it hasn't been doing great ever since all of their good originals had ended. Total Drama, their most great show, which is coming back, but unfortunately, Teletoon won't be airing that, as Boomerang Canada will be airing that. Boy, this is going to be... Wow. This is sad. In any case of one, Teletoon did much better than its sister channel, YTV, as according to somebody on Medora Entertainment's history video about Treehouse TV and YTV, that YTV has been going downhill since the 2010s, past decade, with most notably having their after school zone being a dumping grounds after most of their original hosts had left. After a guy called Carlos, who did the after school zone on block during that time, the block became a little bit of a became a little bit of I don't know, too cringeworthy to watch, according to this guy called Blue Wolf 100. Now we already may know that Teletoon didn't do good or better, as they don't have a lot of content than YTV, but Teletoon did good than YTV because they're keeping up with the variety. But I don't know, are they? Or probably not. Sorry, I take that back. It's just a sane opinion. I'm just gonna stop. When my birthday hits, we're gonna say sayonara to Teletoon. At least they had great programming blocks that they had. And they had Teletoon Retro. At least they had the Tom and Jerry show, the Bugs Bunny and Tweety show, and much of the classic shows that Boomerang used to air, outside of Inspector Gadget and Gumby, and, well, as classic films. So, that said, so long, Teletoon. You were
like, comment, subscribe, and share this video, and others from this YouTube channel. Make sure to hit that bell notification next to the subscribe button so you never miss a new video.